A triple kill, but Son of Finn, he'll deny the plant. He sees two more kills. Oh my god! Son of Finn will find more!
7 seconds left, they gotta pick up the diffuser, but Dami lines up both! Dami with the 1v3!
Device, misses shots, he's gonna have to go for the front.
Oh,
He pushes on through! Dylan is better!
Round 2, and there's another as Tyrant is finished off, and they all line up for Bone!
12 teams, 60 players across 79 maps in 967 rounds. And it all leads up to this single moment, a final best of 5 against Arial, Arise, and Mystic. Welcome to SCS Season 5. My name is CDAPS, joined by beside me is the Alright Crow. He's alright. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I had to drive for about 2.5 hours. Then I got back, and Ferme was like, hey, it's call time. And I was like, I thought it started at 7. But it started at 6. But we're here now, and that's what's important. Like you said, Arial Arise versus Team Mystic. This is a bit of a, not really a grudge match, because I know there's no ill will towards any of these players. But it is an interesting little interaction. We've got Gunnar and Whitlock up against Dami. Of course, all three of those players previously being on the Arial Arise roster that won CCS Season 5. As you can see, this is how the bracket shaped up. PDHM went out really early, as did Arial Arise. Something that not a lot of people expected. Arial Arise, they went out in the very first round, and they made the gauntlet through the lower bracket. Mystic taking out Biblioteca. Unfortunately, Biblioteca not winning their rematch against Arial Arise. Arial Arise came back with a vengeance, even taking down the favorites of Aggro and Honor. Aggro being nearly undefeated. A very similar record to Team Mystic in their own group, and Honor, of course, being the resident Challenger League team, with PDHM just kind of forfeiting, wanting to, save their stuff for CL instead. So Arial Arise have certainly made the comeback happen, whereas Team Mystic, we all kind of expected to be here. So this should be quite the interesting match.
Yeah, and what makes it even more interesting is the prize pool, $3,500 US. That's a lot.
I don't even have that much.
I don't have that much either, but first place, they walk away with the lion's share. They get that 2,000 right into their PayPal, with second place getting a measly 700, which, saying measly with $700 feels wrong, but in comparison to what first place is going to get, these teams have motivation, and it's definitely going to be a spectacle to behold.
Yeah, so we do have stat leaderboards. We can see how our top players shaped up throughout the season. Of course, it's Gunner in all three of our first categories. The highest rated player in SCS Season 5, just like CCS Season 5. Figure that. Top KPR also belonging to Gunner. In fact, he is the only player in the entire league to have above a 1.0. In fact, above a 0.95. So that's really saying something. And of course, as an entry player, Gunner is unmatched. Og right behind him, but Gunner still coming away with that. I mean, this is just a repeat of his CCS Season 5 performance. He was top of the leaderboards there, and he's top of the leaderboards still. Gunner has been doing incredibly. And look at that. His cost, the highest cost in the league, followed very closely by Whitlock, another teammate from that CCS winning Arial Arise roster. It's been touted that, hey, if wherever Gunner and Whitlock go, that's who becomes the best team in T3. And I mean, look at this. Gunner may not be the highest in terms of rounds survived in plants, but you know who is? Two of his teammates. Zeno, the flank watch, and the smoke. That's who you want to be up there, followed closely by Rexavy, the hard support of the team, who also has the most plants in the league. And even there, Whitlock at fourth place. Whitlock is a secondary entry. He's usually up there with Gunner or playing the sledge, playing that soft breach role, and still being very aggressive on the defense. So this is just kind of a really good overview of just how dominant Team Mystic has been and how far and above they are compared to every other team in the league. Just every single category is a Team Mystic player at the top.
Yeah, so we've already had, like you said, the overview on a couple of players, but let's take a deeper dive. Let's see every single player that's going to be going on. Like you said, on Mystic's side, Gunner, Whitlock, Feltwinter, Rexavy, and Zeno. These are players that are so dominant, but they're going up against a team just as infamous. Arial Arise, Og, Dami, Adapt, Woods, Spiker, really great players. And just look at the overall stats. Both of these teams very similar on things such as attacking win percentage, defensive win percentage, overall rounds played. Sure, you can look at Team Mystic and see that they've lost significantly less rounds, but them during the regular season was stomping everybody, and they've been the just head and shoulders above team across the entirety of the league. And for Arial Arise, it's definitely going to be a daunting task to try to dethrone Team Mystic.
Yeah, like it says right at the top, Team Mystic with a plus 49 round differential. If you guys are unaware of how Siege works for whatever reason, and you're watching competitive, each map is first to 7. Team Mystic has 7 maps worth of positive round differential. That is tremendous. And just look at the stats.
Arial Arise has like 3.5 worth.
Yeah, that's two off of a full 4 maps. But I mean, look at the stats. Mystic, every single player at a 1.0 or above. The lowest rated player on the team being Zeno, the flank watch smoke. That's kind of what you expect. He's still been doing his job admirably. I mean, if you see him play, Zeno is an incredible flank watch. Rexavy up next. I mean, Feltwinter 1.11. He's 31 and 17 on the entry differential. Whitlock right behind Gunner, where we expect him to see, but again, Gunner just head and shoulders above everybody else in the league. Og, though, in second place in the current lobby. He's also done incredibly well, currently 31-14 on the entry, positive KD, but unfortunately, no one else on Arial Arise is actually above that 1.0 threshold, and that's kind of the main reason why you see down here, all of us, except for Ferme, are in favor of Mystic for very good reason.
Yeah, I think overall Arial Arise has the potential to maybe take a map or two off, but Mystic have just been so consistent throughout weeks upon weeks, different formats. You got best of twos during the regular season, best of threes during the playoffs. NSG Cups, Gatekeepers turns Team Mystic are undefeated. They just win every single one of them. They are getting quite a lot of prize money and just continuing their reign of dominance that it's hard to bet against them.
Yeah, It's like a Parabellum or Ape, right? In Challenger League. It's like this is just a team that you don't bet against. They're the T3 team right now. Arial Arise, like as soon as Gunner and Whitlock left, well, actually, really, as soon as Max and Kool-Aid left, it started kind of a little bit of a slow descent from that Arial Arise CCS winning squad. And Gunner and Whitlock moving over to Mystic really cemented the fact that Mystic, previously known as the Gatekeepers, were really the best team in T3, now winning 3 NSG monthlies in a row, in addition to now being in the grand finals of SCS. And you can see, too, and it's not just us that are in the favor of Mystic, but the community as well. It's a 62% for Mystic, only 38% for Arial Arise. Although, I mean, it depends on how Arial Arise play. Most of the success we've seen from them through the lower bracket is because Arial Arise have just thrown caution to the wind, and they've been almost pug stacking. And it's been working because, I mean, the 5 players on
pug stacking, they have admitted to it with the Luke Woods interview.
Arial Arise, I mean, they have the ability to. You look at all 5 of those players, they're extremely talented players. It's just Mystic have a little bit more of that cohesion, a little bit more of that structure, which is why they've been a hell of a lot more consistent, as Gunner is currently screaming in our ears in the pre-game lobby. He is a very loud individual, but of course we always wish Sean the best of luck. We want to see where the hell we are going. It is my great honor and pleasure to announce that, ladies and gentlemen, Oregon has been banned. We don't have to cast Oregon, Connor. Oh my God. I am so happy. Look at the maps. Consulate, Chalet, Kafe, Villa, Clubhouse. So we are going to be guaranteed a Chalet pick. Actually, no, that Villa pick. The Villa ban is correct. The Villa pick should be Coastline. That's Coastline. So we are guaranteed Chalet, and if Arial Arise can just take one map,
we get Coastline.
We'll get, well, I say that, but if Arial Arise and Mystic both take a map, we are guaranteed Coastline. So I am very, very happy with this map pool.
Yeah, I mean, this map pool is as exciting as the matchup itself. I mean, goodbye, Oregon, never want to cast you anymore against Oregon. Whatever you want to call the map. Villa, it's kind of mid-tier. It can be exciting, but not as exciting as the rest. Maybe if I would take Villa and put it in place of Kafe, I wouldn't really complain. But Consulate, Chalet, Coastline, Clubhouse is a decider. Clubhouse is a decider and a best of 5.
I feel like that's the best way to make Clubhouse actually exciting, right? Because normally Clubhouse is just kind of like, man, we're going to club again. We're gonna see the same stuff. But the fact that it's map 5, that kind of overrides all that. I'm planning if this goes to map 5, which I don't know if it will. Again, Mystic,
my voice will be gone.
We're really good. Yeah, Clubhouse. It should be pretty cool. We should see some interesting stuff. So we do have all 10 players in the lobby. As soon as they are ready, we can get right into it. Of course, it will be Consulate, Team Mystic's pick. So if you guys also are confused as to how the best of 5 works, as this was a double elimination playoff bracket, there's no advantage.
Nope.
No map advantage. Your advantage is that you got to play less games and that, well, Team Mystic get their first pick of map. No map advantage. So we will be playing a proper, straight up best of 5. First to 3 maps. As now we load into Consulate, we'll see the operator ban phase. We're probably going to be seeing stuff like, Nomad, Thatcher, Miravalk.
Pulse, maybe.
Could be Pulse too.
Could be a Pulse. We know the very patented Arial Arise strat of split bomb site. which is now, I would say, more of a Team Mystic strat because they have more of that core players than Arial Rise does. You know, they have Whitlock and Gunner as opposed to just having Dami. I mean, I'd take Dami on my team. Dami's a great player.
Dami's good. Look, I was right.
Yeah,
and in that order.
Perfect. Now are we gonna see Mira Pulse or Mira/Val?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Arial Rise want to give Mystic the benefit of having a Valkyrie. Although I do know Mystic like Mira on this map, so they may leave her up, and it's actually going to be Mystic to ban out the Valkyrie. So that does make sense because, again, you know, Mystic likes Mira. Rexavy plays it a lot. We even sometimes see Whitlock and Xeno on the Mira too. The final ban, this would probably be, like you said, either a Pulse or no, it's a Melusi.
Actually, that makes a lot of sense. I should have really had that one in my mind because last week Arial Rise banned Melusi on every single map because it lets them run. It lets them run in a straight line without having to slow down. That's what they do.
That's my unranked ban is Melusi.
It is.
Because Lord knows I don't want to be walking into site 30 seconds into the round and then being stopped by a Banshee. That's no fun. Who likes getting stopped by that? She's very annoying. So let's take her.
She's very fun to play, though.
She is fun to play. I'll give her that. But fun to play against, not
different
so much.
Story.
Yeah, not great. Especially when you're against, you know, the people in unranked who treat every round like it's invite finals. But it's going to be Garage first for Arial Rise. And look at their lineup. They've got the Mute, they've got the Vigil, they've got the Jaeger. So while they have that site presence in the Cade and the Smoke, we'll likely also see those Roamers come through. Mystic, of course, without the use of the Nomad, because she is banned, will be bringing the Zero. That's normally who we see replacing her on the lineups. He's just as an effective flank watch as she is, if not even more so, because you can hide those cameras a little bit better. They don't have that loud chirping sound that the air jabs do, so there's no sound cue whatsoever, only that dim green glow, which again, like I said, is very easy to conceal. And Nomad's only got 3 air jabs. Zero has 4 of those Argus cams. So as long as you have someone consistently flipping through there, as well as being supplemented by flank drones, you can have eyes on every corner of the map. And one of the teams that we first saw really take advantage of that was Honor on Coastline, who unfortunately didn't really have any success on Coastline after that.
Yeah, pretty much the fundamental difference between air jabs and those SAM cams, Argus cams, whatever you want to call them, is as soon as a roamer hits an air jab, the roamers, you know, they kind of get their guard up and they know that there's going to be people watching for them. But you can just be walking straight into a trap and have no idea if those SAM cams are hidden properly. But we'll have to see how those pan out as the initial roam clears coming out from Team Mystic. Like most attacking teams on Consulate, they're starting out top down. They're trying to hold a bunch of rotations and start pinching away the Jaeger of Og, and they do a pretty damn good job of it as they're gonna pick him off in record-breaking time. On the other side, Spiker, the other roamer, also taking a lot of damage, but Dami still left alive inside of Long Desk. Has an SMG-11, not the best long-range weapon in the world, but he's quite prolific with the secondary, and he's going to be trying to go for these frags to even back up the man count. But once again, as soon as I say that, Whitlock going to end it up, stealing the kill, the down of Feltwinter. But 2 kills for no cost so far, and only about 1 minute and 15 burned.
Yeah, quite the efficient roam clear from Mystic, and that's something that we know they're capable of doing all too well. I mean, how many times do we see Mystic clearing a roam and it's gone in the first minute 25? They tend to be a very coordinated team, and they certainly know how to play off of their guns. Now Spiker on just 1 HP. He's being stared down by the Argus cam. Xeno now very aware of that presence. Spiker will have to fall back down to the site soon enough. He can't afford to be taking these aggressive gunfights on players that he doesn't exactly have intel on, not when he's only 1 bullet's worth of HP left. Meanwhile, during that roam clear, the wall has been opened. The Cade charges of Adapt proving ineffectual as he's killed from the yellow stairs. He's too distracted by the breach. Woods, though, with a good refrag, he'll take out the top performer in all of SCS, but by now, Gunner's already done his job. He's already gotten 2 kills, and Rexavy's going to start the plant. Woods is going to throw the Toxic Babe canister, but it's not going to hit White Van. They've got no clue where it is. Xeno gets 1 pick on a Spiker, and Feltwinter moving down yellow stairs, taking up the position of Gunner, finds the last one. Mystic take a very well-played round number 1.
I would say overall, the best way to describe Mystic right now is incredibly comfortable. They knew everything that Arial Arise was going for on their roam. They just kept on pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing. Nothing that Arial Arise, all those roamers that they allocated towards offsite presence just went down like domino. Sure, Spiker got away, but you couldn't even say he ran away. He limped. He limped all the way down the staircase, was on about 5 HP. A single bullet of any weapon that the attackers were bringing would have sent him down, and we saw that and eventually happen as just everybody on Team Mystic flooded the site. They got the plant down, but their post-plant positions that were already set up to be strong didn't even matter.
And Arial Arise don't want to deal with that downstairs again. They're done. They figured, all right, that roam wasn't great. Mystic proved to be too strong, and from then, you know, the wall was opened. They didn't even need Rex to be on that roam clear, but of course, because of course, you know, Mystic know better. They can do more than more than one thing at once. Now they'll have to attack onto Lobby Press Room, where Arial Arise have a slightly different operator lineup. They will drop the what did they have? They'll drop the Vigil, and they'll drop the Kate. They'll bring in a Rooney and a Wamai. So a little bit more utility denial to supplement this top floor meeting hold, this room being pivotal to this defense, and having that Aruni too to add a little bit of extra burn. So between the Aruni, the Jaeger, the Wamai, and the Smoke Shield, there's going to be a lot for Mystic to move through trying to take this top floor.
But we saw how strong their top floor take was last time, and it's starting off with a little bit of a bang, a couple of whiffed shots between Spiker and Gunner, more so exchanging unpleasantries than actual damage. But now both players know that they're going to be locked into a death duel coming soon. More drone information coming out as Wicklock finds the rotate hole of bathroom and understands that, yes, there is a player playing in that location, trying to make sure that you can't just swing into yellow stairs for free, you can't just walk up them. But as soon as I say that, everybody on the side of Arial Arise has fallen back, all the way into Projector, all the way into Coffin, trying to play these long angles, keep their roam alive on the top floor for as long as possible, because, like a fine wine, all of the defenders kind of get better as, you know, the latter half of the round comes through. There's a lot of plant denial, there is a lot of just area denial, as well as, you know, guns are great, and as soon as Mystics start feeling the constraint of time slowly kind of constrict their options, it's not as fun, and now that's compounded even more so as Spiker gets his first kill onto Feltwinter.
Good stuff from Spiker to start things off for his team. That was actually, it looked like, was that through the hatch or up spiral stairs? I'm not quite sure where that was.
I believe he
but
dropped after the kill.
Feltwinter dropped?
No, Spiker got the kill and dropped.
Okay, Spiker dropped, okay. I thought you said Feltwinter, I thought you meant Feltwinter dropped through the hatch to chase the kill and then died.
You know, that wouldn't have surprised me.
Yeah, that would also have been very unfortunate. So good job to Spiker. Again, you take off an important piece of utility. Now there's less to deal with those Aruni gates and the Wamai magnets and the smoke shield if it's not been cleared out just yet. You also take a body off of that top floor, but in doing so, you have given up the top floor control. There's about a minute left in the round now, and Mystic are going ahead, starting to do their due diligence, taking control of those hatches, and likely having Whitlock start to break the floor as well. The Aruni gate on the front door will be zapped open, so Spiker is now very aware of that. He's got 2 discs in his pocket. I imagine he'll try and dispatch those soon to try and, you know, take up any nades or anything. Here's the Gemini from Gunner coming through and spotting the Wamai behind the circle desk, but there's a team kill.
No.
I don't even know how Adapt killed him. Was he trying to shoot the Gemini?
He was trying to shoot the Gemini.
That's so unfortunate, Adapt. You gotta be more careful than that, as Woods takes a lot of damage. Gunner is gonna finish off the kill, but there's a flank watch through the hole onto yellow. Aug is not gonna be able to retake this upstairs. His plan now failing, and he'll have to go back to the site. However, Dami does get a second one, so the man count has now evened out. Adapt has taken Dami's place Spiker's place over by the circle desk, but Adapt has now gone down to Gunner. C4 out, needs to deny the plant, but no, Gunner takes him out before he can let it go. That's a perfect kill from Gunner and a third for the Iana. Mystic take round number 2.
That's why we often call him the best player in this league. It's not for nothing. Look at the pure skill, picking up 4 kills for his team, and his beautiful face flashes across our screen, showing that he yawned after getting that kill. Just, it's so easy for him. He's so cool, calm, and collected. And overall, Team Mystic starting off pretty much flawlessly. That round, they looked more human than their superhuman efforts of attacking the basement, where a couple of frags finally went the way of Arial Arise. However, the map control that they got was just too much. They understood that there were only so many positions that the remaining defenders could come from. They had a couple of players just watching each one of those, and it just so happened everybody peeked Gunner's way. And surprise, surprise, it's not a good idea to try to peek Gunner.
Yeah, Gunner as well could not have timed that better. That was perfect. If he hadn't dropped the hatch then, hadn't gotten the kill onto, I mean, it was adapt behind circle desk and taken that position.
Wait, I have a question, Crow.
What's up?
Should we count that as an ace for Gunner because he technically kind of got the kill onto Spiker?
Yo, true.
Because he did get adapt to kill Spiker with his Gemini.
All right, we'll give him a
4.5.
Give him a pseudo ace.
Yeah, he's a pseudo ace.
Well, like I was saying, you know, if he wasn't there behind circle desk, he wouldn't have been able to stop that C4. Dami would have denied the plant, and with the time so low, who knows what would have happened. So perfect timing and positioning there from Gunner. Now we see Arial Arise attempt this Archives Teller's hold. It's not the same Arial Arise hold that we're used to. It's a little bit different. We got Og on Oryx and Dami on Legion, two operators that are a little bit unfamiliar to this strategy, at least for me. I remember when they used to take the... What was it? It was a Maestro and then like either a Vigil or a Melusi. Of course, the Melusi's banned, so it would have to be a Vigil, but of course, you know, they'd rather run the Oryx. Og already took a lot of damage thanks to that pre-fire we saw through the window. Will likely be playing a little bit more passive now, but he's got the hatches open for that rotatability. Of course, Arial Rise holding onto admin as long as possible means that Mystic is going to have to clear top down.
Yeah, what's more so interesting is the lack of nitro cells that you typically see accompany this bomb site. Sometimes you see 4, even 5 being brought by the defenders, but if you let your guns do the talking like Adapt does, that sometimes helps out. Dropping off Gunner's a great first step, but Feltwinter is right there for the refrag in pretty quick succession, but now it's a 4v4. You lost your nades on the Yana, and you lost your top frag, but overall, removing one of the roamers is a good first step in the right direction, but you still have a couple more to go for. Woods all the way downstairs with Og, high mobility, the ability to jump through those hatches, could have just appear at any given moment, especially because his movement is not hindered by those air jabs that were banned away. Could be interesting later on, but what's more interesting and more pressing of the issue is how are they going to get rid of both Dami and Spiker sitting over in Printer and Coffin respectively.
Well, that's how. Apparently, Feltwinter's just going to walk up long desk. Dami peeks in for the refrag, which he gets, but Whitlock is on top of it. Excellent trade game by Mystic upstairs to take out the remaining roamers. Og will try and move back up Spiral and retake some of this lost ground, but by the time he's moved up there, Whitlock has already dropped off. He's going to take a fight with Rexavy, but actually it's Woods to get that kill. And we're back to an even 2v2, and Whitlock has no idea Og was on the top floor, so down Spiral, the Oryx will get his kill. That leaves Xeno in a 1 versus 2, though Woods and Og are slightly worse for wear. Here comes the swing. Excellent kill from Xeno, only taking 1 bullet in the process. We're back to a 1v1. 45 seconds left. Xeno's going to hear that vault through the window, though, but the pre-fire gives away his location and his intentions to Og. But the diffuser is downstairs. Xeno can recover that and try and plant inside of the B-bomb site. Og, I'm not quite sure if he's got any intel. Unless there's a Mozzie pest there, there's nothing to actually feed him anything direct. But he knows what's going on. Xeno's going to try and get a little bit aggressive, though. Try and catch Og on the rotate. He sees him inside, or might see him inside of the blue hall. Og is playing this just as passively as he needs to. He knows he can waste away this time. He doesn't have to take the gunfight. It's up to Xeno to go for the kill or go for the plant. But now that Xeno knows Og is downstairs, he's just going to rotate all the way back up. Og is holding the mirror window. I'm not quite sure if he has the sound cue, but here's the rotate. Xeno on the plant. He's got to keep it going. It's 0-0 now. Og, you have to push. He's got the info. Xeno knows because of the cam. And lifting up the plant, he gets the final kill as Og gets stuck on the wall. Another round for Mystic.
That's just beautiful play by Xeno. He's one of the unsung heroes of this Team Mystic roster. And that was ice in the veins level clutch. The mind games coming out, the game of cat and mouse going into the favor of the prey as opposed to the predator. Being able to properly rotate up the stairs and get that plant down was poetry in motion. However, what's more fun is that somebody named Not Sod, my favorite player on Team Aqualix, redeemed something in chat. He redeemed something in chat, and that is to do Russian casting from Ferme. So welcome to the booth, the leader, our fearless leader for SCS. Ferme.
Здравствуйте всем, очень приятно мне с вами находиться. Ну, мы переходим на 4-й раунд. Получается, 3 раунда уже Мистик получили себе, а атаки у них очень сильные. Понимаешь, когда Arial пытается защищать Консулат, ну, это тоже карта, она... Атакеры у них, получается, больше у них шансов выигрывать. Потому что мы видели в Про-лиге, мы видели в Челленджер, очень много команд собирается вообще первым начинать атаку на этой карте. Как ты думаешь про это по поводу, Конор?
See, I have no idea what you're saying, but it sounds elegant and pretty. But overall, with Team Mystic taking the lead early on, sure, Consulate can swing into the side of the attackers, but maybe not this much. Sure, this is Team Mystic's map choice after all, and you would expect them to be more comfortable. There's a saying in T3 that Gunner, as well as Whitlock, just don't know how to lose this map. And it's seeming to come quite true. And overall, Arial Arise, they've had growth on a round-to-round basis. First round being a grand slam for Team Mystic, just absolutely obliterating. The second round, a little bit closer. And then round 3 is pretty much neck and neck, a 1v1, finally going into the way of Xeno, just outplaying. But once again, you can say that's too close for comfort. But since it's round 4, we're going to see the same defenses on display for Arial Arise. They're back down in the basement. And Team Mystic looked very, very good last time they went up on this bomb site.
Да, Мистик пока в первые 50 секунд раунда еще ничего не произошло. Они пытаются получить контроль самого это 3-го этажа. Ну, некоторые люди будут говорить, что это 2-й этаж, так как у нас есть подвал на этой карте. И мне кажется, один человек находится... Это Мози, этот Доми пытается немного отразить их атаку, но он сразу же падает вниз. И достаточно времени он уже их потратил. Минута 20 уже... Получается, и может одну ударить, но не получается. И получил одну из этого эксплозив. Получай второй! Его 2 первых килла elimination уже убил 2 человек. Им нужен этот раунд получить, чтобы назад свой импульс и получить назад эту карту себе. Они не могут ее так проиграть. Уже 3 раунда нужно им выходить назад.
Really well done by Dami, just going absolutely huge. But even more interesting is Spiker left alive all the way on the top floor. His flank potential is massive, and so is Og as he makes his way down top spiral stairs. A couple of yellow pings to show that there are people trying to apply vertical pressure inside of Piano, but also Xeno watching the flank inside of Visa. A beautiful kill onto Spiker is a good reclaim, finally a frag onto the side of Team Mystic as the man advantage is not in their favor, but now it's made even worse. It's a 2v4, the breach is opening up, and it's just Xeno and Rexavi against the world.
Остается 2 человека, уже не знаю, 30 секунд остается, наверное, уже не получится этот раунд им получить. Наверное, один, это Зина, наверное, сейчас упадет с этого хача. Может умереть, один уже сидит. О, получается, Рексиви его убил. Только 15 секунд осталось, уже смоки, канистры выходят. И им нужно получить доступ к сайту, но уже один умер, последний Зин остается. И Адапт всех их пристрелил. Arial Arise получает себе раунд номер 4.
Well, that was an experience.
Wow.
Russian casting. Just wow. Incredible.
That was certainly...
Once again, thank you to Sod. He did this.
Man.
Remember that. Remember. Never forget. Not
Sod
R6 on
not
Twitter.
Sod R6. Follow for more bangers from Sod. Yeah, that round was really well done by Arial Arise. First of all, that C4 from Dami knocking off Gunner really early in the round. I mean, not only is that a first pick, but it's also Gunner, a massive performer for this team. They were then able to string together 2. And the top floor, because of that kill onto Gunner and because Mystic started to rotate away, never really got cleared. So Og is happy to sit upstairs. He gets a kill onto Whitlock, starts to fall back to the site. That leaves Xeno and Rexavi completely separated. Xeno was what, like inside of like...
Visa.
Well, he was Visa, and then we saw him like upstairs, clearing, face-checking console before he walks by Yellow. And Rexavi is outside the breach. They reconsolidate on Yellow stairs, but by then, I mean, you're just two people staring at that angle, and they don't know adapt as pipes, and that's pretty easy two-piece. So good job by Arial, kind of fixing up their roam a little bit, preventing Mystic from actually clearing them, as they obviously prefer to. Now, we're back to lobby, a site that Arial Arise has tried and failed, thanks to a brilliant top-floor clear by Mystic. Arial Arise are able to clear, or are able to fix their roam from last round. See if they can fix it for here as well.
Yep, Arial Arise, the biggest improvement that they've had is their roam game, which on a map such as Consulate is oh so imperative to get right. It's somewhat difficult because the amount of windows that you have to worry about, and Team Mystic are definitely comfortable to repel, definitely comfortable just picking up those freebies, as they would most likely call it. Their drone work has been great, but bringing the Mozzie has done just enough, especially on last round, that has made it difficult for the attackers to gather information, which on a team like Mystic, they definitely do better when they have the necessary information to go for their executes. They don't like face checking. They're a lot more organized than people give credit for. And there we go, the window repel coming in as Feltwinter picks up, like I mentioned, a freebie onto Spiker.
That is your Wamai dead, one of those important top-floor roamers, as well as, aiding in that utility denial, as Gunner's already posted up on the main door. Maruni Gate already burned. Whitlock gets a second pick, but this time, instead of onto a roamer, it's onto the smoke in the site, one of the most important anchors. In fact, the person that might be the only anchor. Whitlock is just going to swing right into Antechamber, and look, there's nothing to stop him. Dommy's going to come down yellow stairs. Og is by far and away the closest player here, but he's still like bottom spiral. I don't even know where Adapt is, and the plant is going to go down relatively for free. Rexavy coming off of the plant even gets a frag of his own onto Dommy, leaving it all up to Og now in a 1 versus 5. He gets one onto Zeno, but can't find the second. Mystic take a dominant round number 5, as there is just too little sight presence on Arial.
Yeah, a really great read by Mystic to see that, hey, last time their roam wasn't the easiest thing to break down. And after that, sure, Gunner popped off with a 4K, a technical ace that we give him credit for. You don't want to have to rely on those hero plays every single time, so why not switch up your attack? Lots of repelling, and lots of just getting into the bomb site when you know it's clear. That plant went down at 1 minute and 30 seconds. Halfway done with the round, already into the end game, and after more frags, just cutting off the bomb site, cutting off the rotations of any of the Arial Arise roamers that wanted to come back down to site, you're left with just Og in a 1v5. Sure, he was able to pick up one, but the Roni doesn't have the ability to go for multiple gunfights. He got caught with his pants down, the refrag game was clean, and Team Mystic now have confirmed, at the worst, a 4-2 attacking half.
Good job to Mystic so far, as Arial Arise have yet to pull up a concrete answer. They'll try to do so on Archives Tellers. Probably, other than the garage round in which they won, Archives was their best chance at actually taking a round. If you guys remember, it was actually a 1v2 that Zeno clutched up, finding both of the players on Arial Arise, fairly separated from each other, and just really playing that 1v1 against Og to perfection, knowing that, if he rotates upstairs, Og has no choice but to move up Visa. And what's on Visa? A 0 cam. And the wall was closed. So even better for him. Great stuff by Zeno. We'll see if Mystic can do a little bit better on their roam clear this time of Arial Arise, as again, it was a one-man advantage going into the site execute. But Arial Arise, if they get that advantage again, they're able to accrue that man advantage and that positional advantage. They really don't want to let this slip away. Again, it's miles of difference between a 4-2 half and a 5-1.
Yeah, it goes from expected split sometimes to a really bad situation really quickly. And picking up Rexavy's a great first pick, usually on most bomb sites, but there's not a whole lot of hard breach necessity for split. However, Dommy's starting to heat up, and that might be an unknown quantity that Team Mystic might not want to have to deal with. Gunner also taking a lot of damage once again at the hands of Dommy. This roam game coming out in full force as he's going to be swinging into Projector, but it's Adapt to get the kill. Ooh. Also onto Whitlock is an absolute slaughter upstairs. Feltwinter able to answer back onto Dommy, but how much damage has really been done? If you look at it on paper, trading Dommy for Rexavy, Gunner, and Whitlock, that's the best trade deal in the history of trade deals, perhaps ever.
Even a monkey can understand that. It doesn't even have to do anything with the players. It's just, 3 for 1. Big number versus little number. Ooh, ooga booga.
Ooh, math.
But Felwinter and Xeno, the last two attackers, yet again, we see the same thing. They're very separated. Xeno is outside Visa, and Felwinter was upstairs, but his position unknown. I'll give him a free kill onto Spiker. Looking for Adapt through the wall. He will tag the Jaeger up quite a bit, but as Xeno tries to move in and take advantage of the positioning, he'll get cut down by the very same operator. Adapt is now lit up to just 1 point of HP, but Felwinter is stuck in a 1 versus 3. Now, he does have time. That's the one thing he's got on his side. He's got more than a minute remaining as he deals even more damage to the defense. Og now down to about half. He also watches the Mira rotate up Visa, but he can't land the shot in time. Arial and Rise take round number 6 as they slowly whittle away at the final player. It's a 4-2 half that will be recovered.
Definitely improvement as the game has gone on for Arial Arise, where the first 3 rounds wasn't very pretty. Then each time they went to the bomb site, besides lobby, they looked so much better. But now as we switch on to the attacking half, I don't know if they're going to go for the 1 step forward, 2 steps back kind of deal, where they're going to have that little bit of buffer area trying to properly figure out what Mystic are bringing to the table. That's a luxury that they cannot afford considering the deficit that they're going for. Look at the lineup for Mystic. Vigil Mozzie with a Jaeger. That's 3 roamers. This could be rough if Arial Arise's roam clear is not on point. And starting off on lobby press, a bomb site that the roam game is a requirement as opposed to a choice you can make. Arial Arise are going to have to come out the gate swinging.
Like you said, not only do you have those 3 pivotal roamers on the 3 highest performers of Mystic, Felwinter, Gunner, and Whitlock, but you've also got more than enough site presence. Rexivy and Xeno, both going to be holding down around bathroom as the Mira and the Smoke able to operate off of those one-way mirrors, which are a great stall tactic, as well as the toxic gas canisters to supplement it. So they're going to try not to fall into the same trap that Arial did, where they have too much roam presence and not enough site presence. But Arial Arise will have to deal with these upstairs roamers, and they'll have to deal with a spawn peek from Gunner. We see Gunner going for this type of thing all the time on the defense, especially on a map like Consulate, where just so many windows, it is pretty unpredictable. And like that, he'll put Dami down to about 10-ish HP? Maybe
7.
less? That's huge from Gunner, as now the most aggressive operator on Arial Arise will be limping throughout the map.
Yeah, your Ash, that's the tip of the spearhead, especially because Dami's been playing well. Only Adapt keeping up the pacing in the frag department, which on the operators, Ash and Zofia, that's what you want. But they're, for the side of Dami, not going to be doing too hot, and neither is Og as the Yana Falls Gunner with the Roni going ham. But Spiker's going to get the refrag, making sure the damage done to the entirety of the attack isn't crippling. It's only just a mere flesh wound, a scratch, if you will. But Dami's taken quite a few more of those. Now we're going to see Arial Arise going for, we'll say, a similar vein of the attack for Mystic. Lots of repels upstairs to make sure that the vertical pressure can't be applied properly with the footholes or the hatch being open, as well as people starting to go for the bomb site as opposed to full roam clear. It could work out in their favor, and they have a minute and a half to do so. And things are about to ramp up in probably the next 10 seconds.
It looks like Arial Arise aren't really looking to full clear this roam, but rather hold it in place and have the cutoffs and make sure that if the roamers do try to influence those site players, they get cut down. But Rexivy, who is on the site, is going to take out Spiker. Now your Zero is dead. If all those Zero cams haven't gone out already, it will remain in pocket. Whitlock upstairs, he'll cut down Woods. Felwinter finishes off what little was left of Dami, and that leaves just Adapt upstairs on the Suicide Rappel. He gets a nice headshot onto Whitlock, but whether or not that will be impactful remains to be seen. Likely not, as he's stuck in a 1 versus 3 with only 55 seconds left. Diffuser dropped outside the main door, and he's got all these windows to worry about. Looks like he's not even really focused on picking up said Diffuser, just going for the kills, but he's got no clue that Rexivy is inside the cubby, and down he goes. Mystic with round number 7, extending their lead to 5-2.
Yep, and this was the exact scenario I was worried about for Arial Arise. They weren't going to expect the aggression that Mystic were bringing forward. And right now, they don't have enough time to adjust. Next time we go to that bomb site, the game might already be over. This map might already be finished. If basement and either split or top floor, most likely split. Yep, as split gets brought up.
Oh, damn
Could
it. I just wrote garage.
Well, that's why notes are fun sometimes. You gotta predict that all of a sudden Mr. going to be like, nah, not the
It's okay,
basement.
I
We'll take
turned-
half of the basement.
It's okay. I turned the word garage into the word archives.
That's
Call me-
good.
Call me the wordsmith.
100 word. So, much language. But, so, speaking of split, this was a bomb site that was incredibly close for Arial Arise both times on their defense. One time they won it, one time Xeno just went kind of crazy and clutched with some of the most insane mind games I've seen in a long time. So, rivaling pretty much only Lava on Team Bone before they turned Wichita Wolves on that one game where he just sprinted around the entire map. But Xeno was doing his best Gavin Lava Griffiths impression and it worked out into his favor. But the fundamental difference between Arial Arise's defense and Mystics is the amount of utility that is being brought forward onto the top floor, mainly over an admin. We see ADSs, we see spawn peaks, and we see a whole lot of bodies as Gunner's being so aggressive. And you can't re-peek adapt. He's got the superior scope, he's got the superior aim, and down goes the Nitro that I was just about to talk about, because Gunner's well known for a certain lineup that can decimate repels.
Ah, the trademarked Gunner C4, right through the admin repel. Gunner hasn't gotten a pick in the last couple rounds. Well, he did in the last round. Won't in this one. We suck on 8-6. And Arial Arise are already adjacent to Visa, which is itself adjacent to the bomb site. They are now in Visa, as they've claimed 3 kills of their own. Finally, there's going to be a refrag as Rexavy sends out the C4 to clean up Woods, but Rexavy has taken quite the punishment. He's down to just above 10 HP-ish, around that kind of ballpark. Whitlock, the only full HP member of the defense and Rexavy's partner in crime right now, is still upstairs, still holding down that top floor, and if left unchecked, well, he could do certainly a lot of damage. He'll take out Dominut, starting to move down Visa. Back to a 2 versus 3, so it's only a 1-man advantage that Arial Arise currently are holding down. Whitlock avoiding that repel player by rotating around Paper. He'll rotate through Meeting and take up by Long Desk, maybe looking for a yellow flank. Arial Arise, they effectively can put a 2v1 or even a 3v1 on site and just trade themselves out, taking Rexavy with only 1 bullet. It would be a fairly simple task. Maybe they're just very scared about putting Whitlock in a 1 versus 2 because, you know, if there's anyone on Mystic who's going to be able to do that, it would be someone like him, especially on the Jaeger. Arial Arise just being very careful about where they put their bodies as Spiker finally finishes off that player, and Whitlock hitting the deck, can't find Adapt. Arial Arise almost take a little bit too long, but are still able to find round number 8.
Yep. It started off really great for Arial Arise, then there was a little bit of a lull in the action, then they finish it off. So, really well done by them. The initial roam clear in admin, sure, Gunner threw his life. He tried to hand it to Adapt as much as he could, and Adapt is just going to take it, and took the man advantage, took a Nitro off the board, and pretty much one of the only frags for the side of Mystic came from the other Nitro cell in the back pocket of Rexavy on an already downed player. So, as that bomb site didn't pan out into the favor of Mystic, it didn't go according to plan, it's time to swap on to Garage, a bomb site that either goes really well for attackers or really, really poorly.
Defenders, protect
Well,
your bombs from being defused by attackers.
see how it goes. Mystic are yet again looking like they're going to set up for a roam. How much they actually have dedicated to the roam, though, remains to be seen, as they're not bringing the Mozzie, they're not bringing a Mute, it's just the Vigil. But as Gunner goes all the way upstairs with 2 Aruni gates in his pocket, I think we can reasonably guess how much is going to be dedicated here, even making a rotate. So they'll likely have a 3-man top floor hold with leaving 2 men on site, plenty of rotate options back, mainly focused in around this console area to deny any attacking pressure in Piano. Is very common now, especially with the advent of Aruni. Put her upstairs with a couple roamers, and of course you have the smoke and the Mira down on the site, playing off of those Mira windows, playing with the gas canisters, and certainly, you know, having very good positions and guns to do so with. Gunner will, for the 3rd round in a row, go for another spawn peek. Someone's staring down that window, though, and Gunner is going to think better of it and fall off just as the shots start to ring through. Wood's not able to take the head off of that player just yet. We'll see if Arial Arise are able to as adequately clear Mystic's roam as they had been done to themselves.
Yep, more shots coming out. The upside down rappel of Spiker. That very characteristic sound of the WA 2000, or I think it's like the
SC3000K.
Yeah, something like that. It just reminds me of the WA 2000 from MW2. But
that was a sniper rifle.
No, the
WA 2000.
I'm thinking of the
was
F2000.
Yeah,
Darn.
the WA 2000 was a
semi-automatic.
a short barrel. Yeah, it was a short barrel sniper.
Alrighty, so I'm wrong. But so disregard that. But nonetheless, Feltwinter got some bullets in him and gotten taken down to about 30 HP. But that's a lot more HP than both Og and Dami have, as the roam clear proves lethal down to the side of Mystic. Their roam game looking too strong. And you lose Dami and you lose Og. The Sledge and the Ash. Two very important operators for clearing bulletproof utility, as well as the vertical pressure inside a piano that Og was trying to go for, as those walls or those floors will most likely remain closed and allow anchoring gameplay to feel a lot more comfortable. But speaking of that, Gunner, he's using his Iron Fist. He's going to open up the angles to stop the breach run-in and for the side of Arial Arise. If somebody like Woods tries to walk in for a plant, he's probably going to meet an early demise and not feel very good about that one. The Arial Arise attackers are pretty spread out. They don't seem to have a direction to go for. Two people on the backside, mainly Spiker, crouch walking down the service stairs, trying to find a free kill through that rotate hole, but decides maybe I should drone a bit more, which is what Adapt was able to do to fell Rexavy inside the bomb site, dropping off the Mira. However, it's still a 3v3 going into the side of the defenders. They're feeling more comfortable. They have utility, 2 Toxic Babe canisters in the back pocket of Xeno, which will most likely be flying out shortly.
One of the attackers was actually crouch walking down Visa stairs, and he nearly gets the cutoff onto Gunner as Spiker's actually just in the sight. He's able to find another kill for himself. He's trapped Gunner inside of security as he spots Whitlock on yellow. A great pick from the Zero. He's finally taken out by Gunner. The plant, though, will go down. It's enough of a distraction for the attack to get into their positions. Woods now planting behind the white van, but on yellow is Gunner. He's able to sprint up through the site, and it's just in time. There's only 10 seconds left, but Gunner barely on any HP. He's going to have to take the fight with Adapt. Adapt now has Diffuser, but Gunner's going to start to rotate away, and Adapt is going to be forced into the plant. It's 0-0. Gunner playing this perfectly. Down goes the Zofia, and Mystic able to take round number 9.
Just wow. Really well played by Gunner, but more so than that, you could kind of put some question marks on Adapt's head as he let Gunner just sprint up security hall to yellow and stop the plant. Adapt had one job, and he wasn't able to do it. Spiker did the most. He got a triple kill in that round. The beautiful flank down surface stairs absolutely decimated the defense, but he forgot one crucial piece. They forgot to kill Gunner. And out of all the players on Team Mystic that you want to kill early, it's definitely him. Now, unfortunately, we do have a pause, as Mystic are gonna go back to the drawing board and realize that they're on match point. Make sure to take a deep breath. That last round was intense, to say the least, and probably should not have gone into the favor of Gunner. But it did, because he's just simply built different.
Yeah, the one of the things that could have,
Felt crashed, that's why.
Oh, that's unfortunate. One of the things that could definitely put Arial Arise in a bit better of a position if they had just one more body, or if by the time Spiker killed that guy in yellow, if the plant went down immediately. We didn't really see Woods go for it until Spiker really lost his gunfight with Gunner in security. If it happened a little bit earlier, Gunner would have been distracted long enough. We saw by the time he actually rotated over towards yellow and killed the planter, Woods barely had any time left. He almost had that. It was this close. That close. But as well as Adapt, poor coverage, letting Gunner just sprint right through the middle of the site. I mean, through concrete into pipes for free. No zero cam, no drone, no nothing, no intel, and no sightline from Adapt. So that was unfortunate, especially Spiker running out of ammo. The SC3000K, decent fire rate, but only 26 bullets in the mag. And of course, if you're a normal human being, you're going to be running the Gone 6. So we didn't have a pistol to play with, and Gunner just was able to take advantage of that. So that was super unfortunate for Spiker at that point, stuck inside of cafeteria. If he had a different gun, maybe that round goes a different way, as Gunner was only 1 HP, which is another very confusing thing as to how Adapt was unable to win that fight. A lot of question marks in that round, but one thing's for sure, Mystic They're up 6-3. They hold map point. On Consulate, and Arial Arise are going to have to win 3 attacks in a row if they want to take this match. A feat a feat only done by Mystic in rounds 1 through 3.
Yep. Thankfully, Feltwinter has returned to the land of the living, his computer not fully giving out. Instead, he has returned to us, and we're going to see match point for Team Mystic on the bomb site of Lobby. A bomb site, if you recall correctly, that was interesting, to say the least, last time around.
Yeah, Mystic, we're playing rather aggressively in the circle desk.
Yeah. They went for the pseudo top clear, but overall it just seemed like they didn't have a clear defined direction on if they wanted to just bypass the roamers or just hit the site. It was kind of a little both, and then they were both seemed to be too weak to overcome any of the kind of 2 layers of the defense, whether it be the anchors, whether it be the roamers. They fell into that middle gray area and just got kind of run over by Whitlock peeking out of windows, and then Rexavy sitting in a closet.
Yeah, that was a little bit unfortunate for Arial Arise. Great stuff for Mystic so far on this map. Really only showing weaknesses few and far between in these rounds. That's what you expect to see from the favorite to win the entire league. Arial Arise, of course, starting with their top-down clear, as AUG is very early on the console repel, but Dami is actually down underneath, and I wonder, maybe Arial Arise is going to try something different. Maybe they're going to try for a bottom-up. This is not something that's too common, although with, at this point being about 2:15 in the round, with only Dami down there, I don't suppose that's the case. It's probably just him making sure no one can rotate in and around the basement, while the rest of the attackers go again upstairs. Adapt will take up that position on the rappel, and Woods will find the first kill of the round onto Whitlock through one of those sight windows.
Yep. Whitlock going down has been relatively quiet compared to his attacking half, but when you have people like Gunner dropping 12 kills and Feltwinter on 7, it's not bad. And overall, on the side of Arial Arise, just as Whitlock went quiet, so has Dami. At one point, he was, 5-3? Now he's 5-8. He definitely needs to turn it up and bring back for his team, because they essentially have to be flawless. They can't make any mistakes. A single mistake will go into the favor of Mystic taking a round and end our journey on Consulate a little bit earlier than Arial Arise would have liked. A quick refrag, essentially a trade later on onto AUG. A beautiful shot coming out of Rexavy was nice, but now Rexavy's dead because Dami from down below is finally able to make his way through. Gunner on the flank, able to get that refrag just a little bit timing wise.
Oh.
And the suppressed DMR of Feltwinter will drop down Adapt, leaving just Spiker and Woods against Gunner, Xeno, and Felt.
Poor roam clear attempt here from Arial Arise. I mean, sure, they're able to keep in trade, but the fact that Adapt swung into console as Spiker backed off of the Visa angle was not the play. You need Spiker to start moving up if you're going to be going for that repel. And Woods is now going to take even more damage thanks to Felt, who's happy to just keep sticking upstairs, persisting. The Aruni gate on the main door will also be reactivated as Woods just breaks through the yellow door. Very aware of that Aruni. He takes the head off of Feltwinter, avoiding the mirror window in bathroom. Gunner, though, inside of circle desk. He'll be the wall that Arial Arise have to punch through. Looking with the 1.5 on the Roni. No intel available for Arial Arise. That's an easy kill for Gunner. Looking for the second as Woods is only 1 HP. The map should be over right here unless Woods pulls out something miraculous. But no, Gunner will go for 3 and Mystic will take round number 10, winning their map pick of Consulate.
In a best of 5, you can expect for a team to take their map choice, which definitely starts to put a lot of pressure on Arial Arise for the next map, which is Chalet. Should be fun. Chalet, man, oh man, is Gunner looking dominant. 15 kills in 10 rounds.
6.
In 10 rounds. 1.5 KPR.
Yep. And a 2.5 KD.
Yep.
Quite the stuff.
Gunner's pretty good.
Yeah, I'd wager that Gunner, Gunner's a pretty good player.
Yeah, I can agree to that statement.
I think that's a pretty fairly agreeable statement. I think everybody in the comp community can attest to that. So, showing how dominant he is and how good his team is. Even when Gunnar was dying, Gunnar died early in round number 3. They still won it.
Clutch.
Well, okay. That's the only round where Gunnar died early that they actually won. Which I guess maybe I'll turn that point right on its head. Maybe that's just to attest how important Gunnar is to this squad. The only rounds that Arial Arise won, 2 out of the 3 of those were when they first picked Gunnar. Coincidence? I think
not.
Especially considering that Gunnar got a 4K on round 2. He was instrumental on the lobby plant attempt. He helped play aggressively, or he got the first pick, one of the first picks. The first pick of the round on their lobby defense, in which they played aggro and circle desk. And of course, he got the 1v3 and the 3K in the round we just watched. So Gunnar doing tremendously well, as
you would expect.
As we expect, yeah. Anything less, and I would have to have a talk with him.
Yeah, we'd have to load up the Twitter DM and just start yelling at him.
Sean would be in for a rude awakening. But we can look at instead of just talking qualitatively, we can take a look at how quantitatively well Gunnar did by looking at the stats. It's numbers time. My favorite time of the day. A 1.68 rating for Gunnar.
Almost nice.
Actually, it was negative on the entry this time. That's a little bit interesting, but still had a 70% cost, which is his average cost across the whole season. Even Whitlock, despite being the bottom fragger, a 70% cost. Now, Spiker, that's incorrect. Spiker definitely has more than a 0%. Not quite sure what that is. Adapt actually having the highest cost in the lobby. He was doing the most for his team, but when you're the only man positive on a map like Consulate against a team like Mystic, that is the opposite of a recipe for success. I guess we'll call that is a recipe for failure.
Yep, that definitely doesn't line up, especially because Consulate's a very frag-heavy map. Not as much as Coastline and even our next map of Chalet, but you still need to get kills. I mean, at its core, this is a first-person shooter, so you can't win every single round 5v5 by time. It's just not feasible. And Adapt, maybe Daisy the Bird is giving him superpowers right now. Maybe he just needs to crank the gain on his mic up so everybody on his team can also hear the shrill screeches of his parakeet.
I don't think anyone wants to hear that.
I don't think anybody does either, but everybody wants to see Adapt fragging. He's doing pretty well. But overall, they just could not overcome the plethora of great performers on Team Mystic, as there's such a consistent roster that have looked just as consistent. But with that being said, we've got Map 1 done and dusted. Map 2 is just coming up shortly, so make sure to stay tuned.
Welcome back. We had a very short break.
We did. It was very short.
Very short. That map.
Like Bone.
Yeah, you gotta do Bone like that. Speaking of Bone, I'm meeting him tomorrow. I'm taking him out for lunch, along with Michael, Exile. It's gonna be great. We're gonna have we're gonna do a lot of stuff. Map 1 was not swift, but still one-sided towards Mystic. It was a 7-3 on Consulate, which happens to be their map pick. So definitely makes sense that in a best of 5, they would win map number 1. Now we move on to Arial Arise's map pick, which is, curiously enough, Chalet. We're going to head right into the map. Look at that. Quick pre-show. That's what everyone
very
loves
excited
SCS
for Chalet. Chalet is fun.
Chalet, the new map. Very, very frag-oriented. Very, very Rome-centric. And God, do I love this map. It was very fun.
You like it purely because of the fact that you can trick the drone hole.
I do like that. Also, because there's an area in library I like to call Beowulf that no one actually plays in, so I never have to say that, because if you play there,
there is a Beowulf.
You're pretty stupid. There's also
on the shelf.
Our favorite call out.
Coat check.
Coat check. Totally don't call that something else. Ferme knows what we're talking about. He's probably sweating right now. Hey Ferme, should I tell?
That's your Nomad band. We're brushing right past coat check. We're not going to talk about it. Ferme just screamed in our ears because he had a moment of realization of what we were alluding to. But at the end of the day, Nomad ban on a frag-oriented roam-heavy map makes it more fun. And the Malusi ban is Arial Arise has gone for the Nomad Malusi combo every single time they ban, because on defense they like to run around, and on attack they like to run around. Both of those operators hinder that.
Indeed.
So, do you know what they do? They ban them.
Valkyrie.
They just ban them.
Look at me.
Hey, same bans as Consulate.
And by the exact same teams, too.
Yep.
Well, pretty default Chalet. Mira's still up. That's cool. Pulse is still up. Maverick's up. All the rest of the hard breachers are up. Ash is up.
Clash.
Oh, Clash. You said Clash. I thought you said
Clash
Ash.
is up. Not Clash.
Oh, who cares? Clash sucks.
Aruni's up. Goya, Wamai, Jaeger, Frost, Mira. They're all up.
Even Warden's up.
Warden is indeed up. He has not been banned.
I'm up.
I'm down.
Oh, I'm sorry.
For you being up.
We'll be like we're like a pair of quarks.
We're a seesaw.
Oh, wow. We went completely different directions.
Yeah, you went super nerdy. I went more understandable.
Up, well, because, we're paired together, just like up and down quarks, because they have to
yin and
balance
yang,
each other
if you
out.
will.
It's like
on particles.
Yeah, it's like a electron and a positron.
Like
fun fact, I'm sure all of you know how electrons are negatively charged. Their antiparticle is the positron, which is basically a positively charged electron.
Unlike what most people think, it's just, oh yeah, the opposite of an electron is a proton. No, it's a positron.
No. Incorrect.
You're wrong and your school lied to you.
Exactly. You should all feel bad.
You should feel
actually,
like the American
are,
education system has failed you.
Electrons and positrons are leptons? They're leptons, right? That's what they're called?
Something like that.
I think they're called leptons, I'm pretty sure. With like tau particles and stuff.
But hey, Chalet!
Yeah!
Entering in generator.
Sorry, I got distracted. I got blinded
Full
by
top
science.
room clear. Crazy.
What?
And a crazy shot from Feltwinter onto Dami. Oh my gosh! Hit him with the Kobe fadeaway.
What the hell? Dami just got demolished. Man, I wish we could have seen the face cam reaction after that one. Holy crap, Feltwinter.
Dami without his mustache, just staring at the camera and shrugging because he's, what am I supposed to do against that?
There's nothing you can do. You walk in, you get demolished, and it's not like you made a mistake. It's just the other guy just happened to be nuts for that kill, so you can't really be too upset at it. Unfortunate, as that is your Zofia. Even more unfortunate, as Gunner takes out the Ash. Now you have lost both your primary entries and a whole slew of utility to take out this Goyo shield, as well as the other 2 shields that are scattered in around the map, most likely down on the site. Feltwinter is still holding up by Blacktop, or Chimney, or just top fireplace.
Mezzanine.
As some people say. Or mezzanine.
Mez.
I prefer Blacktop or Chimney, because that is quite literally a chimney. As Feltwinter will get yet another kill, and that was the man by the breach. He'll drop Woods as Adapt takes some damage, as does Spiker, and he trades blows with Gunner. Many players in this lobby currently low HP, but none of the players on Mystic have actually fallen just yet, and there's only a minute for Arial Arise to play with. Spiker moves out, unaware of the angle that's being held by the Frost, as Gunner on the blue stairs takes his second kill. Mystic with a very dominant round number 1, as Arial Arise don't even get past the breach.
So essentially, the main issue that a lot of people have with Chalet is that it's very, very attacker-sided, which, as a defender, means that you cannot give up any map control at all, because it's a gigantic domino effect. You can get one room, then you get another, then another, then another, then another, and there's not really a whole lot the defenders can do to stop it. That's why on that round in particular, we saw pretty much all of the bodies of Mystic sitting behind shields, having various angles open, a whole bunch of Wamai magnets, Jaeger ADSs, everything thrown up towards the library side, making sure that there really wasn't any map control in a remote area, like a 3-room radius of the bomb site that they were going to get control of without paying for their lives. And for Arial Arise, it's kind of the all or nothing kind of mentality, where if they had been able to get something, the dominoes would have finally been tipped, and they would have just been able to keep on getting frag after frag. But in a game of inches, Mystic did not give them a single centimeter. I hate to cross metric and whatever we use in America. I don't even know the name.
System.
Imperial. Yes,
well,
that is correct.
They call it the U.S. customary system, but it's the imperial system.
Yeah.
People are just like, yeah, America, but it was actually invented or actually carried over by the British, which is why it's called imperial. But we don't like empires here because we're all about freedom, so we changed the name. The metric is better anyway. Remember that, kids.
But yes, so Team Mystic did not give up a single bit of anything, and they won the round because of it. They won all their gunfights, and that's how you have to play Chalet.
Yep. You gotta shoot people good. Like Coastline. Except Chalet
Even more so.
Except Chalet is 3 floors, and you actually need hard breach on Chalet. That's kind of some of the main differences. It's a little bit more wide open than Coastline is, and you really, really need that hard breach. So Arial Arise now droning in for their hard breach, or actually as the hard breach droning for himself, we'll see that there is indeed utility on the wall, and there's no batteries.
They have no idea where those electric claws are.
Yep, they know it's a Cade. They don't know where the Cade put his claws. But Og knows where Gunner is. He's now 6 feet underground. Down goes your Jaeger. Good first frag by Ogathan. That was, I believe, down in the basement. So, although it's not a big utility pick, it's still Gunner off the board.
Yep, but as things are currently going, it's not the worst case scenario for Team Mystic, but Arial Arise are looking a lot stronger this time around. What's more pressing of the issue is Feltwinter inside a kitchen, with the construction of the entirety of the map of Coastline. Pretty much everything is soft, which means that nitro cells go through them, and it's a great way to deny the plant in both of the bomb sites of Master as well as Office. So as things currently sit, Feltwinter might be the win condition for Team Mystic, and Arial Arise might have to get things going sooner rather than later to make sure that a healed planter is not just the end of the round. But look at all the Aruni gates, all the utility, and all the power positions still firmly into the hands of Team Mystic. They have players in piano. They have Xeno sitting inside of Office, just with a shield at his back, an SMG-11 and shotgun for the front, as well as one less teammate behind him. Starting to get a bit worrying for Mystic.
But the wall is not yet open. There is no breach, but Spiker is going to try and supplement that with kills. 2 members now claimed. It's just Xeno and Whitlock in a 2 versus 5. They got 30 seconds left to hold on. Down goes 1. Og finally taken off the board. He was one of those downstairs players using the vertical destruction to his advantage. Xeno Posted up, prone, holding this hole, could find an easy kill with said shotgun. Dami's not looking at him. Up comes the swing, but Dami with a great reaction. He'll take out the smoke. Whitlock is there with a refrag. There's only 10 seconds and Woods needs to get in the bomb site. We'll start that plant inside the bunker through that open hole. The Spiker, he doesn't know where the push is coming from. Whitlock is going to get a triple, but he can't find the fourth. A great attempt there by the Aruni. But Arial Arise take round number 2 just as the plant goes down.
Right there, that round shows the opposite side of the spectrum for Chalet. That if you get a kill, you can pretty much just work that to your advantage. A little bit of map control goes a long way. And it was just kind of kept on going and kept on having Arial Arise get pick after pick after pick after pick. That's what you would expect to see on Chalet. Kind of the first round for Team Mystic is an anomaly, something that was unexpected because they came out the gate swinging. They had the flawless round and they still had their utility up. That overall, because the Ashe and Zofia were the first pick, they couldn't get past the shields or anything like that. But then as soon as, Og gets a first pick, and the Ashe was not dead, they could go below, get the Electro Claws, get shields and stuff of that nature. And then their attack worked. That's crazy.
That's epic.
That's unheard of.
That's awesome sauce.
That's absolutely unbelievable. And that's a dead bit. So, as things stand, 1-1. On an attacker-sided map, Mystic getting their first round on their primary bomb site is what you would expect. A 4-2 split for the attackers.
Oh, they switched. They did it. I wrote down
they
master
did it again
already.
No, they're going downstairs. They're in kitchen. Notice how they're not going to the basement bomb site. That's because at a competitive level, it sucks.
It's awful. Ah, there we go. I turned the word master into the word dining. They call me the word. Oh, wait, I already used that. Call me
the silver tongue.
Oh, I'm writing though, so it's not really.
The author.
They call me the scribe.
The scribe.
There we go. That's a good word. Well, Arial Arise. Strangely enough, instead of a top floor clear, they're going to start off by droning out the basement, making sure there's no one playing down below. Of course, the majority of the dining room floor. I don't remember kitchen, but the dining room floor is destructible. So if you do want to go ahead and go for... no, I lied. I forgot it's just the hatch. They changed that. None of the floor is destructible. Why they're going bottom up, I don't quite know. But they have someone down below. I guess maybe just to make sure that no one can flank. But the rest of the top floor clear is still going to resume. And Woods is going to open up that bunker wall. A feat that Arial Arise were not able to achieve in the previous round. Of course, because there's no Cade, the wall goes down, and that forces the operators of Mystic just back a little bit farther. They'll have to play inside of Solarium for the time being.
Yep. A lot less roam presence from Team Mystic at this bomb site, where there actually are a significantly larger amount of power positions that the defenders can anchor in on, which is why you see Whitlock as well as Xeno just kind of holding corners, having crosses, and sitting and waiting for Arial Arise to eventually go into their crosshairs.
Ooh.
A beautiful impact trick coming out of the back pocket of Xeno, and that'll deny the breach, which no more thermite charges for Woods, but no more kind of legs for Xeno to stand on as he gets slammed through the drone hole. Unfortunately for Og, he doesn't know that they downed the Maestro, an operator that's very, very good come execute phase. Will be left alive and have functionality, have control of those evil eye cameras sprawled all across the bomb site.
Well, for better or for worse, Xeno gets picked up and he's only got 20 HP to work with. But look at this, Mystic still have these upstairs players, though their man can't well be decreased by 1. Adapt gets the opening frag, but there's a quick trade, or well, an almost trade. Feltwinter downs him outside the window, but he can't go and clean up the kill, at least not yet. Gunner's the next to fall, and there's Feltwinter getting finished off as Adapt and Og. Well, Adapt's down outside the window. Og has been caught in a frost mat, and Whitlock finds a kill onto Spiker. It's Whitlock and Xeno now in a 2 versus... well, probably soon to be 2 versus 4 as Og is relatively recoverable, but look at the time. Actually, no, he's inside of Trophy. He'll probably be stuck. Look at the time. There's only 12 seconds left, and in comes the rush down the Trophy stairs. Adapt is still downed, And it'll be finished off by Whitlock. Zeno gets another one. It's just Woods. What happened to this push? And there's no time. Mystic take round number 3 because one guy was frost matted, and the rest of the attackers just can't help Woods at all.
Wow. That happened. And look at Rexavy. He's so supportive of his team. He's clapping. He's happy. Well played by the final 2 remaining members of Team Mystic as they kind of popped off. They didn't need to get the kills, but their positioning was the better part of that round. One on the West Main stairs and one still left alive, just kind of sitting on the half wall inside of dining, able to stop the hatch drop and stop any potential plant, which is kind of the win condition that Arial Rise had set themselves up for. They wanted to get into a post-plant position with vertical pressure to watch the bomb and make the retake pretty much impossible. But at the end of the day, those 2 downs from Zeno, sure, he didn't get a kill. He got the down onto Adapt and then got a down onto Og with a frost mat. Neither of those turned into kills, but the time that it took for the attempted revives is kind of the difference maker for that defense.
That round was confusing.
It was. Who had the bomb? Did Woods have the bomb?
Yeah, Woods had it, but he was
Didn't
kind of
even
stuck
try?
in the kitchen with nowhere to go.
Yeah.
I guess they just figured, hey, you know, they impact tricked the breach, so we can't push dining anymore because of the floor holes. So we got to go trophy, but I mean that's just step.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
So bar 10, a site that we actually, well,
We didn't get to see it.
yeah, we
last
didn't even
time.
really get to see the site played. We saw the off-site players get all the kills. The farthest Arial Arise actually got was right outside the bunker breach. Just every single player just barely making it through. So hopefully they've got little more pep in their step this round. As again, they'll start with the default clear through solar.
Yep, and Rexvy's down below over towards Generator. He could run out onto the repelling player onto the side of the solar windows, but he's going to be a bit more passive waiting for the flank, but that can be the opposite case for Felt as Dami gets his revenge. The last time around, Dami got hit with an absolute stinker from all the way across the map, but this time he gets the last lap, doesn't take a single point of damage, and relegates Felt to cam duties only a minute in. This round, even if it ends in a 4v0, it's improvement for Arial Rise. They got hit with the flawless round last time.
They did.
And considering that they're already putting pressure over towards Gunner, burning his utility, things are shaping up a lot nicer for this Arial Rise attack.
Was I going to worry about one of those defenders down below, though? Rexavy or Whitlock. I didn't actually see who it was. I just saw it was a Vector. Both with C4 in hand. But there's the clear from the library window. Og catches Zeno on the rotate. Great job there from Arial Rise so far. Rexavy, I
Don't know what he's doing.
don't know what that play was. And Gunner, distracted by the players trying to finish it off Woods, actually gets killed by Dami. Adapt, though, will jump right into a frost mat. But hey, how much does that actually matter? Sure, Woods and Adapt are very lit up, but Arial Rise, they've got a minute to play with, and it's all up against Whitlock. Now, Whitlock is perfectly capable of clutching up a 1 versus 5, especially with 2 people very lit up. The question is, will Arial Rise throw away their advantage? Down goes Spikers. The plant will start to be completed from Adapt. He's about halfway through now, and Whitlock will line up another head. Look at this. The 2 players he killed were both full HP, but he can't hit the 1 bullet needed to finish Woods off. Woods gets the headshot, not letting the round slip out of their favor. And Arial Rise will take their second attack.
I was scared for a second.
Me too.
Not gonna lie. I was very scared. But look at
Dude.
Woods on the right. He's not scared. He's comfortable. Dami... Oh, no. Do you see what I see on the program feed? Dami just took he just took a swig of Pepsi.
It's powering up.
And we know what Dami does on Pepsi.
He becomes incomprehensible.
He does become incomprehensible, but he also becomes unkillable.
We'll see. We'll have to see. Started off well. He got that opening pick on the winter upstairs, and the rest of it just kind of cascaded. Really good kill onto Zeno. I guess they just needed that extra little bit of back library pressure that they didn't have in the previous attempt. Gunner tried his best to frag out Woods, but again, distracted by finishing off that kill, allows Dami to swing from behind the shield to get his second pick. And of course, in between those was Rexavy. Just, I
don't know what he
really
was
at
doing.
a loss.
He just kind of...
That was probably a short bus moment. That was probably Gunnar yelling at Rexavy for that one.
Yeah, he just kind of...
Excuse me.
He was a bull seeing red, and he just sprinted in a straight line right at people. It's questionable to say the least.
Yeah. I don't know where he thought he was going, because the breach was open. There was people by the piano double door, and people on the window. And even someone on the library double window. So there was really nowhere for him to go. He could have played for the C4 downstairs, but threw his life away instead.
Yeah. It was rough. But overall, Arial Arise, like I said, there was a lot of improvement. They pretty much fixed all of their mistakes last time they tried to attack Bar, which I would say is the strongest bomb site in this map. And they did it quite handily. They looked really good. They did the full checklist. They did everything perfect, and just kind of popped off. Sure, Whitlock made it a little bit scary for just a moment, but the quick frag from Mr. Woods Sosa dash Arial put a quick end to the dream that would have been the 1v5 clutch for Whitlock, and they took the round, tied up the score, and are now going in to attack a bomb site they've already taken pretty handily.
I also really thought Whitlock was on track to win that.
As
the two shots he hit, dude,
if he hit the third shot, he wins that.
He might, yeah. Perfectly capable. He still had a C4 in pocket too. But I guess Whitlock not being able to win that clutch, he's off Goyo duty. It's in Feltwinter's hands now, as Whitlock is playing on the Aruni, as he did on this previous attempt to the site. No early frag for Arial Arise. I believe it was onto Gunnar last time they attacked Master. Gunnar threw his life away rather early. We're already a minute 25 left in the round. But the main difference here is that the breach has been opened.
What? 2 frags have not gone onto the side of Arial Arise, where they got the first and second pick pretty early on. Mainly from Spiker on this window that he's currently rappelling on once again. Has Og down below to make sure he doesn't get run out on via trench. Good coverage coming out. But Whitlock has a shot and almost lined up onto Adapt outside the bathroom window. Just a quick adjustment to the side and a click of the left trigger will just obliterate Adapt. But it doesn't seem like either of these players want to aggress towards the bathroom position, either on the attack or the defense. Instead, the aggression is going to come from the piano swing as Gunnar tries to go out. And the perfect read from Adapt, as he knows Whitlock's going to try to just fly out a window, will punish him. And Feltwinter also falls at the hands of Spiker. Dami able to pick up a kill onto Gunnar. Now it's a 2v5. Woods falls as Dami goes absolutely huge. He's almost hitting the shot on the Kaid, pistol in hand, just spamming away. Rex will be able to take a shot onto Woods, but Adapt gets the last laugh. The difference in Arial Arise on this top floor bomb site is night and day. They look so comfortable, and they take it once again.
Very good round from Arial Arise. One of those adjustments, again, being able to clear the Electro Claw. They opened the breach. Mystic are not allowed to play aggressively in office like the previous round. Also, brilliant bait from Adapt on the Whitlock, knowing that window was prepped.
Big brain.
Because not only did he get the kill onto Whitlock, but he also heavily lit up Feltwinter, which allowed the rest of the defense, or the rest of the attack to come in, capitalize on the weaker position inside of Piano, blitz into the site. Great stuff from Adapt. Great stuff from Dami. Dami just walked in and killed people. And Spiker, of course, that flank watch on the master window. The master window is such a powerful position, and it is so annoying to deal with as a defender. The only ways to counter it is to C4 the window, get a lucky shot, or go below and hope he exposes himself to an angle he doesn't know about. Now it's back to dining. Now the big kicker for Arial Arise attacking this site was the impact trick. Hopefully we see another adjustment. They got the breach open on Master because they knew to take out the Electro Claws. Now they should know that Mystic are playing for the impact trick. They have to make sure Xeno can't do just that. Otherwise, they'll be forced into that trophy rotate again. They'll be forced into those frost mats and forced into disadvantageous angles.
Well, at the end of the day, everything went right for Arial Arise except the time. So if they fix their time management, they could recover from something like a wrench being thrown into their attacking plant, a frost mat downing adapt, and then guess 1 kill on the double hatch drop isn't the worst thing in the world, but just it being so low time and so high pressure, any single thing going wrong on that aerial rise attack meant that it wasn't going to work out. And unfortunately, that's what happened. They were unable to get the plant down. The clock struck 000 with like 5 players still left alive. I think 2 up on Mystic, 2 walking around on aerial rise and adapt, also in a frost mat. Something you don't see every day.
Bomb located by attackers.
But hey, things could change, especially if Gunner can finally warm up, because after a hot Consulate, he's been ice cold on Chalet.
Hey, Gunner's only 2 and 4 right now. Feltwinter also not doing remarkably well, as they're both the first picks, the 2 players I mentioned. A wonderful start for Arial Arise, I guess, as Spiker gets that first one, and I'm not quite sure who got the second. Who was it? Adapt, I think?
I believe it was Adapt, but now he's
I think
dead.
it was Adapt. But he is dead. Whitlock gets revenge for his fallen comrades. Barexavy runs right into the Jackal of Og. Unfortunate positioning for the castle upstairs. And it's only been a minute 25, and it's now 4 kills for Arial Arise with only 1 response. Zeno trying to push up Trophy, trying to get something back for his team, gets droned out, and he's got to fall back. Arial Arise, they have all the time, all the positioning, all the control in the world to work this into a round win. A minute 15 left on the board as the breach will finally get opened. And look at this. The last player is now Jackal tracked. They have almost perfect intel on where he is. That's going to prompt Woods to go for the plant. Sure, Spiker gets taken out, but look, there's presence from above. And Zeno doesn't even know where he just got shot from. It's Dami looking through these floor holes as the plant goes down. Zeno now in a 1 versus 3 post plant. He's able to down the thermite. What a throw. That was incredible. He's now in a 1 versus 2, but I mean, look at the post plant positions. Og is upstairs in office, well, right outside of office with a drone. Dami is upstairs as well. The entire ceiling above that plant spot is destructible. Zeno is going to have to take these fights through the floor, and Arial Arise can play this passively. Look at the time, 15 seconds. There's no way he gets away with this. Og gets the last kill. Arial Arise take round number 6. It's a 4-2 attacking half.
And even though it started off rocky for Arial Arise, they got the expected split. They got the 4-2. And they look so much better than they did early on. They're reading into the playstyle slowly of Mystic, which, I hate to have spoiler alerts, it's very aggressive. That's how Team Mystic play.
Yes.
So you either have to out-aggress them or outthink them. And for Arial Arise, it seems like they're doing a little bit of both. They're having good early round pressure. They're getting opening frags, and then as soon as there's kind of the lull in the mid-round, that's where they're taking a lot of time to drone and set up their executes. And then they just know every single position that Mystic is sitting in. Just pre-fire them, kill them, and take rounds.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Well, we'll see if Arial Arise can keep up the success on the disadvantageous side. Now on the defense. And where are they going to start? They're going to start Master. Not Bar. A lot of people consider Bar to be the strongest site, but hey, I guess it's just a matter of opinion. As of right now, Chalet hasn't been in the pool for very long, and a lot of people, a lot of teams will actually play, kind of all 4 sites. Garage, of course, being by far and away the least played site on the entire map. And Arial Arise already kind of shaking up the defense that we saw from Mystic. Mystic was mainly an on-site bunker style of defense on Master. Arial Arise are very extended horizontally. They've even got the castle. They've even got the Mozzie and the Vigil to help facilitate this. A lot of stake right now in Library and even down below. So a very spread net, very wide web that Arial Arise has cast on the lower floor, as well as the same floor as the site. But what it does do, though, is does leave the site presence a bit weak. It is just Woods here. If Mystic reads into that, they could easily take, maybe a 3-on-1 on site and try to hit early for a plant. But it does look like they are hellbent on actually clearing all of these players.
Yeah, I mean, Mystic was.
It almost looks like a a bar defense.
Yeah,
But
that's
for
that's
Master.
actually exactly what I was gonna say.
Great minds think alike.
Great minds, we do think alike. But for Team Mystic, they were unable to successfully defend this bomb site, and this is where Aerial Rise could really differentiate themselves on this map of Chalet. Look at how passive everybody on Mystic is playing. They don't know what to push, except I guess the Mozzie down in bar, who's now trading, just dancing around. That's Spiker versus Felt, and Felt decides, yeah, we don't wanna do anything. But as Og takes down Feltwinter, Rexv gets a frag onto Dami. There, down goes your Jaeger on top mezzanine, and down goes your castle in Library Hall. That's one of your few anchors, as Og and Spiker are both off-site. It's essentially just woods, but as soon as I said that, I'm completely incorrect, and Spiker has made his way to the bomb site. Definitely a lot worse for wear than any of his attacking counterparts.
Breach will start to be opened as well, as there's no anti-utility on the wall for Aerial Rise. And one thing we do have to remember is there's still a C4 in the back pocket of Spiker that he can use laterally, as he's now joined Woods on the site, supplementing those 3 toxic gas canisters. Castle barricades still up as well, but no one from Mystic has actually used too much utility to clear those. Gunner still has all of his breaching rounds. Whitlock, I believe, still has his Gone 6, but as I say that, there we go. Castle barricade on piano, now done and dusted. Very efficient clear there for Gunner, taking out both those ADSs and clearing the shield, so Woods is no longer safe inside of piano. C4 from Spiker being prepped down below to counter the default bunker plant spot. Doesn't look like there's anyone downstairs from Mystic that's quite aware of that. So as soon as Rexv goes for this, he should be swiftly dispatched of. But no, here's Xeno lurking down below. He's looking for the Mozzie, but Spiker's hiding behind the green box. Spiker knows that someone's on the hunt. Down goes Xeno, but one of his players on site has been finished off. Woods, though, will even the odds at 2 apiece. Here's the C4, but there's no kill. And now he's got to rotate back up to the site to help Woods as he's out of gas canisters. But there's only 10 seconds left. Excellent shot from Woods for his second kill, and it's just Rexv in a 1 versus 2 with 5 seconds to go. He's going to try and stick this plant. In comes Woods, but no, Woods actually loses the fight. But the Mozzie, he plays just passive enough. Smart play there from the final member of Arial. I got a little bit scared. Rexv popped up, and as Woods whiffed, put it in the 1v1, making it a little bit winnable, but the Mozzie does not give the Hibana the fight, and thus the clock expires.
Look at Dami and Woods pop off after that win. Spiker, that kill down below was massive. And then, huge. Sure, he didn't get the planter with the nitro, but he really caught Xeno lacking. Just crouch walking around in the basement, or in the first floor, downstairs in kitchen.
Woods too.
Yeah, Woods hit some stinkers with the SMG-11. He hit some nice shots. That's why he's a strong support player. SMG-11, it's difficult to use, even harder to master. I would say that he's almost got surgical precision with that sidearm.
He's got his MD.
Yeah, he is. He's got a doctorate in smoke play. He's got a PhD in mute.
He's got his certificate.
Yeah, he's got a certificate of on sledge. And he has an associate's degree. An associate's degree on Amaru.
He's got a bachelor's with a 17.
Yeah. I don't know how many other degrees there are.
Well, there's 2 different kinds of bachelors. There's sciences and arts.
That's true.
Associates. There's MD, PhD.
We could say he passed the bar.
Masters.
He's
got a master's in Mac 10.
Oh, master's in Mac 10, yeah.
Or is it the Mac 10 or the Mac 11? I don't remember.
It's a modified Mac 10.
Something like that.
I'm not a big gun nerd, but
this could be a really good angle from Spiker. I mean, if he just holds this, no one can jump through that window.
Yeah.
Adapt is almost 1 HP.
And Feltwinter is technically 0 HP as he gets DB and O'd on the other side, but Gunner hits a nice shot at cheeky angle onto Adapt. Didn't need the headshot because Adapt barely had any HP, but Spiker with that aforementioned angle goes for 2 on the nitro. Who needs bullets when your secondary gadget can be just as lethal?
That is huge. Not only do you only trade out a Jaeger for that, but look. It's Ash and it's Hibana. That's some massive utility picks. Sure, the hard breach maybe not as important on a bar attack, but the Ash most certainly is. But then Dami falls off of blue and allows Gunner to just walk in. That's not great. That advantage that Spiker had just brought back for Arial quickly slips away in terms of both the man count as well as that control of the top floor. Gunner, though, does take a fair bit of damage contesting these vertical angles. The Mystics still have a minute 20 to play with. That's a decent amount of time, and they've got plenty of utility. But as I say that, did all 4 of Xeno's cams just get eaten up by Wamidus?
I believe so.
Wow.
And Gunner could have just looked behind him and shot him, which is unfortunate. But hindsight is 20/20. And speaking of 20, that's about the HP of Gunner. He is the only entry remaining, but they now have droned out and seen that Frost is going to be holding the deep horizontal angle, trying to make sure that Lobby is not taken for free on the side of Mystic's attack. As soon as Og starts creeping up, he might be able to find 2 kills, or he could use those bullet holes from the chamber of the M762 coming out, but instead the shotgun will open up an angle as Og opens up the body of Xeno. Spiker answers back onto Gunner for his triple kill and leaves just Whitlock in a 1v3. It looked promising and the possibility was there for Mystic to take this round, but all of a sudden it seems like Arial Arise have shut the door.
Oh, what?
Okay. I'm going to stop talking because Whitlock is just going to keep on blasting through. He's able to pick up 1, pick up 2. But Woods makes sure he can't get the 3rd. Arial Arise, as the phrase I'm going to use once again, is too close for comfort. Still take this round, and Woods screams once again.
Wow. You can see Dami.
He was scared.
Relieved after he's very confused as to how Whitlock brought that down to a 1v1. That was scary. Whitlock, again, for the 2nd time this map. Almost made it. Very close. If you just landed that shot a little bit better onto Woods, that would have been a round for Mystic. But look at this, 7-2 for Arial Arise. In fact, a greater differential than we saw from Mystic on Consulate. Certainly, probably not the result a lot of people expected. Certainly not what I expected. I wanted Mystic to be a little bit better on Chalet, considering Chalet has a pretty good mix of aggression and structure.
Yeah, I mean, overall, Arial Arise just looks so much better on this map, and Mystic have a somewhat simplified idea of what to do, but they're doing it either too slow or not good enough. I mean, trying to clear Spiker out of kitchen was a good idea. Trying to take a nitro cell off the board as you go for your horizontal push upstairs, clearing from Solarium over. Spiker probably could have gotten a nitro from down below. Instead, he got it by just 2 people jumping in trophy. And then after that, I mean, Gunner went kind of huge. Finally able to pick up a couple of frags for his team. But leaving Whitlock in a 1v3, sure, he's an amazing player, but those are not scenarios that you want to be putting players in. You can't rely on hero plays to constantly bail you out, and those hero plays have been few and far between for Team Mystic, which is why they're struggling.
Yeah, especially to that last round, Og with the heads-up play to break open the wall and find a frag, and that distracted the 2nd attacker enough for Spiker to swing.
Yep.
Really big double up there. Arial Arise have been playing off of each other remarkably well, way better than they did on Consulate. It's good to see that, despite maybe not being as cohesive of a unit as they once were, they're still quite powerful. Both shown by both their lower bracket run and their current performance in this match. Mystic will start to move in and
they're undefeated. They're undefeated without
scrimming.
scrimming.
In the lower bracket, yeah.
They're undefeated without scrimming. They stopped scrimming when they went to lower bracket.
Oh, that's true. I forgot about that. That's kind of like a Joe Academy situation, right? They stop
That's
scrimming.
exactly what Woods called it.
Instantly just get better, and they take down Titans like PogChamp. So, hey, maybe if Arial Arise can do this against PogChamp, maybe they can do it against Mystic. We'll have to see. Of course, we still have, if Arial Rise win this map, we've still got 2 more maps to go. Woods, though, his position well known, and in comes the swing, but there is a refrag from Spiker onto Rexivy, and now, that is your Hibana dead, and now Gunner's dead as Adapt chimes in. He tries to get away, he takes a couple bullets in the back, but he's not finished off. He takes another one, but he's still somehow survived. Excellent work from the Roamers, taking a 2-for-1 trade. I mean, you drop your castle, but you take out Gunner on the Zof as well as the Hard Breacher. I'd say that's well worth it.
Yep, looking good once again as the Arial Arise defenses. They just know how Mystic are pushing. Zeno on the drone hole, lighting up Adapt.
He's alive?
I don't know how he is alive, but 1 HP in a dream. Maybe? Maybe.
That would be really funny if he gets shot by
It'd be really funny.
Cam.
I was just about to say, it'd be really funny if he zapped him with the Arcus Cam. Once again, great minds think alike. But
God, we're so good.
as Mystic are going for the vertical pressure, they're trying to uproot any roamers. Not necessarily get the kills, but more so displace them, remove those power positions off of the table so they can get some semblance of control in the bomb site. Maybe try to get a plant off, or maybe just start hunting for frags. If you look at this on a way, I was going to say it's essentially a 3v3, but now it is a full 3v3 as Adapt goes down. The trophy stairs push Eminent, and the long angle for Dami is about to be oh so important.
Look at the positions from Arial Arise. Aug is kind of locked in the L hallway. Dami is the only one really in the bomb site. And Spiker's trying to come up by, what is that, by West Main? So he's getting a kill on the Aug. Dami will respond. He's looking for the second into Dining. But look, the diffuser's actually been dropped. It will be recovered as Feltwinter gets his triple kill. But Spiker, he's remained unseen. But no, Zeno wins the fight anyway. Huge play from Zeno in the site. And Mystic take round number 9, denying Arial Arise of the early finish.
I want to look back at that. Wow. Look how cool, calm, and collected Mystic are in comparison to every single round the Arial Arise win. They have the stand-ups. You got Woods and Dami going crazy. Gunner just is taking it nice and easy, talking it over with his team. But I want to see the replay on how much time was left when Zeno got off that defuse. Unfortunately, we missed it, but there was like 1 second left. He didn't hit that first bullet headshot. They lose that round.
Yeah. He took a gamble and it paid off. Excellently played by Zeno. The clear, definitely not what Mystic wanted it to be, especially with no Hard Breacher. Dami able to find one, but not the second, thanks to Feltwinter. Upstairs, covering his teammate perfectly. Really got to give the round there to Feltwinter and Zeno clutching up in that 1v1 on the site against Spiker. Because, of course, Spiker coming up West Main, there were no angles to watch him. Spiker was, or sorry, not Spiker. Feltwinter was too distracted by making holes above Dining. Zeno winning his fight. Absolutely massive. If he had lost that, that would have been round and map over and done with. But now, it's a tie game from what we saw on Consulate. If Arial Arise end it right here, it's going to be the exact same round differential. 2 dominant maps, 7-3, 7-3 for each team, but it's not just yet. We'll see if Mystic have a solid answer onto their attack so far, as lest we forget that Dining attack was the first attack that they've actually won in this new half.
And it was very close.
It was very close.
That was a clincher. I was tense, a tense situation solved by Zeno just being a solid player, as he's been for pretty much the entirety of Gatekeepers, Team Mystic, or whatever their roster name is. He's been a constant, and he's looked really good. But now as we're going to go upstairs onto this bomb site, this was a bomb site where, if you recall correctly, Woods went kind of big. Sure, the roam clear was nice, but now that's not a positive that we can net onto the side of Mystic, because Spiker found a nice kill onto Feltwinter, removing a lot of utility and making the shields, the castle barricades, kind of all breathe a sigh of relief, because with the amount of anti-projectiles that Aug and Dami are bringing to the table of Arial Arise's defense, they might not have enough burns to get rid of the bulletproof utility.
Yeah, like you said, those little bits of utility maybe just a little bit safer. Let's see, they've got the two, well, they've got 2 nades, they've got a Gone 6, they've got the burn from Zeno, burn from Gunner, burn from Rexivy, so they should have enough burn. Whether or not they actually have enough to deal with everything is a different story, unless, especially if someone like Gunner or someone like Whitlock dies a little bit prematurely. Og very tentative about peeking that piano double door. The Zofia is right behind it. She skirts away just as the peek comes out, and Gunnar narrowly escapes with his life. He's got to be thankful for the timing on that one, as Mystic continue to try and pressure on this southwest side of the map. Already, Gunnar going to be posted up on the K9 doorway, looking through a very small hole in the barricade as Rexavy goes ahead and tries to open that bunker wall. You could very well catch out Woods if Woods isn't too careful. There's a great angle being played by Gunnar. The drone will come in as well, but Woods is actually going to hold close on this double door with the shotgun. That's a good angle to hold, but as he does so, the piano window will be opened, and he'll have to play a little bit more passively, but wow, what a shot from Adapt. Good night, Gunnar. Adapt very aware that that part of the barricade was open, and now Woods' position is a little bit safer. He'll play it aggressively. Down goes Whitlock, but Rexavy posting up exactly where Gunnar was does get the refrag onto the smoke, but with only 30 seconds left, it's a 2 versus 4, and Zeno is downstairs. He's been hunting for Spiker, but with such little man count, they're going to need him with the main execute helping Rexavy. Rexavy can see the elbow. He's going to tap away, but no, the C4. The player that Zeno failed to deny will end up finishing the round out. Og on the site with the last kill. And Arial Arise with round number 10. Dual 7-3s for each team on our first 2 maps.
That's what you expect from a BO5. Map choices. When it goes pick, pick, ban, ban, pick, pick, decider. You're feeling real comfortable on your map choice, and both teams have looked just that. Arial Arise dominant onto Chalet. But Mystic,
Woods go?
Woods is, and where's Dommy going? They're just
They're just leaving. They're checked out.
They're
like, all right, boys, job's done.
We're done. It's over. We win. So yeah. I mean, we got to see 2 players just walk out of their room. We also got to see Arial Arise take their first map. And do you remember what you said earlier on during the map bans?
That means we're guaranteed a Coastline.
We are guaranteed a Coastline.
You remember what happened with Joe Academy on Coastline?
Yeah.
That was
they shoot real
crazy.
good.
They do shoot real good. Takeaway from that map. Very similar situation to what we saw in Consulate. Several players of Arial Arise stepping up to the plate. Almost everybody, I'm pretty sure, having probably a positive rating, or at least very close to it. Only one member of Mystic was going positive. And guess who that was? It was Whitlock. He was 10-8. Good try, but again, on a map like Chalet, between a contest, between teams like this, you cannot have only one man with a positive KD. Again, recipe for failure. So a very similar situation to Consulate, and not surprising that we saw Arial Arise come away with this map.
Yeah, I mean, Arial Arise just were more comfortable on the map. They knew the intricacies. All of their defensive setups looked so much stronger, and more than that, their attacks looked good. Even though Mystic surged to that quick early lead, the first 2 rounds going to their favor, after that, it was pretty much all Arial Arise. They got really great attacks. We can see that supplemented with the stats that are about to fly across your screen, so we don't have to speculate anymore. We can just kind of use some hard numbers to convince you that we're right. Look at that. Cost on Arial Arise, 80, 80, 70, 70, 60. All of the entry frags. +6 into their favor.
I was right. Everyone on Arial Arise above a 1.0 rating. Only one player on Mystic. So, that kind of tells the story of Chalet. Again, very similar to Consulate.
First pick
Spiker
pretty much dictates the round.
Yeah, that too. Spiker really showing up. I'm trying to see. Are there any rounds? The only rounds... there were only 2 rounds in which the first pick did not dictate the round.
That's 80%.
Round number 3 on Dining, where Adapt got the first pick onto Rexavy, but Arial Arise lost. And round number 9 on the Dining attack that Zeno clutched up. That was a first pick for, round number 8 on the Bar attack, where Gunnar got the first pick onto Adapt, but Spiker was able to 3K and still win that. On the, was that on the Cade, I think?
Yes, on the Kaid. Alrighty, but with that, map 1, map 2, both done. And oh boy, do we have a series that's tightly contested. We have map 3 on the way. It's Kafe Dostoevsky. So make sure to stay tuned because there's still a whole lot of Siege left to be played tonight.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are all tied up. It's 1-1. Both maps going 7-3 for the team that picked it. Coastline, Mystics pick, went their way 7-3. Coastline, sorry, not Coastline, Chalet, being Arial Arise's pick, also a 7-3 for them. Now we go on to our third map, again, back to Mystics pick, and it's Kafe. Very dissimilar to the previous two maps. Cafe's a hell of a lot more structured, though you can play it aggressively if you like, but it's definitely not as monkey as something like Consulate or Chalet, and neither of these teams really being all too structured, but if I had to give someone the edge, it would probably be Mystic.
Yeah, they have more of a history on this map. We've seen them play it in things like NSG, and even here at SCS, they don't really lose a whole lot. And they also don't play Chalet, so I guess that's the outlier there, that they did lose Chalet. Crazy. But Arial Arise looked so good on that map. And if you have to think about the momentum, coming off of a 7-3 victory, where everybody on the side of Arial Arise from those face cams looked excited. They looked hungry.
They were hyped.
Yeah, they were so hyped, and here's my Mystic impression.
Dude, you saw even on Consulate, Gunner would
just
win around and go.
Yeah, Gunner had that 4K and then just
Gunner's feeling good. I'm sure neither of these teams were too pressed about winning their opponent's map pick. I think that's what we can take away. Although Arial Arise a hell of a lot more hype than Mystic are. It's probably just normal
energy
day
vibes.
Normal day for Mystic. But Arial Arise again, not having the greatest success during the regular season, popping off in playoffs. Now it's Kafe. Like we had already mentioned, when it comes to structure, maybe a little bit more towards Mystic's side of things. But the momentum probably in Arial Arise's court by now. It was, again, pretty dominant on Chalet. I think as well the rounds in general being a lot quicker on Chalet too.
Yeah, they were. I mean, that's just the way that the map pans out as opposed to Consulate. Consulate is a lot harder to get into the building because you pretty much like have to rappel or walk into like a breach or something like that.
Yeah.
And Chalet, there's a lot of safe entry points. Either, sure, there's still vaults through windows, but I mean, if somebody's contesting solar and you can't get into solar, then that's just on you, and you're gonna lose that round regardless.
Yeah.
It is what it is. You're gonna have a very formulaic approach to always entering from solar or always entering from library, and slowly just kind of working your way through the map. That even though it's a 3-layer map, it's still one of the smallest ones in the entire pool. There's not a whole lot of square footage, even if it seems like an illusion, because a lot of the floor room setups are in kind of a maze-esque orientation. It's still very small, which helps the attackers not have to cover as much ground. And for Arial Arise, they knew what square footage, the exact areas that they wanted to take control of on attack. They were able to do so.
It's not small.
Kafe. Very big.
And it's a fairly big map. 3 floors.
Not as big as Villa. Not as big as Villa, but
Villa's more like 2 maps stuck together. Whereas Kafe is just kind of like one big 3-tiered box.
Was it you that it was either you or Drew that said he thinks of Villa as just house smushed together?
Yeah, smushed together, yeah. I think that was probably Drew. I always echo the sentiment that Villa kind of feels like 2 sectioned maps that stick together, but Drew probably is the one that made this specific house reference. But yeah, Kafe definitely feels a lot more unified as just one really big 3-floored map. And of course, it is a box.
It's a box.
I would not be surprised if we again see the exact same 4 operator bands, as those same bands work very well on this map. Arial Arise, it doesn't matter what the map is, they're probably going to be banning Malusi.
Nomad and Malusi.
And it's probably going to be Nomad. Nomad, a very influential operator on Kafe, can be supplemented by the 0, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Nomad here too. There she is.
Everybody's favorite Moroccan, unless your name is Max, then your favorite Moroccan is Cade. But
that's true.
Nomad. She goes down.
Thatcher
would make a lot of sense, because Thatcher's very strong.
Maybe like Maverick or something.
I don't know.
Probably
I feel like
Thatcher.
Probably Thatcher.
It is Maverick.
I love being wrong, especially on map bans, because that means that it's something more fun. A Kafe with Thatcher up. That's more fun than a Kafe with Mav up. So I'm not going to complain. Probably see a Mira ban here. Or the Valk.
Now, Mystic.
Yeah,
have banned
Valk, and then
Valkyrie
we'll see
every
the
round.
Melusi ban.
Especially because, although it's not as aggressive as Chalet and Consulate, Valkyrie is still very powerful. As we said, Kafe is big box.
Big
You throw
box.
one cam outside, and you get half
Melusi's
the
up.
perimeter of the building.
We get to see the first Melusi.
Okay.
Blade.
Aerial Rise ban Mira. I guess Mystic probably, I would say, have been making better use of the Mira than Arial Rise have in the past couple maps, so it definitely makes sense that Arial Rise don't want to deal with the Mira, especially on Kafe, where she is very much more powerful than she is on either Chalet or Consulate. So, like you said, Melusi will be left up. Will Arial run it? Yes, they will.
Crow,
Spiker will bring
guess what?
What?
Somebody who owns San Francisco Challenger League, SFCL, redeemed another Ferme cast in Russian round.
Ah, the sick Fricks cooking linguine?
Yep.
Wait,
Solar Flare Competitive League.
You took it last time. Do you want me to take it this time?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess.
I don't think Ferme is ready. He said next
All
round.
right, we'll do it. We'll do it next round. All right. Tofu. We'll do it next round. But for now, it'll be normal, just as normal as this boar setup. Look at the operators: Melusi, Wamai, Goyo, Smoke, Jaeger. You're gonna have a lot of stuff in Pixel. Shield probably in bathroom. One in freezer. Pretty standard from Arial Rise. This is usually what you see when you just want to delay for as long as possible, absorb as much utility as humanly possible. On the side of Mystic, again, very standard operator lineup. You're always going to see a Sledge or a Buck on this map, and Mystic just decide, hey, we want to bring the Sledge just for that extra set of nades. We see the lineup that Arial Rise is bringing, and the more destruction we have, the better. Especially since we're bringing that Iana, and we're swapping her out for the Zoe. We also got the Ashe on the board, Xeno with those Argus cams because there is no Nomad, and of course, the obligatory Hard Breacher. If Ace is left up on Kafe, you'll likely be taking him.
Yeah, I think what it mainly comes down to is if Mystic were going for a cocktail take, you would almost need the Buck. But because they're bringing Sledge, they're probably going to be going west to east. They're going to be trying to take Piano, all that jazz, blada blada blada, burn utility in Pixel, get a kill, creep somebody down Whitehall, try to get default plant either on trash or behind the... I just completely lost my train of thought behind the minibar because I saw Mr. Jaeger of Dami come face to face with Whitlock's Gemini Replicator.
I was almost really scared.
Yeah, I was... If I didn't see the yellow hue, I thought Whitlock was done and dusted. But it's actually going to be Dami that's done and dusted, creeping up the white stairs, following a drone is Feltwinter doing his best bladder impression, getting the first frag.
Not going to cap. Really thought Dami was going to win that. Dami started shooting first, and with the angle that he was playing, I thought Feltwinter might get his head taken off, but no. Feltwinter wins that fight. Great job to him getting that opening pick. And now he's going to use all 3 of his breaching charges to clear Cocktail. There's no Buck on the board. And Feltwinter is going to, well, be felled. Feldwinter. Sorry.
Good one.
So they've used all their opportunity for vertical destruction, I guess, and it didn't really do much. I mean, it took the Melusi out physically of Cocktail, but he's only lost half of his HP, and he got a kill for his trouble. Now you've got 1 player from Mystic on the Skylight. I believe 2 on the East Rappel, 1 on the Cocktail window. Yep, Rexaby on Heaven. I'm not quite sure where the other member is. Rexaby on the Heaven Rappel that I just spoke about. Well, he'll be able to find Adapt. I'm not quite sure what the play was. Maybe he just didn't know that player was on the rappel, but either way, he'll give up his life. Og and Woods are, in fact, duoing over towards Pallets. The Spiker gets the pick on the Rexaby, and the player on the Cocktail rappel is being delayed by that gas canister, despite the Goyo shield going down. Gunner breathing in a quick whiff of that canister. 30 seconds left. Whitlock's still down below. Xeno, I believe, on the Skylight. Gunner's still on the rappel. They're pretty spread out, but Woods is just going to give his life away. He knew he was on the rappel, and yet still exposes himself. In comes the swing from the Goyo, but he loses it to Whitlock, and that leaves just Spiker in a 1 versus 3, and the round is over. Mystic with round number 1, it really didn't look like it was a round they should have taken, but Arial Rise just gave up picks.
Yep. And that's how it goes. Gunner and Rexaby looking more happy than we saw them on Chalet. Look at Gunner pop off. He was listening to us roasting him. And now he's being very expressive.
Ironically expressive. What the
and
hell?
He just tries to, he's
what the
cracking
hell
his
was
neck.
that?
He's cracking his neck. But hey.
Weird.
Hey, Crow, guess what it's time for? It's time for me to just sit back and eat food while you cast around and are joined by a Russian man.
Where is he? There he is. Hello, comrade.
Здрасте, привет. Я наконец-то пришел.
He's muted in TeamSpeak, so I don't know if he's talking.
Прекрасно, отлично. Я проходил на стриме,
there we go,
понимаешь,
he was
но я забыл себя анмьютить на TeamSpeak. Понимаешь, большая проблема. Я уже один раз здесь кастил, комментировал про карту, но, понимаешь, у меня большая есть проблема, потому что когда я появляюсь на этом стриме, я забываю, как по-русски разговаривать. Понимаешь, 15 лет в России жил, теперь я прихожу сюда, начинаю разговаривать, и как будто ни разу на языке не говорил. Выгляжу, как будто 2 года изучал язык. Но первый раунд идет команде Мистик. Остается... Мне интересно узнать, как будет этот бандит использовать... Кстати, и очень интересно, потому что на русском языке нету как бы перевода этих всех операторов, понимаешь? Когда ты разговариваешь по-английски, эти всех анализируешь операторов, у них же все имена по-английски как бы созданы, но когда на русский переводишь, это очень трудно, невозможно их перевести полностью. То есть идет vigil, потом mute, видите, как по-русски надо их называть, бандит. Бандит переходит немного по-русски, но то же самое слово есть в русском языке, слово бандит. Мози даже не понимаю, как-то перевести, Мелюси это вообще иностранное слово, невозможно перевести. Ну и получается, Доми убивает первого человека с взрывчаткой. Томми, ты должен знать, что обычно, даже в других играх, обычно это C4 такой очень популярный. Используется, чтобы получить раньше возможность прогрессировать через раунд.
You're absolutely correct, Ferme. But Feltwinter does get the refrag onto Og. Now, if you guys didn't know what Ferme was talking about, basically he was saying that the Vigil, the Mute, and the Melusi, or sorry, the Vigil, the Mute, and the Mozzie on this roam, you know, it's a hell of a lot of drone and a hell of a lot of delay, and because of those roamers, it's going to force Mystic to clear them and take all that time because they've got to get rid of the bandit batteries, and no Thatcher means that that top-down control is the only way they're going to be able to flush out unless they can sneak a zero cam in there, but with the death of the sledge, that's going to make that vertical destruction a lot less efficient. Beautifully put, my fine Ruski comrade. And now we're in a 4 versus 4. Now, Og has lost a C4, but honestly, for being able to take out Gunner that early, it's a price that, as the defense, I would be willing to pay. And you've still got Spiker upstairs, that playing pretty aggressively over towards Whiskey. But look at where Spiker is. He's on the Vigil, and he's tucked himself right under the new Balk. But he's going to start to make his move, and he'll find Feltwinter putting a breaching charge down. Incredible timing there from Spiker. He'll move into train to play a little bit aggressively now inside the train car itself, and Mystic are now going to have to spend even more time clearing out this player. But Spiker, he does get a little bit too over-aggressive. He takes the peak, and he loses it to Xeno, giving up that control that he gained. But what he did do is take out any remaining vertical play that Mystic still had in their pocket. No more breaching rounds, no more sledge. Most of this push is now going to have to come on the horizontal.
3 против 3. Все 3 человека находятся на сайте своем, и другие 3 пытаются сейчас выйти. Мы видим у кулинарии сидит Рексови, и 2 человека находятся на 2-м этаже. Ждет Рексови, если он, конечно, человек не выпустится. И получается... И Зину получает дабл, но сразу переходит еще килл к нему. 2 человека остается, но Вудс очень мало у него и хп. И получается Доми эквализирует 2 против 1, но Рексови все это редюсит к 1. 5 секунд остается, он должен поставить этот плат, но Доми еще не выходит, а плат начинается и проходит полностью. 45 секунд остается до конца раунда, и Доми сейчас должен будет остаться в живых и убить последнего нападающего. Мне кажется, он увидит, и Рексови сможет его убить с хедшотом. Прекрасный удар. Рексови сможет победить 1 против 1 и получает 2-0.
Very eloquently put, Ferme. There, Arial Arise, they had the advantage in their back pocket in the 3v3. It should have been theirs. But with the wall being opened by Rexavi and Xeno, being able to take out Adapt, when you're playing as the mute with the SMG-11, you can't be challenging all the way down carpet. You are simply just not going to win that fight. You've got to help Woods on the site. As the wall starts getting opened, he can't deny Rexivy all by himself, but with a dab dying, sure, Woods is able to get the refrag. At that point, Woods is so low on HP, and yeah, Dami, he's able to get Xeno to 2v1, but Rexivy pushing into prep, he wins his fight, and Dami is too far and away from the site to actually deny the plant. Sure, the time was low, but Dami wanted to play it passive, which, albeit without the info at his disposal, I can't disagree with. Dami did make the right play, but there in that post-plant, Rexivy, he just played it better. The angle worked out in his favor. Maybe, you know, Dami, he could have held a different angle passively. I mean, maybe just not been passive at all as it was the post-plant, but Rexivy being able to find that headshot, huge 1v2 clutch for him, and it keeps Mystic in the lead rather than the draw.
Man, that round was so crazy, I had to cast it in another language.
Damn, Connor, I didn't know you knew Russian.
I did know Russian.
Did? Past tense. It's now wiped from your
It's now
memory.
wiped from my memory as I've woken up from what seems like a fever dream. And now we see
You were possessed
Mystic
by the
on a map.
dragon.
A map that, would you agree with me, say it's a little bit defender-sided.
Yeah, it tends to be still.
They're up 2-0. They're looking good.
They are.
So far, the roam game employed by Arial Arise, it worked last round. There's just something in the formula for Mystic that allows them to just win seemingly unwinnable positions, like all of your soft breach dying in the first minute on a kitchen defense, and somehow they still win. And they just do it, and they do it consistently.
Oh crap, someone in the chat said that they actually know Russian, so when I did the bit where I pretended to know what Ferme was saying, I hope they don't call me out.
You mean me?
Oh yeah, when I was pretending to know what you were saying
Yes.
in Russian. I
Yeah.
hope they don't call me out. Or David could be completely lying. But anyway, Mystic already moving through on the top floor, and Fellwinter already downed. Dami playing inside of mining. He gets the first pick. He's looking for the second player through the hatch, but Gunner will actually be downed and finished off by Og. An incredible two-piece to start things off on Arial Arise's Roam on their second attempt of Kitchen. Beautifully played by the duo of Dami and Og. And as Dami now figures, hey, we've done our job. Sure, the time may not have been wasted, but hell, we've really got it in terms of manpower. He'll fall back down to the site, leaving Og upstairs alone to just duo with Spiker. But as I say, that Spiker will actually retreat down the white stairs. Og is already back on the site. Very smart from Arial Arise. I mean, even at this point, they've wasted half the round and taken 2 bodies. Might as well play passive, might as well reconsolidate themselves, and make sure that they don't give up 1v1s and give away wayward picks to Mystic.
Especially because there's still flank potential. Sure, Xeno has the Argus cams to watch the flanks, and there's a couple of dead bodies, Feltwinter and Gunner, that could man those cams, feeding the intel into their team. But now there's another one that joins them, and it's the man with the cams himself, as Woods gets a nice nitro cell onto the 0. Meaning it's a 2v5 position for Mystic. Rexivy and Whitlock. Rexivy the hero of last round, and Whitlock the hero of the first map. Up against the world. All 5 remaining members of Arial Arise on their defense. They're sitting passive. They're playing their power positions. They have crossfires upon crossfires upon crossfires that are going to be very difficult to overcome. One of them being taken down is Spiker inside of... Oh, he was all the way upstairs. I'm going to say I saw him in Christmas earlier on, but he crept up the white staircase into laundry and gets shot and cut down, making it a little bit easier for Mystic to get into the bomb site. But they didn't have the drone intel. They didn't have enough information to know that Woods was just sitting in the close corner. And now, on the side of Arial Arise, they know exactly where Whitlock is. It's a 1v4. He can't do a whole lot except get a kill onto Dami. But 7 seconds left. The breach is finally open. See somebody peeking over. Hits an amazing shot onto Woods. But as the clock strikes 0, all the kills are impactless, only useful for a montage reel. And Arial Arise finally bounce back and have a 2-1 deficit.
That was...
Look at Woods just saying, wow. He goes, man, Whitlock smoked me.
Yeah, I mean, that was... That sip was synchronized. That was sick.
Dami has switched from Pepsi to water. I wonder what impact that will have on
he's
his...
cooling down.
Yeah,
That
he's
was,
gonna cool down.
Wow, I was shocked that Whitlock got that shot onto Woods in Bakery. But that was all down to the Roam. Beautiful roam by Arial Rise, accruing a 2-man advantage. Zeno going down right after that. It was 3 kills for the defense before Whitlock had responded. And of course, Woods had actually been sitting in prep since Rexavy walked into Bakery, like from the very beginning. He was there the whole time. Rexavy just none the wiser. Easy kill. Shot right in the back, and from there it's impossible for Whitlock to win. Even if he was able to rack up those kills like we saw, there was just no time on the board, and Arial Rise, after giving up, well, 2 more bodies, we're like, all right, hold on. Hold on the brakes. You can play the time. So, good job by Arial Rise. They will not go back to bar, at least not yet. It'll be reading defense up first. Of course, you hold this very similarly to Cocktail. Put a lot of stake there. Double reinforce off kitchen. Or sorry, not kitchen. Freezer. Have all your projectile denial. Have a shield upstairs to supplement all that good stuff. As well as the pulse downstairs, supplemented usually by at least 1 more C4. So, Mystic are going to have to tread lightly as they go for their top floor clear.
You know what the best part about holding top floor on reading is?
No.
If you lose Cocktail, you don't lose the round. Because you don't lose control of the bomb site. So a lot less stakes riding on the 3rd floor control, which means Arial Rise could go for some early pressure on, then slowly peel back. But most likely a couple of those players have made their hill on the top floor and will most likely die on it if Mystic has anything to say about it. However, the first 2 players they're going to have to deal with is Og as well as Spiker. One playing Shaiko and one ratting it out. That's Og on the Goyo just sitting inside of Cigar, and I don't think Mystic have any idea that he's going to be in this position. However, Gunner has a semblance, some sort of idea that there's somebody right next to him in Pillar, and he's actually going to fall. I thought he was going to win that gunfight, but Spiker on 5 HP is going to persist for the rest of the round. And first frag goes onto the side of Arial Rise.
Good play by Spiker, too. Hearing the sound cue of the drone, opting to whip out the Nitro Cell, it distracts Gunner enough to allow Spiker the time to swing around the pillar. Sure, Spiker gets lit up, but as you said, hey, a kill is a kill. Down goes Gunner, down goes the sledge. But Og, peeking through the Cigar Cubby hatch, actually gets killed from below. Curious engagement there as Feltwinter is able to even the odds and, in fact, accrue an HP advantage for his team. Now, HP might not be the most important thing in the world, but when one of your players is only 1 bullet from death, that can be pretty important. Adapt is just spotting Feltwinter right through the wall. He knows there's a player in 90. Drone comes out and it will be shot as Whitlock starts to sprint through and see that dining room, for the most part, is clear, only really being covered by the very low HP Spiker. There's now sub 1 minute in the round. And Arial Rise, though, they still, if I'm not mistaken, have members, at least 1, on the top floor. This push from Mystic is completely lateral. Yeah, it's Dami inside of Freezer, with the other 3 members of the defense downstairs. In fact, Feltwinter is even more downstairs. He was on the 1st floor, and he's going to try and make a stake up white. 35 seconds is out come the smokes, and here comes the execute.
Feltwinter still could go pressure up, and he spots the back of Spiker. A nice headshot coming in, as Zeno's also going to tag onto Dami for another frag. Rexavy getting the plant down. It's just Adapt and Woods. 1 Nitro Cell to share a piece, but the bullets of Adapt will do quick work and dispatch of the planter. Shotgun out, finishing off the felled Feltwinter, but it's a 2v1 situation, and he catches Zeno slacking. There's only 12 seconds left, and it's a 1v1. Whitlock could get Diffuser, but time is not in his favor. He has to challenge the shotgun close, and Woods gonna get it! A beautiful clutch coming out of the smoke. And there's nothing that Mystic could do but just watch in absolute awe as Woods puts the team on his back and pops off.
The microphone dangling.
Wow.
Wow, Woods! Incredible stuff.
He's smiling at us.
Dude.
Look at him.
There it is.
He knows he's on camera.
I love Luke. That was, oh my god, that was close. I really thought, dude, when it was a 2v3, I thought as soon as Woods let Feltwinter go by in the hallway, it was over. I thought the Pulse was going to die, but no, the Pulse actually got the kill on the planter first. And sure, the Pulse went down, but Woods in the better position. I think that was that Zeno in reading? Zeno had the round in the bag.
Zeno, I don't know what
he
was
had
doing,
the round, and he just, I guess didn't, I think because he was crouched behind the overturned cupboard, he didn't see Woods move through the rotate, but either way, brilliant from Woods. Mystic really dropping the ball. Arial Rise, great stuff. They tie up the score 2-2 thanks to a huge 3K. And they will confirm the reading site Now, though, they do have to go back onto bar. The only site in which they have not won. Looking to complete that perfect site rotation.
The perfect site rotation will be delayed. I don't know why that was so hard to say, but it was.
The delation.
The delation. But for the side of Mystic, their attack on this bomb site in particular was really strong. Pretty much a backbone, a staple, if you will, of a cocktail take would be seeing a buck in the operator lineup. But it seems like Team Mystic have cracked the code without the need for the man hailing from the Great North by just using the Ash charges down below. I mean, it works, and your overall soft breach potential is higher, and you can keep a static lineup across all 3 bomb sites you're attacking with Gunner on the sledge, who you do have to, I feel obligated to say, is not having that great of a game in comparison to what we've seen him put up. The Chalet was quiet, and so is his Kafe so far.
That seems to be affecting Mystic. Now, for now, though, Gunner's poor performance won't put them in a point disadvantage. You gotta remember, that's for now. Gunner isn't able to carry this team. Sometimes they don't do the best, but Whitlock is still stepping up in his place, which is always good to see. Whitlock, one of the most incredibly, he and Gunner, probably 2 of the most incredibly consistent players in all of Amateur Siege. They are quite the prospects for CL, and hey, maybe even PL. Adapt is going to take a hell of a lot of damage trying to get the hell out of Freezer. Woods also being down to nearly half. Gunner and Zeno also taking a little bit towards the early round as well. There's about a minute 38 left in the round as Mystic have not actually taken this guy out of bathroom. Dami's happy to just sit there and wait as the first kill does come through. And look at this. It's Spiker onto Rexavy. That's the ace. I don't think he's actually opened the walls into the site just yet, but Gunner does finish off the low HP Adapt with a very long headshot. Okay, no, part of the wall is actually opened up for the defense, strangely enough. So maybe Rexavy, not as important. He's already opened red wall, so a lot of his job is already done. But now as the smoke falls, it's starting to get a little bit dire for Arial Arise. But right around the corner, Fellwinter is just going to ignore the pixel angle. Dami's going to push out just in the nick of time, saving his teammate of Adapt, but he cannot save himself. He does damage to Gunner, but can't finish him off. Leaves just Spiker in the very low HP AUG in a 2 versus 3. 50 seconds left now. Whitlock collecting the intel. The execute and the funnel from Mystic should come through soon.
Yeah, Diffuser has not been recovered yet, and AUG's going to have to bear the brunt of the remaining 3 Mystic attackers, with one of them holding a deep angle all the way through Freezer and Bathroom to cut any rotation towards Cocktail Double. Spiker still inside of Freezer is a precarious position, especially as the plant goes down over towards the trash wall. He's going to start creeping up as Whitlock's able to fell AUG. It's just a 1v3. But Spiker manages to take out the planter. He knows that another player's holding his rotation, but he barely misses the shot, and Gunner gets the last lap. Team Mystic, they can do it both ways on the cocktail attack, as well as the piano side execute. They take third floor as their home once again, and reclaim the lead that they just so lost last round.
Yeah, good stuff there from Mystic. Not letting it slip away. It was a good start by Arial Arise, but those really long angles being opened up, not doing them any favors. Mystic had those ACOGs, and they certainly used it to their advantage with both Iana and Sledge. Luck and Gunner, in fact, being the last 2 operators alive, if I'm not mistaken, especially getting that frag grenade kill onto Woods, taking out all those gas canisters. You saw by the time the push actually came through, if Woods was alive, he could have delayed almost all of that by the trash wall and by the cigar door, but that early death really not paying off. Dami as well, getting that kill from Pixel. I don't know if, or getting that kill from the Pixel doorway. I don't know if moving up all the way to close Pixel was the play, because, I mean, at that point, the attackers are going to know you're there. You're not taking anyone by surprise, and, you know, you just got pre-fired down. So a couple, maybe a little bit overextensions there from Arial Arise, costing them that round. But hey, Kafe, although it's slightly defender favored, I'd say, in this current meta, it's still very common that we see a 3-3 half. So as long as Arial Arise can tie this up here, it's nothing to worry about heading into their attack.
Yeah, it wouldn't be... It's not the end of the world. We say it's slightly defender-sided because 3-3s aren't out of the question. And we've seen super attacking-sided Cafes, depending on the teams. We've seen double 5-1. Like, Cafe's just a weird map. They're just interesting. So yeah. As it stands, Mystic looking a little bit more consistent, mainly because the primary bomb site for Arial Arise is the 3rd floor. But ironically, that's been their weakest bomb site so far. Sure, Basement has also fallen due to the Rexavi's insane clutch, getting the plant down, getting the final frag onto Dami, playing a touch 2 passive. But on Mystic's roam clear of this bomb site, it didn't look too hot, which is why they're bypassing the roam entirely and just trying to hit site as quickly as possible.
And you can see Arial Arise are aware of the bakery direct. That's why they have Og making all those floor holes, looking down into prep and looking down onto the bakery breach. Plenty of people upstairs for Arial Arise here, but if Mystic keep hammering away at this direct take and overwhelm the anchors, those upstairs defenders could be in for a rude awakening and a tough retake. But even then, there's still Mystic players going up above. You see Xeno on the rappel, Whitlock trying to pressure that breach very early as Woods, luckily able to escape with his life, nearly gets his head taken off by Rexavi there. Bandits gotta be careful. The Iana clone jumping through, not able to call out really any useful intel just yet as Woods continues to play close on K1. Here comes the swing though, and it's ill-advised. Whitlock with a very easy kill. Down goes your Bandit. The breach will continue to be opened.
Yep, and that's a nitro cell off the board that on a bomb site such as Kitchen can be so instrumental towards stopping the plant. There's a lot of safe lineups, especially if the top of that wall is opened up. But even more so important is Gunner's Head getting opened up on the deep angle by Og. That's a good frag into his direction as the team of Mystic are trying to get that refrag. They can't quite find the anchoring player until Whitlock swings out towards double and is able to fell Og. Dami on the roam, however, finds a kill onto Xeno as Feltwinter with no fear just charges straight into the bomb site. Whitlock with a triple kill. On for the ace by technicality, but Spiker up above. As Whitlock goes for the quad. He just is everywhere. He's entering. He's flanking. He's doing it all. And for the side of Spiker, he's going to start creeping down this red stairs right into the loving arms of the Yana. But Spiker comes out on top. Rexavi gets the refrag. No ace. But the ace of Rexavi was the real one that they needed to worry about. A second basement attack successful for Mystic as they confirm the 4-2 attacking split.
Whitlock. Wow. I mean, what else is there to say?
He is the chosen one.
He really is. I mean, 4K in that round, really putting it in the bag, putting his team on his back. Head after head being claimed. It was a pretty default bakery direct, but unfortunately, another curious thing is that Arial Arise, whoever was playing upstairs was holding the breach and not prep. So when the attackers pushed through prep, well, they did it for free. Nothing to stop them. Rexy was able to get the plant down, and no one on Arial was able to do anything about it. In general, that was just a very well put together attack, especially denying the bandit trick with the ace charges, and Whitlock, of course, being able to find those picks in the site. Arial Arise now definitely hoping that this just happens to be an attacker-sided Kafe, so they're down by 2 points. They'll bring out the Lion, though. Lion's something that we didn't see at all from Mystic, and they'll bring both the Zoph and the Ash instead of that Iana, but Mystic are quick to shake things up as well. They're bringing a Rooney, and they're bringing Clash.
The Clash is unbanned, like we said on Chalet, but it's all the way on Kafe that she will get her first use.
Yeah, she'll actually be used here, though.
Yeah, that's cool. Instead of just, if the Goyo shield gets taken down inside a pixel, Rexavi pulls out a surprise card and says, hey, what if there's another shield? But this one can move.
Blow it up. Yeah.
This one can move, too. It also yells expletives at you.
Yeah.
Yeah, she does that. Angry British moment.
You know Gooby's legal name is Gooby?
I did know that. His legal name is indeed Gooby, Mr. Goobicus.
Interesting. Gooby DN.
Spiker's walling. Okay.
All right.
I'm gonna need a Moss check on that one.
I knew it was only a matter of time before that little kid snapped.
Yep. Just so sick of getting his money taken by Mystic that he had to toggle on. Just as he toggles on the EE1D.
One too many woman jokes towards Spiker.
One too many diamonds, one too many G Fuels. He just couldn't handle it anymore. That's the beginning of his Joker arc. As the beginning of the attack for Arial Arise, and that's a nice kill. And their timing isn't looking too shabby.
Oh, and another one here for Og. Just on the cocktail rappel, he finds one, and Dami's covering the run out. Gunner goes down fairly easily. This attack from Arial Arise is shaping up quite nicely, as all they've got to do is kill Xeno and Rexivy. A smoke and a clash. Rexivy's probably not going to be able to do much on his own. He's certainly trying his best as Xeno's starting to get stunned. As I say that, though, Rexivy does get a kill. Down goes Spiker, the top fragger for Arial Arise. He's playing aggressively behind this Goyo shield. He knows as long as he's got this shield up, he can play with his gun out. But Arial Arise do have a significant bit of time to play with. 1:10 left, and they're just going to make sure that they don't get too ahead of themselves. They don't want to fumble the bag in their over-eagerness. And Rexivy will get finally felled by Adapt. It leaves just Xeno, and he can't win his fight against Og. Arial Arise take round number 7 beautifully.
Yeah, they did pretty good. Everything that Mystic threw at them, they expected.
Just kind of destroyed everything in their path.
And that's because Mr. Spiker decided to turn it on. That's what we're going to attribute that round to. Just Spiker.
See, he had the walls, killed the guy through the barricade, and then when he died, he called out the info for his team.
Exactly.
There we
exactly.
go.
See? Great minds think alike. This is Great Minds Think Alike moment number 3.
Wait. Are we going to see the Penguin Capcan realm?
Mr. Zeno Sosa taking a book out of Keegan Penguin Smith .peanut butter.
So, okay.
I mean Parabellum.
I'm going to say real quick.
.pb.
If you don't know the Penguin Capcan realm, the big thing that this revolves around, the big little point that I love.
He has no nitro.
All right, never mind. It's chalked. I don't care anymore. Anyway, it's that Capcan trap. I guess you can have Whitlock or Feltwinter play off of it, but normally what happens is you have that Capcan trap there, and you make holes in the floor. So when someone shoots it, you whip the nitro cell up and kill them in the hallway. And it's so... Dude, seeing it work is so cool. But either way, you set up the Capcan traps around to supplement the roam. So every time it gets shot, or every time one blows up, that's just info. That's telling you that, hey, the attackers are about to move through this doorway or have moved through this doorway. So you can pretty much kind of preset breadcrumbs for the attackers to follow. Now, Gunner is spawn peeking,
and he misses.
And he's going to whiff.
Whiff lock.
Incredibly. That was unfortunate for Gunner. Dami is already in coat check at 20 seconds into the round. I'm not quite sure if Mystic are going to expect a player there, as Adapt is already droning out the site. They might be trying to have Dami just pressure in through the double door really early. I mean, if he walks in, the only person actually in there is the Maestro. He could get an early pick. Dami, push. Dami, do it.
Do it, Dami.
He's not going to. He's just going to sit there and coat check. He might be losing his opportunity. Liney E1D will lock some people in place, but again, you know, he's the only guy on site. If Dami just kills this one dude, that could open up for a plant. But instead, he won't do it just yet. He'll play passive, maybe waiting for more intel, maybe waiting for his team to take more control, whatever. But Dami is definitely someone we'll have to keep our eyes on.
Yeah, same with Feltwinter. As soon as that other player, Spiker, pushes in from white, he might meet an early demise. Over as the Jackal track goes in towards the Maestro, that's indicative of Og being in prep already. Rexivy, those were stale footsteps, so he only gets a single ping out of it, and he'll still be comfortable sitting in between the kitchen, cooking, whatever. K1, K2, that's what they're usually called. But now, this is exactly what we talked about. Dami has lost his ability to push in towards the bomb site, but he might be able to just flank onto the flanker. But still, Gunner's going to get a kill, and he's going to escape. Adapt also falling at the hands of Rexivy. They're trying to push into the bomb site, but everybody's starting to come home. More pre-fires come out, and Dami unfortunately misses. The 81 going massive, as he's going to go for 3 as well. All of a sudden, it looked so good for Arial Arise. They had the potential to go huge. But now it's a 4v1 situation after Spiker hits the nice shot onto Gunner. Can't quite get the shot onto Winter. Is swinging around. It's going to be the Nitro Cell. Wow.
That was, really sad. That was a sorry excuse for an attack. Dami had coat check control in 20 seconds. They droned out sight. They had a drone in the site. They knew it was just Rexavy. They jackal ping Rexavy. What does Dami do? Nothing. None of the attackers, none of them do anything. If Dami had just kept going, following the drone, they knew carpet was clear. They knew red stairs was clear. They knew whiskey was clear. They knew VIP was clear. They knew restaurant was clear. They knew small bake was clear. They had people in bakery. Just kill the guy. Just walk in and kill him. What's stopping you? The only logical thing I can think of is that Dami was waiting, instead of being an early presence in the site, he was playing for cutoff. But at a minute and a half in the round, it's no longer a surprise. Mystic are probably going to assume that someone's in code check by where the push is coming from. So at that point, Dami is playing way too passive to even be a functioning cutoff. He's inside of code check. Sure, he's holding the red wall, but Gunnar slips right past. And what does Gunnar do? He kills Og.
Yep.
So Gunnar kills Og. The attacker in prep, Adapt, feels pressured because he can no longer go back into bakery because he doesn't know where Gunnar is. And what does he do? He gets killed by Rexavy. Then Dami tries to move in, and Dami just whiffs. That round could have been over in the first 30 seconds, but Arial Arise don't take initiative, and it costs them what could have been an even split. It could have been 4-4 right now. They could have caught up right there, but now they'll suffer a 2-round deficit because they just didn't. They played too passive and just didn't act. Like, because it's not even a thing anymore where you could be like, oh, you know, they didn't have the info. You know, he didn't know.
He had the drones.
He had drones. Arial Arise had all the intel in the world. They had perfect intel. And they just did nothing.
They didn't trust themselves. And
Gunnar's going to do the exact same thing he did last time. Surprise, surprise. Down goes Adapt.
Yep. Gunnar, the man of spawn peaks and aggressive plays, nets a free kill onto Adapt. And on a reading defense, losing your sledge is not ideal, to say the least. Definitely not good, especially because Mystic are a team that plays so heavily upon momentum. Where they get one pick, they usually are able to double or even triple up their worth. Sure, Og is making his way up brown stairs, taking out default cams along the way, trying to find any footsteps to just make sure their roam clear is as potent as possible. But even more so than that is Gunnar getting caught on a drone by Dami. He still wins the gunfight, and Whitlock and Felt picked up kills in the meantime too. It's attack timeout for Arial Arise as Mystic, unless Og goes for the 1v5 clutch, are going to be on match point.
I don't know what Arial Arise are doing anymore. Their attack looked promising on the first round when they won bar, and then it's like every semblance of what went right in bar disappeared off the face of the earth and out of everyone's minds. I don't know what they're doing right now. Adapt doesn't expect Gunnar to be playing aggro under the hatch like he did last round, but if anybody knows Gunnar, you can assume he's going to do that again and try, and it worked. Dami literally saw Gunnar on the drone and still loses the fight. I don't know how Spiker and Woods died, but it was also probably just them swinging or getting wide peaked. Like, it's all going to 1v5. Mystic are just creaming them right now in the past 2 rounds. And Og is just going to wait out 50 seconds, talk with his team, and figure out what the hell is going on.
Where are you? And Og says, I'm so sorry. He still gets a kill onto Rexavy as Woods biting his finger, chewing on his thumbnail. I don't know how to keep it going anymore. And Dami's internet crashes.
Wow.
And, yep. This is just one of those moments. Everybody with a pistol runs out, and he gets the kill, and Dami's still frozen across our stream. And yes, we're gonna have to go to a pause.
Two sorry excuses for attacks in a row. I don't know who taught Arial Arise how to play Kafe, but whoever it was wasn't a very good teacher, apparently.
It was now, JJ, because apparently Spiker stole all of his strats. So, JJ, this one's on you. I blame you for this one.
It's now 6-3 in favor of Mystic. Are we going to be seeing our third 7-3 in a row?
Seems like if
honestly,
you get 4 rounds, you win.
Yeah, honestly, I would not be surprised if this is another 7-3, not with the way Arial are attacking. I mean, sure, Mystic do have to go back up top. Do have to go back to bar. But I don't think they'll be caught off guard by early aggression. Well, I guess technically now 4 times in a row as Arial have tried the same thing every round.
Yep. And they finally killed the sledging the hatch.
Yep.
And that's one of the few joys that sledge mains have is hitting that hatch and seeing the debris just whoosh, fly up in the air. And that was robbed from him. As soon as he did it once, he was dead.
Sad, really.
Sad. It's actually tragedy.
We're just patiently awaiting the return of Dominic. Dominic. I don't know what his last name is. Honestly, I just don't know what else to talk about. Arial have just not looked good. Everything has been going wrong. And Mystic have been looking wonderful.
They're winning their
gunfights. They have just been killing everything. Every time there's a body put in front of them, bam. Gone.
Because the main thing that comes down to with Mystic is that they're not doing anything special. They're just playing defaults, and they're playing them very well. For the side of Arial Arise, they should have played against these setups 100 times over.
Replays.
We have replays. But Arial Arise should have played against very similar setups 1,000,000 times. They should know it like the back of their hand. But it's like they're just seeing ghosts. They have no idea what they're walking into. And bar a couple of really great plays like Woods' clutch and a couple of high impact frags here and there, Arial Arise have been struggling.
They really have. It's been unfortunate. So hopefully they're again treating Dami's disconnect like a very extended timeout. On top of the what was that, like the minute and a half one we had already had.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But Crow, did you at least like my Blink 182 reference? As you can tell by his face, he didn't. Yeah. Seems about right.
You know what I do like?
What do you like?
Oh wait, go on.
What do you like, Chromathy?
Dami's not back yet.
Dami's still frozen.
Dami is still frozen in time.
Woods looks dead inside.
He was blinking though.
He is blinking. His eyes are slightly moving.
Wait.
Subtle movements. There's a blink.
There it is. There's another blink.
He is alive.
He is alive. Kind of looks like he's trying to play dead though.
Yeah. Don't know if Woods knows. We're just looking at him. But I'm sure he's not going to be very happy when he watches back the VOD. And yeah, look at Rexavy. He looks so happy.
I'd be happy too if my team was up 7-3 on map 3. Or well, up 6-3, about to 7-3. Is that a No, that's his PC. Dude, his PC was so bright I thought it was another monitor. Look, he's got a TI-84.
That's a calculator.
Never learned how to use that.
Really?
I did all of my calculus by hand.
I had to do calculus by hand, but I mean,
yeah.
For
I did most
stuff,
of my calc
like
by hand.
recalc and stuff, I used a calculator.
Didn't do it for Riemann sums. Screw Riemann sums. They suck. Got to use a calculator for that.
See,
but mostly
Riemann
like
sums are when you have a curve. So you got a curve. You want to take the area underneath the curve.
Under the curve.
So you make a bunch of trapezoids.
Yeah, and you got to. There's a left side
and a right
Riemann
side.
sum, a center Riemann sum, and a right side Riemann sum. They're all different, and they all blow equally. They suck.
They do.
Avoid Riemann sums when you can. But like
just
general,
don't.
like
just integrate.
Yeah, normally I would just use like for simple integrals and derivatives and shit. I would just use my brain.
Yeah.
Calculators are hard to figure out. Or for all of you kids out there, because most of the people who watch this are high schoolers and maybe early college students, Symbolab.com. Excellent tool. Symbolab.com will do any complex or simple calculus, pre-calculus, even statistics, graphing, all that stuff. And It tells you the steps. It's incredible. Wolfram Alpha, also great, not just for math, but also for science.
Check.
Because photomath sometimes can't tell. Photomath's a little bit overrated, especially when it comes to more complex stuff. Chegg is also good, but you have to pay for Chegg.
You do have to pay for Chegg.
You know, Symbol Lab is free.
But yes, this is from a. He's over here. Nope, he's over here.
Yeah.
That's a computer engineer over there.
That's a mechanical engineer.
This is a mechanical engineer, and
here we go.
Teaching you how to do math.
The only A I got in my last 2 years of high school was in AP chemistry.
I hated chemistry. That's why I switched out of biomedical.
All right, I love chemistry.
I like chemistry.
Speaking of chemistry, that's why cooking is fascinating.
Emulsions. They're cool.
Dude, like gastromolecular cooking.
Yeah.
That stuff is cool. Anyway, we're just kind of bullshitting because we're waiting for Dami to get back. I have Red Lobster biscuits.
I have tikka masala.
Tikka masala, very good.
Just chicken, rice, and sauce.
Oh, hey, Dami's back.
Dami has returned.
Excellent. We can stop talking about academics.
That's good. We're talking.
You know what
let's talk about Siege.
I learned about, Connor?
What did you learn
You know
about?
what I learned
Is it
about,
nuclear pasta again?
No, it's not. It doesn't have to do with pasta though, but it's not nuclear. So when you get sucked into a black hole, and so small black holes, you know how because they go to a singularity, it gets narrower and narrower and narrower. So it gets really narrow really quickly the smaller the black hole is. Scientists actually call that when you get sucked into a black hole like that, because it stretches you out because of the gravity and the density and forcing you through that small hole. It's called spaghettification. That's the proper term for it. And I thought that was really funny. If you get sucked into a black hole, you get spaghettified. And that is the correct term.
Hey, Ferme. I know you can hear me, so please add 1 to the CDAPS exhibits pain counter.
Spaghettification is cool. Hawking radiation, also very cool. Dude, did you for a supermassive black hole in our
there we go. We're up
for a
to
supermassive
6.
black hole, like the black hole at the center of the Milky Way, for a supermassive black hole to lose like 1% of its mass, it would take through Hawking radiation. It would take like a Google years.
Just keep on going up. Keep going up for a minute.
What? What happened to my mold counter? I molded earlier.
Oh yeah, that is
actually,
true.
I molded a couple times.
Crow's
dude, I actually forgot. I forgot those. I forgot these existed.
Yes, I forgot they existed until Ferme was whipping them out.
Remember Ferme's idea, the counter that would go up between the breaks.
Yep.
That would be a career-killing idea.
Match point.
Woo!
Team Mystic.
Almost a 7-3. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not biased or anything, but I think it would be really funny to have a third 7-3.
It would be.
And then imagine if map 4 is also a 7-3.
Stream is just now getting to watch Woods just looking out of it. But that's more so what his entire team is.
Arial Rise are able to take this top floor attack, same as they did right after the half switch. But they've got to deal with this clash again, and unlike the first round, they don't have 2 or 3 or 4 very early picks. They've actually got to work for their control now. And first things first is going to be Pixel. The shield is gone. Well, the deployable shield is gone, but the clash shield will remain. They've also got to deal with the shield on Bathroom, and they've also got to deal with Gunner, who's very swift with the kill onto Adapt. You will get refragged by AUG, but at that point you've traded a Rooney for a nade player, and up against a Clash, as well as the Smoke Shield and the Echo Shield, that is quite the important kill.
Yeah, I mean, Gunner's been doing pretty well, and Adapt has not. As Spiker's going to get a nice kill onto Xeno, make that 2 onto Rexavy, because The comms were not flowing that there's somebody on the bathroom
right.
window, and he just backs right into him. Now it's just Whitlock and Felt against Spiker, Woods, Og, and Dommy. All of Arial Rise minus Adapt, and I guess Daisy, if you want to count her as the 6th bird or 6th man. The Yokai drone's still giving a plethora of information over towards the new balcony. But that doesn't matter, as Og just absolutely obliterates Whitlock. And Feltwinter, not far after, also falls at the hands of Og.
No 7-3. A little bit sad that we don't get to uphold tradition, as Tommy is.
What a frame to be just frozen on.
That's a great frame. Dommy's
Pepsi
headphones.
hits.
Dommy's headphones are so massive compared to his head.
He's such a small young lad.
I wonder how tall he is. Is that?
Why Dommy happy?
I was about to say, it looks like he's also got a plethora of manga on his shelf.
He does.
I'm not quite sure if it's manga, but it kind of looks like manga.
No, it
but
definitely
anyway,
is.
That bar attack, down to being able to trade Gunner out, a swift pixel clear, and the white repel. There you go. That's what that round came down to. Really good stuff. I think that was Spiker on the repel, wasn't it? On white window? I think that was Spiker on the G36. Great stuff from Arial Rise throughout that round. We'll see if they can keep it up. Now 6-4. 2 more rounds lest we go to overtime.
I wonder if Mystic are going to keep one person on site, then Arial Rise not push it. That would add like 10 to your mauled counter, wouldn't it?
I would be upset.
You would be upset.
I would be
very upset.
Fairly upset. We'll see what happens as again, Mystic, yep. One guy on site. It's the Maestro. I imagine he'll be playing by K2. And I imagine he'll be exposed to the rotate from the Whiskey Double. And I imagine Dommy will be in coat check very early on again. But who knows? Gunner's upstairs in the piano against Spawn peeking, but he will not find any mark. He's not peeking the red hatch this time. But Zeno is peeking the white window, and he'll fall very early on to Spiker. Excellent first pick here from Arial Rise, taking out one of those roamers.
Yep, and that's another first frag going the way of Arial Rise, which has been few and far between. But if we take last round into account, maybe the timeouts have really helped this Arial Rise roster. They look a lot more confident.
And we have a sound
bug. We have a sound bug. Unfortunate. But even more fortunate is Dommy getting a kill onto Gunner, the former teammates going up as the yellow pings. Yep. That's why he's here on this angle. He cuts off red stairs as Og and him are going to swing in unison. Dommy picks up his second kill, and all of a sudden, it's just Felt, who's still on the roam, and Rexavy on the anchor against everybody, minus Spiker, because he got caught looking the wrong way. But Feltwinter will actually go for 2. That's a kill onto Og, and this 2v5 is all of a sudden gone to a winnable situation. Make that dead even as Rexavy gets a shot onto Woods. There's only halfway done with the round, and it's already spiced up with Adapt in the bomb site.
Adapt needs to get this kill onto Rexavy. This is the round-changing kill right now, the Maestro versus the Sledge. But instead, Adapt is just going to try and plant. Impact Grenade goes out, but Dommy is there with another cutoff, a triple kill, and through the hatch, Feltwinter can't find his pick. Close round, nearly slipping out of the control of the attackers, but they're still able to recover. 6-5 now, 1 round away from OT. Arial Rise, their last 2 attacks, definitely better than their previous 2.
Yeah, definitely have looked a lot better, indeed. Now it's 6-5, like you said.
Bug.
And Mute needs to be nerfed. He's very strong. I don't know if Ferme knows, but the Twitch stream... Okay, it is back. I was going to say it just went down, but it has returned to us. It's a Twitch API issue, so no fault to Ferme. Just blame all the big wigs over at the purple icon streaming service that we know and love as Twitch. So, Reading Room. The final regulation bomb site for Mystic. Last time, the Sledge died first, and then everybody else died. And then Og sat outside on the Jackal for like a minute and a half, and I made a Blink 182 reference. So hopefully we do not have a repeat of those events.
Oh. Well, we will see if we can get rid of this bug. This bug has been around for a while.
You have to let a drone get shot.
Yeah.
So we're hoping Og's drone gets shot.
This. Oh no! Damn it! No, Og, leave the drone.
Just shoot it.
That would be really funny if it just got stuck in a mute jammer instead of getting shot.
Yep. Come on, drone out the Mozzie.
I was just gonna sit it here instead.
Yep.
Well, our bug will persist into the action phase. As Mystic,
darn you, Arial Arise and your good drone economy.
Mystic are bringing a Frost. Not something we've seen all too much so far. She'll be here on a reading defense. And most of, if not all of her Frost mats are allocated to the upstairs. They've also, instead of reinforcing Freezer, they have opened it up to establish those long lines of sight that Frost definitely can take advantage of, using that very slow-firing, zero recoil 9mm C1 that hits like a truck. They'll spot out a Mozzie drone on the piano stage, calling that out, let the team know that they need to shoot that. Whitlock playing off of his own intel right now.
Yes!
As it will get taken out, and there we go! Bug has been
shout out to
shut
Max,
down.
best
it's
observer
been squashed.
ever.
It's been
He's
raided.
Celebrating.
Woo! And our sound is back.
Warmly welcomed, as there's been no kills yet, so we haven't missed any of those, but a minute has been dispelled by the defenders, kind of passively holding over towards the backside of the second floor. Or the third floor, I guess. But as soon as I say that, Rexavy falls at the hands of Spiker. Another first frag for the former Project Neo player. As this window repel game, especially over towards White and Bathroom, has been really clean and is getting more kills than you would want on the side of Team Mystic.
Lock is still holding on to Pixel fervently, but on the other side of the map, Woods takes out one of his teammates. Feltwinter now goes down. It's a two-man advantage, and that's when Whitlock decides to rotate. He'll make his way down White Stairs, narrowly escaping the sight of Dami. But Arial Arise, they only have a minute left to play with, and Gunner is all the way over towards the Red Stairs, trying to hit a lick, but he'll get spotted by the drone, and he won't be able to make his way up there anymore. Whitlock taking even more damage. A bullet has yet to land on any of these Arial Arise players. They've been playing this almost perfectly, basically to a T so far. The execute will have to come down soon. They've got to get these entry picks onto these site players. Gunner has already expended his C4, but Xeno and Whitlock have not just yet. Woods, though, he'll be the first player to take damage as he falls into the frost mat, but there's no C4 to capitalize. Breaching charges coming out now from Og, establishing lines of sight down into the bomb site. Adapt here as well with the sledgehammer, making these reading players uncomfortable. But look at the time. Arial Arise cannot afford to delay much longer. There is only 20 seconds left, and this is when things can start to become dangerous. This is where that man advantage might not matter as much anymore. Xeno is going to get one frag. Down goes Spiker. Adapt TKing Woods. Oh no, this is falling apart. The drop down being held, but Xeno does finally get finished off from above. Adapt will drop. The flank from Dami does not work out. Og is planting, but there's no cover, but Og wins the fight. Oh my god, but no, Whitlock has the angle, but before he can lift the C4, it's Adapt from above. Arial Arise will clinch round number 12. It was almost done by Mystic. But I don't know, that was perfect timing from Arial Arise. It could not have been closer. And now we go to overtime.
And Woods is happy. And Dami is really happy. Look at his face.
Dami looks euphoric.
He is euphoric. He's a happy man. Standing at a whopping 5'6".
Dude,
now about 5'7", 5'8", 5'10". Oh wow, he just reached Gavin Lava Griffin's 6'6" status. But
he's getting spaghettified.
He is getting spaghettified.
So
what a round from Arial Arise.
I thought Mystic had that. I thought
that was perfect timing.
Whitlock's hand, and I was like, up.
That's it. We're done.
Oh, I can't believe Og won his fight, dude. If Adapt doesn't kill Xeno from above, and if Og doesn't lift off that diffuser at the perfect time to kill, I think that was Feltwinter.
He had like 5 HP.
Yeah, and if Adapt doesn't peek the floor hole and land all the necessary shots with the SMG-11 when he does, that round is over. That was so many things going wrong, and then like while going wrong, still falling into place perfectly for Arial Arise. That was incredible.
Attacker side at Kafe too. Double 4-2 split means that we go to overtime. But if you're just now tuning into SCS, just catching the tail end of the season, stepping in for the grand finals, oh boy, do we have a surprise for you. Because here at SCS, we do it different. It's not just overtime. It's infinite overtime.
Damn it! I forgot.
Crow, are you happy about infinite overtime? I'm exhilarated. I'm ecstatic.
No, you're not.
If my joy
Spiker already hit a Kapkan
was
trap.
a drug, I would be inebriated on it.
Well, like I said, Spiker hit a Kapkan trap already, so he's down to 50 HP. Arial Rises roam clear, not starting off too hot. But, so far on this kitchen attack, you know, their second go around when they actually contest the roam instead of just walking into the building and doing nothing, well, it was quite the admirable clear. They've already wasted a minute. But the defender's a Mystic. There's no one on the top floor remaining. Everyone's down over on floor number 2. Gunner playing with the Vigil, getting aggressive on the Snowbalk doorway. You could potentially find a run out onto Spiker if the Iana isn't too careful, but Gunner's happy to just peek in for now. Iana clone will come out. It's not spotting Gunner just yet, as of course, he's Vigil. Felwinter does get the lead-off kill, though. Dami now dead. A huge reason why they were able to win this round in the prior attempt is now no longer going to be available to the attack.
Gunner could just peek out onto Spiker, but instead Spiker's just going to walk in, doesn't know the corner isn't clear. And now that's 2 kills onto Mystic's roam that Arial Rise have no answer for so far. They're going to be going towards their execute phase with significantly less bodies and without the utility, the nades of Spiker, and all of those breaching rounds that Dami has been bringing to the table. Gunner still left alive is going to be sitting over towards Hugo or Hell, right below the noob out. Just sitting passively waiting for anybody to swing through pillars and he can try to get another kill. But more so important than that is the rest of the Mystic anchors just sitting on site with Adapt, Woods, and Og not having any map control over towards that bottom floor.
They will spot out Gunner, though, so his rat position not being left unknown. But like you said, the most important thing right now for this defense is Gunner's just up here wasting time, and all the other roamers are back on the site. Og will be the next player to hit a Kapkan trap, and Woods gets finished off by Xeno. Adapt is still upstairs hunting the roamers, but as Og is distracted by the holes above, Whitlock cleans him up, and Adapt can't make his way down brown stairs. Mystic take the first round of overtime flawlessly.
And on an attacking side of Kafe, they're sitting pretty now. Just a single attacking round into their favor will mean that the win by 2, those parameters have been met, and they'll win the map without need for even more overtime goodness. But if they lose, then it resets. Like if you play tennis, it's a deuce. And Gunner is just sick of being on this map. You can tell by his face. He wants it over. With him on the sledge, him fragging out, finally able to wake up and get over the hill that we saw him kind of slump into on Chalet, it might be too much to overcome for Arial Arise.
It's going to be Kitchen once again. And this site has certainly been a mixed bag for the defense. Arial Arise in particular are 1 and 2 on this site. The defense as a whole is currently 3 and 3. And they've swapped one very important note up. They now have a Goyo, and they now have a Cade, rather than the Bandit, and rather than, I believe they had a Did they have a Mozzie? Was it Mozzie? I can't remember. I can't remember what they're replacing the Goyo with.
5 seconds left.
I do know that the Cade is new, off the Bandit. So the Electro Claw is maybe a little bit more flexible. Now you really need to take that top floor if you want to get the Electro Claws off. We'll see if Mystic are able to do just that. Arial Arise, of course, they have that 3-tiered roam. They've got Dami and Dami and Spiker all the way on the top floor. Og on the middle floor. They're looking to waste as much time and get as many picks as they can before Mystic transfer onto the site.
Yep, but Spiker has been doing pretty well. Sure, he's going 1 for 1 pretty much every round. Dying in all but a single one. But getting a kill in every single one. But over on the side of Mystic, it's been the Whitlock and Feltwinter show. They've been the standout performers, with Dami not having as good of a game as the second fiddle for Mystic, Feltwinter, on 11 kills. It's going to take a lot for them to bounce back. And considering how Mystic have done pretty well on the basement bomb site.
That's a kill.
Yep, that is a kill. That's a beautiful nade coming out of Gunner, cooked to perfection. Gordon Ramsay got a Michelin star for that one, and they picked up a free kill onto Spiker, who's been the most potent fragger on Arial Arise's defense, as well as the attack, and down goes Dami, the second most potent fragger, tied up with Og as Mr. Whitlock, 16 kills to his name, adds to his stat total, and adds to the man count advantage for Team Mystic, with half the round still left to play.
Mystic in an incredible advantage right now as Gunner will continue to play with his sledge. An explosion will go out. I'm not quite sure if that was a breaching charge or a C4, but there's a C4. Woods takes a lot of life off of Gunner, but Adapt, with the only C4 left, is not in range to use that against the sledge. Gunner will go ahead and use the little nade trick, but it will not find its mark. But Adapt, there it is. The Red Stairs presence finally proves fruitful. And Gunner gets taken out. Adapt is looking for another one on the small bake window. He lets his prey scamper away, though, not giving his life away to Whitlock just yet. Instead, he'll give it away to Rexavy, as Rexavy is holding down Bakery and the small rotate. It's Woods and Og, the Cade and the Mute to hold off in a 2 versus 4 with 45 seconds remaining. Utility still being dumped in here by the attack, both horizontally as well as vertically. Xeno and Feltwinter working the vert. They'll see Woods tag him up just a little bit. I'm not sure if Woods knows where he was getting shot from, but Feltwinter just keeps missing. And Woods is relatively safe, but no, here's the Goyo shield getting popped. He'll be able to get 1 kill, but he only trades himself out, and that leaves Og all alone. A 1 versus 3. Xeno on the double door. Feltwinter still above. Rexavy over towards Bake. Feltwinter comes downstairs to assist his team, but he'll go down. Now they know exactly where Og is, and Xeno's going to need to get this kill as Rexavy starts for the plant. Og, he's got no clue where Xeno is. Excellent watch. And Mystic take round number 14. We don't even need Infinite. It's just 8-6, and we go to map number 4.
And that map number 4, it's Coastline. That'll be fun. All things considered, Kafe isn't the most fun map in the world, but this was pretty good, all things considered. So a couple of those clutches were crazy.
Wow, 16, 12, 10, 10.
Yeah, the stats for Team Mystic looking like the stats that we saw on the leaderboards. Very consistent, and everybody doing their part. Team Mystic take their map choice, and take the lead of 2-1. Now on match point for this best of 5, and headed to a highly aggressive map where Arial Arise have been good, but we've seen Mystic do just as well.
And the one solace that I've got for Arial Arise is that they did perform admirably on Kafe, right? Mystic take their map pick 7-3. Arial Arise take their own map pick 7-3. But on Mystic's next map pick, it's a very, very tightly contested overtime. 8-6. So Arial Arise did perform, as I said, admirably. It was a very, very close contest. So heading into Coastline, I think Arial Arise, they're maybe still pretty confident. I mean, sure, there were very glaring issues on Kafe that I was more than happy to point out. But Coastline is a map that pretty much anyone with an aggressive lineup can play, especially like these two teams. Coastline should be, and I think, maybe just as close as Kafe.
Yeah, I think it definitely could, and because of the nature of Coastline, it's probably going to be even more fun to watch. And I'm excited.
Me
After Arial Rise got their first map, we're like, you get Coastline. Guaranteed Coastline.
I like Coast.
Coast is always fun.
Mm.
Hey, Crow, when we get rich one day, do you just want to rent out Coastline?
No.
It's real life. It's a real life place. You can
Yeah,
go
but
there.
it's in Spain.
Yeah, it's in Ibiza.
I don't like Spain.
Spain is cool, though.
No.
But
Anyway,
do you know what's
you know
cooler
what is
than
cool?
Spain?
Numbers.
Numbers.
I'm sure I think a lot of people would probably disagree with that statement. But
we're nerds.
16 and 8. Wow.
Gunner, considering he started off like 2 and 6, finishing 10 and 10,
That's not bad.
it's not bad. 4 and 2 on the entry. Sure, Spiker had the best opening kills, 5-1. That's a +4 ratio. But what it came down to, I guess, a lot of the numbers were very similar across the board. But Rexby got that extra plant, that extra objective play, allowed Mystic to just edge it out slightly.
Yeah, Spiker definitely doing his darndest, but fortunately in that last round, of course, getting naded right off the bat didn't help.
Yeah.
Also, Dami just not shooting at the guy in pillar. Dami's not clicking. Fortunately, Woods kind of being trapped where he was sitting by the Goyo shield because of the presence above. Great vertical play in that last round. But before we move on to map number 4, we have to take a break.
We do.
Gotta go to quick intermission.
It's a special break, though. It's a special break.
It is. Why?
I think Mr. Ferme has something whipped up.
Oh, he does. That's
He
right.
does.
We're gonna.
So everybody,
once,
make sure to watch that video.
Once we go to a break, we've got a little video that Ferme has put together, basically reflecting on our season thus far. Team Mystic now up 2-1. Coastline might be our final map, or it might push us to the decider. Stick around, watch the video. We'll see you guys right after this.
Hey everyone, my name is Peter, but you know me as Ferme. I'm the lead director and creative vision behind SCS. First, I'd like to thank you for joining us today for the grand final culmination. It's a series point, and one of these teams might walk out with a victory right after this map. It's been a whole year leading up to this day, and I'm absolutely thrilled to spend it with you today. For over a year, we've been working to make this event a success, and I believe we absolutely crushed it. SCS was built to provide players with an amazing platform to compete on, to give you guys the best production we can do in the amateur circuit, and we were able to accomplish all of that. In fact, we were able to implement live statistics with our stats team, and now we're doing Challenger League with them. It's absolutely mind-blowing. Well, unfortunately, Season 6 cannot happen right now. We've been working endlessly on this event, and we need some time to recharge. Season 6 will happen, just not right off the bat. We'll be distancing a little bit from league events for the next month or so, to give you guys a little bit more different style of content while we take time to recharge and get more staff members. And in fact, if you want to apply, this is the right time to do so. We're looking for casters, observers, admins, you name it, data statisticians. If you want to start your career in esports, this is your first step. We will help you, we will train you, we'll get you up to speed, because we believe you deserve it. If you want to be here, if you're passionate about esports, this is the place for you. SCS is your family. Well, one thing left to say. Please enjoy the series point of the grand final of Season 5. And I can't wait to see Season 6 happen soon. It will happen. Follow us on our socials at SCS_esports on Twitter and on our website, scsesports.com. My name is Ferme, the lead director of SCS, and I hope you have a fantastic rest of the stream.
A triple kill, but Son of Finn, he'll deny the plant. Easy super kill. Oh my god! Son of Finn will find more!
7 seconds left, they gotta pick up the diffuser, but Tommy lines up both! Tommy with the 1v3!
Device, mission shots, he's gonna have to go for the front.
Oh,
He pushes
Dylan!
on through! Dylan is better!
Round 2, and there's another as Tyrants is finished off, and they all line up for Bone!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and as evident by that video that Ferme put together, this might be the end of something for just a little bit longer. Series point, just a single tier. A series point for Team Mystic, as this best of 5 could be on its way out, and Team Mystic winning, or Arial Arise will have to take Coastline away from Mystic. A very good Coastline team, but Arial Arise just as much so. Just now tuning in, my name is Seedaps, and Crow is to my side. We've got the game underway. Match number 4 of this best of 5. We have Coastline.
We do indeed. As you said, Arial Arise, they're a good Coastline team, but Mystic are absolute demons on this map. They have crushed Honor every single time we've seen it played.
And Honor are a good Coastline team, too.
Honor are a pretty good Coastline team. They're working through some issues right now, but...
Shout out Pox. I love Pox.
True. Shout out to all the members of Honor. I like them.
Pox,
they're
Oreo,
nice guys.
Surf, Arrow, and...
Wolfsies. And Rams, their coach.
Rams coach,
Not Arrow, though. Tyler sucks. That guy. I'm kidding. I love you, Tyler. But first things first. Nomad.
Nomad ban. Wow, Arial Arise with a Nomad ban. Crazy. We've seen it every map so far, and we'll probably see a Thatcher coming out too.
Well, no, it's Coast. Probably not that.
Jackal.
Who bans Thatcher on Coast, Connor? What do you?
You can utility clear so easily.
No.
Yes.
No one brings Thatcher on Coast. That would be lay stupid.
Valk though. Valk is a good ban.
A fraud.
If you watch any Coconut Bra videos, every single one of them pretty much has a Valk cam on Coastline, so just removing her simplifies the intel game that the attackers have to worry about.
And we're back to Malusi.
And we're back to the Malusi ban, because Arial Arise want to go fast, and Malusi is the opposite of that.
That's
she makes
true.
you go slow.
So now, every single map so far, Mystic have banned Valkyrie. The previous, it was Thatcher Valk, Mav Valk, and now Jackal Valk. Meanwhile, for Arial Arise, it has been Nomad Malusi, Nomad Malusi, Nomad Mira, Nomad Malusi. Both teams very rigid in who they want to get rid of. Of course, because this is Arial Arise's map pick, Mystic get the side choice. And you would be crazy not to start on attack on a map like Coast. Og going to 6th pick from the Mirror to the Vigil, and Rexavy not wanting to run the Dokkaebi, and instead the Buck figuring that, hey, maybe the Lion is sufficient enough. This is going to be a hookah defense first things foremost. And Arial Arise, strangely enough, despite this being a very aggressive map and definitely a lot less objective focused than others that we've seen in this best of 5 so far, they're going to bring the triple threat of the Echo, the Maestro, and the Smoke. All the plant denial is going to be in the hands of Arial.
Yeah, and what's interesting is that the closest map that we've seen to this would be Chalet. We all know how that turned out in the top right of your screen. That's Arial Arise 7-3. So yeah, we know that they can play these highly aggressive maps, but it's also to the same testament that Mystic are not known for their Chalet gameplay. They don't like the French ski lodge up in that mountainside. All the snow, that's just not the Mystic style. They like it warm. They like it in Ibiza here on Coastline where they have their aggression. And they're a lot more comfortable on this map, so hopefully it should be a lot closer.
Keyword should.
Should.
We don't know what the hell's going to happen. This could be a very close map. It could be, 7-0. Who knows? First things foremost, Mystic are going to start droning out the bottom floor. Drone out downstairs. They see that sunrise is clear, but they know that someone might be inside of security, and that's what Gunner is waiting and watching for. Og will be his prey, but Og knows better. He's not going to push in just yet, but Feltwinter actually gets cut down by Dami running down Cool Vibe stairs, and he's happy with his pick. He'll just run back up, and Og's going to hit a flank. He knows that there's another player inside of Kitchen. He's got the yellow pings, and even the Yokai drone. Down goes Whitlock. The Zofia and the Ash both gone very early on.
Yep. And that's 2 spearheads. Your 2 main fraggers. There's a lot of utility, especially because there's the Maestro cams and there's that shield that Wood Sosa has brought to the table that are probably going to be left alive unless the nades of Gunner or maybe even the Gon 6 of the Lion go through. But they don't have that many burns. Sure, 6 should be enough, but considering how Arial Arise have their defense set up, it's not likely that people stay alive. Just like that, Spiker falls, Gunner, and the Lion E1D is trying to cement the various roamers into their positions, but the damage might have already been done. They have 1:20 to work with, but only one single player. Make that none as a flawless round comes out as Adapt swings. The 81 goes Burt, and Arial Arise make a statement on the attacker-sided map. Starting off so strong. And Dami has returned to the VMix call.
Epic. Dami, no longer mid-dopamine rush.
Yes.
And now,
oh no.
We're back to Pepsi.
He has
All
another
right.
Pepsi.
Woods is bumping to something, as you can tell.
I bet he is listening to Running Into the Night.
How do people put headphones over a hoodie? I never got that. I feel like the sound would be kind of muffled, wouldn't it?
Who knows?
I don't know. But either way,
Woods doesn't need it.
That's true. Woods is just built different. Excellent round. Again, very early roam presence, supplemented by the Yokai. Good stuff from Woods to drone out, basically, Og to get that kill on the Whitlock after Dami found his. And the site presence was just too much for Mystic to handle. So Arial Arise, again, playing for their guns, and I guess, that triple threat not really even needing to come into play. All that we saw from the Yokais was off-site presence, and all that we saw from the Maestro was being prone on Cool Vibes and letting the 81 sing. Now we're rotating onto the kitchen bomb site, and Mira will be brought out from Spiker, and there's So Will I, and there's a Jaeger, and you know what that means? That means we're going to have a theater hold. Pretty common if Mira is left up. You see it all the time, and it's to make sure that Mystic don't have free control of Penthouse, so they can start bucking down onto the site. Sure, VIP might be a little bit easier to access, unless Arial Arise have some kind of hold for there, but other than that, if you actually want to clear bathroom and you want to clear over by service, you need Penthouse. You've even got a little bit of a 90 setup here from Arial Arise as well. So this is going to be tough for Mystic to try and, Mystic are going to be tasked with taking those players out. But so far, they're not actually going upstairs. They're just going to go right early on in to office through security and into lobby.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a skirmish in security, which Gunner gets the best of Dommy. Down goes your mute, down goes a C4, and up goes the man count for Mystic as they're going to go for another one, but Og, too strong inside a lobby, is able to find that refrag. MP5 on the Wamai. Kind of goes hard with that 1.5 on top of it. Sure, Og loses a lot of HP, but the main thing is that he's still alive, and, you know, being Wamai, gets more discs as the round continues and makes it more difficult for Mystic to go for that utility burn and start letting things like their nades, their flashbangs, their stuns, or removing the shields away that people such as Woods and maybe even Spiker will be hiding behind inside of sight. But as of right now, the closest thing that they have to an anchor besides Woods would be Og, as well as Spiker creeping down the main stairs.
Funny that Og is not running the Og. As we had mentioned, it's the MP5, but it's apt. Brilliant headshot there on the Feltwinter, taking out one of those cool vibes players and now putting the man advantage in Arial Rise's corner. A minute and a half now remaining as Mystic don't actually have control of the top floor really much at all. But as I say that, Rexavy's still on cool vibes. We got the kill on to Woods, the smoke pushing out a little bit too aggressively. Rexavy now very low on HP to match Og, and these teams are just about even concerning the HP. And Mystic do have a fair bit of time to play with. Though there's one man in security, one man outside the kitchen window, one man outside the kitchen door. They're relatively spread apart and not really pushing too much. They're mainly just holding. Unless Mystics start to make a move, and unless Arial Arise make a mistake, make a significant blunder, Arial Arise should be able to hold on quite easily. Adapt is still holding inside of lobby, but a little bit aggressive. As Rexavy does find Og on the site, though. That opens up that pick, and Adapt and Spiker, they're still stuck inside of lobby. Zeno's gonna get this plant down. What happened to this defense? It's a post plant, and Whitlock knows his position inside of security is no longer needed. He can go help for the post plant. And Mystic are afforded so much time to get to their post-plant positions. Whitlock inside of office gets a kill into the courtyard. Spiker's now a 1 versus 3, and the C4 will pretty much just broadcast his location. He's hitting the deck. He's spotted by Whitlock. They know exactly where he is, and he's stuck in a corner. There's no way Spiker's going to be able to get out of this. He's tagged up and finished off there by Zeno, and Mystic are able to recover round number 2.
Yeah, there was just no way as soon as that plant went down that Arial Arise was going to come out on top. There was a player outside on the window, a player up above, and then a Whitlock running around. That's just, we've said a recipe for failure so many times, but right there, that's a recipe for success for Team Mystic. A great execute, properly reading into the positions of the remaining Arial Arise defenders. Like you mentioned, one in lobby, one on white stairs, one in the bomb site. Remove the player from the bomb site, and all of a sudden, Whitlock inside of security can hold the rotation, make sure the bathroom is a no-go, hold 2 players in positions just by sitting there menacingly. Allows the plant to get down and Mystic to take their first round.
Yeah, really well done, not pushing out, knowing that they can just chill. That pick onto Og pretty much sealed the round. And Arial Arise aren't going to try kitchen again. They're going to keep switching up. That seems to be a common theme throughout all 4 of these maps so far. Not a lot of retries. Both these teams happy to just keep switching it up over and over and over again. Try for double bar. And they're bringing out the Oryx. That means you're going to have Og running around the map, doing what he can to distract the attacker, get a cheeky little flank perhaps through one of these hatches, but we're going to have to keep an eye on how long this Oryx lasts. Especially with how much utility denial there is, there's going to be a lot of emphasis on the anchor game and the shield that Woods will be playing behind, likely over by couches. Dommy as well inside of kitchen is something that Mystic are going to have to worry about. There's not too much on the vertical. I mean, there's a little bit of pressure over towards Hookah, a little bit of utility there, but no one actually playing. Is mainly on the horizontal as Spiker is actually running the Wamai with the Og. Og was running the MP5K. And yet again, Mystic are going to establish their spearhead in the same spot it's been every single round inside of office. And Gunner keeps just following this drone, and it looks like Arial Arise just aren't prepared for it. Yet again, Og will get distracted by the entry drone, and Gunner will capitalize.
Hell of a flick coming out of Gunner, as that was a nice shot. And it is interesting to see that the Yana is the one following a drone instead of somebody following a Yana drone, but to each their own. For Mystic, it's working, getting the opening pick now 2 times in a row, through security, through office, really fast, but as soon as we say that, Gunner answers. the call of Dami and gets cut down by the Jaeger over towards the bathroom. And Adapt also taking a lot of damage, so much damage that he's fully downed and finished off by Feltwinter. Now the man count advantage back into the hands of Mystic that they fought so hard to get back into their favor. Sure, on the side of Arial Arise, you still have Dami left alive. Woods, even though he's been quiet, it's only 2 rounds in and he's playing Smoke on Coastline. Definitely not an easy role, probably one of the hardest in the entire game. But as Dami's going to be swinging out, he's taking a lot of damage in from Feltwinter. Yellow pings to supplement the information, trying to deny a drone, but now he's stuck. He has to go prone. He has to hit the deck. He's being hunted by so many players. A plethora of wall bangs now as the legs get spotted out, and Zeno and Felt both pick up a kill apiece, leaving it just up to Woods in a 1v4. He's just scrambling. He's running around the bomb site, Shift W, and it doesn't work out in his favor. Mystic finally looked like the team that we know them to be on Coastline. After getting flawless round, they took that one personal, and they take the next 2.
First stuff by Mystic on that round. Once again, Gunner with the very, very early clear and a good pinch onto Dami. Not allowing Dami to sit in bathroom for free. He got a lot of good damage onto Feltwinter, but from there, he was distracted by the player on the wall. Didn't expect Feltwinter to push all the way up. Zeno getting an important pick on the site as well. So really good stuff by Mystic. They're again looking like their old selves, like he said. It's back to Hookah. 3 sites were tried, only 1 was successful for Air. So they'll go back to what works. Again, bringing the triple threat, bringing the Vigil, and the Jaeger. We'll see if their entry can be, or if their roam game can be just as potent as it was the first time, or if Mystic will be more than prepared for it.
Yeah, I mean, the roam games, calling it potent is great. Its LD50 was like 1 milligram, if that. It was very, very lethal. If you're not familiar with what an LD50 is, the lethal dose to kill 50% of the population, so about an average. You know, some people built different, some people built less different, so you take some poison and you die. And that's exactly what happened to all of Team Mystic's attackers last time we saw this bomb site, where they all died. And that's to put it in a nice way. They got absolutely demolished. They got no map control. They got nothing. But for the side of Mystic, they bounced back well, and they're looking a lot more comfortable. They've read into how Arial Arise want to hold these different bomb sites, and now we're going to have to see what their counter-stratting consists of.
This is like a pretty similar setup for Arial Arise. The site presence mainly built around the Yokais and the Evil Eyes. The Yokai in kitchen to support these roamers downstairs, namely Dami and Og. Last time Mystic got very caught off guard by these 2 players, but now they know this is how Arial Arise like to play it. And they won't rush in head first. They won't get overzealous. They will do their due diligence. They'll see Dami. Dami will dispatch of the drone and move away. No longer supported by this Yokai in kitchen. Gunner, again, going to be holding this hole onto security. He's been, again, doing that pretty much every single round. Only the difference is this time he's not going to move into the building, but just continue to hold the security door. But no sunrise presence, again, means that Team Mystic can just start to move in. Rexavy on the buck will take that control, and he'll start using that upwards vertical presence into Hookah.
1 lion scan will come out, meaning that people can't move unless your name is Og and you're activating the Vigil Cloak. You can move freely, not worry about the base boosting drone above you, giving off your location to the entirety of the Mystic attack. But so far, Dami's been the only one in a hot engagement. It's definitely a lot worse for wear than anybody on Team Mystic's side, except I guess Rexavy, who's getting challenged from the own vertical holes that he made. But now, it's still about halfway done with the round, and Spiker doing more shots, actually able to fell Rexavy. And that means no more vertical pressure, but his job might have already been done. Zeno narrowly missing Spiker, but he was stuck in the corner. He was trapped, and Whitlock took full advantage to even it all up at 4 players apiece.
Control of those Yokai bursts is now no longer available to Arial Arise. That's a significant portion of the anti-plant done and dusted. Feltwinter ready for Adapt on Cool Vibes this time. He's able to trade himself out, and in fact, he is recoverable. Dami's going to try and go for an aggressive play, but he's Lion Scan, so they know he's on Cool Vibes, and they'll likely be ready for him as well. There's the Zoph stun. Dami now disoriented, still trying to pre-fire, but he'll lose the fight. Og goes back, though! He's on for... door, and Mystic take yet another attack.
Yeah, and another dominant attack, even though that one was close. If Og didn't go huge on those cool vibe staircase, it would have been a bit of a stomp. And now Mystic, they have the momentum into their favor. This is looking like a coastline that we're accustomed to, where the attackers are just running around and the defenders are scrambling to stop them. Overall, for the side of Mystic, the roam clear didn't really have to do a whole lot. There was a lot more close anchors on site with a couple of rooms, a couple people over towards Aqua, players playing inside a hookah, that their buck was able to just make so incredibly uncomfortable that they couldn't move. And they just got the kills and were able to just flood into the bomb site. That was a very similar vein to what we saw last time on Kitchen, which is the next bomb site up for Arial Arise's defense.
Yeah, Kitchen was down to again, really good entry by Gunner. Kind of getting cascaded into a good roam clear. Holding those players in lobby, leaving only one in sight who was killed, and that opened up for the plant. Hopefully Arial Arise don't get too distracted by Whitlock again, as now we see another little adjustment. We got a Mozzie brought out, and we've got an alibi. No theater hold. So we just see how Arial Arise shake up their roam. No, never mind. They do still have a theater hold, only without the Mira, curiously enough. Mira is a pretty integral part of this. Makes it a hell of a lot easier to hold theater. Makes it so you can't be caught off guard by anyone in Penthouse. As Adept is going for an early peek. The Ruins spawn peek that we see oh so often. I think that was a drone thrown up into the air. He's going to go ahead and peek into Ruins, but he does not land the shot. Now Mystic know that there is at least one man upstairs.
I mean, going on to Coastline and not expecting roamers as an attacking team, if you went that route, then I would put question marks and say that you need to VOD review Silver gameplay to get better. But with the roam game currently implemented by Arial Arise, it is very, very widespread. There's essentially 3 different segments of roamers. You got Sunrise with Og. And as soon as I'm talking about that, I was about to say, yeah, Rexavi's planting in the bomb site. Gunner and Whitlock are able to take down Og and Spiker. Down goes Woods, finished off by Zeno, a refrag from Dami onto Feltwinter. But how much damage has already been done? It's a 2v4 post-plant position. There's still Lion scans coming through, and there's one less to worry about as Adapt goes down on Lambo. Flashbanged away, stripped of his vision is Dami, trying to scramble his blind self all the way up to Cool Vibe Staircase. More pre-fires coming out as Mystic just flooded into the bomb site. They're going to get this final frag, even if it kills them. And Gunner finishes off where they picked up. The rush strat out of nowhere comes through, and Mystic up 4-1.
I don't even know how that happened. We were so distracted by the players on the clear that, I mean, they just blitzed into service. They just walked right in and planted, and there was nothing Arial Arise could do. None of the plant denial that they had on Hookah. The smoke grenades obviously not coming into effect because they didn't know it happened. So by the time it was a post-plant, the Arial Arise members were scrambling back. They had to retake from off-site. And Mystic held on their post-plant positions and held their cutoffs admirably.
Dami is gone again.
As Dami is now gone. Mystic now lead 4-1 on their coastline attack.
Yeah, and now you have the option for Arial Arise to go to any of the bomb sites because they haven't worked. Kitchen, that one was disastrous. Don't go to Kitchen. You could go back up to Hookah, but Mystic have proven that their adjustments have been just as strong. And if you're thinking about Blue Bar, that was also a pretty dominant win for Mystic, leaving Woods in a 1v4 as the lone smoke sitting inside a Kitchen. They got the bomb down, they cleared the roamers with relative ease. And Arial Arise are kind of floundering. That's why they needed this timeout. They need to have this discussion with their team, need to make sure that they are all on the same page because this is an incredibly important round. 4-2s are nice on Coastline, especially for your attack. It's kind of the expected. But as soon as you start treading into that 5-1 territory on your attacking split, that's where Mystic starts licking their lips. They start seeing the money fly through their eyes. They know that
the dollar signs.
They got the dollar signs in there. They got their eyes on the prize. They know that just 2 rounds separate them from being the Season 5 SCS champions. It's going to be really hard to climb back from that as Arial Arise.
Yeah, Arial really need to secure the 4-2. Yeah,
It's a very important round. Very
I think Mystic.
important.
I think Mystic go 5-1. This grand final's pretty much over. Coastline should not be that attacker sided. So, timeout is now up. Hopefully, Arial or Rise have talked amongst themselves and figured out what their issues are, as they will once again try hookah. This time, though, no echo.
No
So-
Cho. They didn't bring the Cho.
It looks like they'll be playing
Attackers
again.
must locate and defuse
Pretty
bombs.
aggressive roam. This time they have the Mozzie supplemented by the Vigil. So who knows? Maybe more people downstairs? Maybe playing for the C4? That could definitely be an option. But so far, I mean, after Mystic were aware of how Arial Rise was roaming, it's just been like a hot knife through butter. It's just been easy to take those guys out.
Spread on a wonderful cheddar biscuit from Lobster. Red Lobster. You had many of those
Dude,
today, didn't you?
Red
Craig?
Lobster's what is it? Like shrimp linguine Alfredo or whatever?
For insertion.
That goes hard.
I just go for the cheddar biscuits.
Attackers are moving.
Really? I go for the
It's like going to Olive Garden.
shrimp.
Like you just go for the breadsticks.
I don't know. I like Red Lobster's shrimp. The shrimp scampi, also good. The garlic shrimp, also good. Their fried
Maybe they should
shrimp,
change their
also
name
good.
to Pink.
Not a fan
Shrimp.
of their coconut shrimp.
Yeah, they just need their lobster is meh. You
Yeah,
can
their
tell it's like
lobster's
not
meh.
like really good lobster.
Defender has been
That's a really good run out from Dami. Down goes
Alright.
Felt Winter, down goes the Ash. Sure, not having as much of an impact as Felt Winter has had on previous maps, mainly Kafe, but still. As
Wow!
Spiker, oh wow, what a read from Spiker. He may be 15, but he reads on a 12th grade reading level. He knows that somebody's going to be on that white repel. He sends Gunner to the Shadow Realm.
Sounds like you were talking about me. I'm just kidding. No, I'm not. 5v3 now for Arial Rise. Excellent first picks. That's Gunner and Feltwinter off the board. Huge amount of utility no longer going to be available, and especially with the shield, with the Evil Eyes, with the Jaeger. They might be sorely missed. It looks like Mystic are now going to set up for an Aqua take. The line and the Buck, readying to take Dami out from behind the Aqua bar. Up moves the Buck. Dami doesn't expect it. There was no one on the cam to call out for him, as all 5 members of Arial Rise are left alive. The Maestro obviously watching something else, but there's Whitlock with another pick of his own onto Spiker. That'll deny the C4, and that'll give us our equalizer. The advantage Arial Rise once had has now started to slip away. Xeno sending out some lion calls. Flashbangs come through as well. Adapt trying to do his best to hold on to the hookah door. Rex will be covering flank as Xeno sets up for the default plant spot. Woods does have the smoke babes already prepped in the corner, and in fact, Rexavy just tries to rush right in, and he's unsuccessful. There's a smoke babe coming out. Og can cover his teammate, and Adapt finds the last one. Each 3 remaining members of Arial Rise find 1 pick each, and they take round number 6, securing their half, not letting it go 5-1.
You know, that was the correct play from Mystic, that you know that you cannot try to plant in default if Woods is left alive. You can just clip that smoke for 45 seconds and there's nothing you can do. So for Rexv to get aggressive, it was the right idea, but poor execution in the fact that he kind of whiffed. He left Woods with just enough life in him to keep kicking. That's all he did, is he threw down a Toxic Babe, sat there, and then more people had to swing him, and that's when Adapt, as well as his final teammate over towards Vase, was able to swing out, pick up a couple of freebies, and everything fell apart for Team Mystic's attack. However, they can still be proud of the fact that they got the 4-2 split. They're feeling good, and if everything goes as expected for Mystic's defenses, getting at least 2 rounds, we'll see overtime where they'll go back onto the attack. Or wait, no, Arial Rise will most likely be on the attack, but it's infinite overtime, so it doesn't matter.
I think so, yeah. Also, I was laughing because on the screen, on the cams, Dami took a swig of Pepsi and it looked like the face he made it look like he took a shot of tequila. That was really, he did like he scrunched up his face like he just took a shot. That was really funny.
Yeah, that's probably, I mean, Pepsi's probably the hardest thing that Dami's ever had to drink. So
Sure.
that's just a soft drink.
Hey, it's harder than water.
It is harder than water. It's fizzy. If your taste buds aren't fully developed, it's like mint. Mint becomes spicy when your taste buds aren't developed. So does Pepsi. It's angry water.
All right. Well, Arial Rise, like we had mentioned, are now on their attack. They better have a 4-2. They better hope for a 4-2 half or better, but it's already off to a bad start. Gunner is going to get a very early kill onto Og. I don't even know where the hell that was. I think it was outside the Sunrise door. Did he just peek Mudroom?
I believe so.
Oh, and the run out comes through, but he looks the wrong way. Adapt with the cover on his teammate. Gunner now dead. Yep, that was outside the Mudroom door. So sure, they lose Og. At least they find the refrag onto Gunner, but still utility-wise, better for the defense.
Yeah, I mean, taking the Ash off the board, Og has had a pretty solid half considering its Coastline defense. 5-5. Not too shabby, but now, or I guess 5-4, and now 0-1 on the attack is not as good. Sure, you have killed one roamer, but there's still so many left alive for the side of Mystic. They're sprawled all over the map, and one of them right here, his name's Feltwinter, goes for the Nitro, and it's gonna nearly connect onto Dami, taking away 25% of his HP, but not enough to go for the full kill. As actually, that was Spiker on the Repel, and Spiker and Zero and Repel are a trio that we've seen much of, especially on Kafe, as now more players are trying to push this extension over towards Master. So much utility dumped around, and Whitlock still left alive.
What?
He's actually going to win that gunfight. He had no business winning. Somebody's on the other side of the wall. He's going to swing with the Mira. He understands where they are, and everything just falls apart for Arial Arise.
What the hell was that clear?
I don't know. I'm just as confused as you. I hope it came across in my casting, because I didn't know what was going on.
That was the worst goddamn theater clear I've ever seen in my life.
Yep.
I don't know what Gunner's saying. It's probably funny.
Yeah.
Like what the hell was that? I'm at a loss. You have a guy on the rappel. You have a guy coming luggage. You have one pushing the theater door. And you have 190. And they all move in at different times. What was that? Here's how you properly play that. Dami stuns White Stairs. As he stuns White Stairs, in swings Spiker, so Dami can pressure over towards Theater. Dami takes the fight inside of Theater, and that's when Woods swings Theater door. So they can pinch out that Jaeger. Yeah, they might go 1-for-1 on both of those players, but they'll be able to have an even man count instead of, all dying for no reason. Yeah. Instead of what I just said, Spiker remained on the window until after Dami had already died, so the stun wore off on Feltwinter, the thing that actually allowed Dami to push, and Dami completely whiffed on Whitlock. And by the time Whitlock was able to recover himself and kill Dami, Woods was backing off of the doorway instead of finding the trade. And from there, you've allowed Whitlock so much time to recover. Feltwinter has already held off the white push, so Woods doesn't have to worry about his back. He can use the... So Whitlock doesn't have to worry about his back. He can use that mirror window to take out Woods, and Adapt is just in 90, away from all of his teammates, and just gets peeked. I don't know what went wrong in the comms, but well, I know what... Okay, I don't know how that went wrong. It must have been like a comms thing or a timing thing, but either way, that was literally the worst it could have possibly been.
Yep, and that's just Mystic finding ways to win rounds that they just... It just happens for them. That's just what happens. There's a saying that I always love, is that skill is just when luck becomes a habit, and for Team Mystic, it's almost a ritual for them that stuff just goes their way. They constantly find themselves in the proper positions, and it just works. RTX. It just works. But it's going to be a completely different bomb site that Mystic are going to try to make work. Gunner still finds the kill onto Dami over towards the white rappel. Rexv picks up another one onto Adapt and leaves just Spiker up trying to clear away. Sure, Og has made his way into Penthouse, but the roamers that were once there are long gone.
Again, a poor roam clear thanks to the efforts of Gunner and Rexv. The Incandela is coming through from Og, facilitating the push, but there's no one for them to actually act upon. Someone tucked right by the luggage doorway. Feltwinter below. Gunner is going to take the pre-fires through. He's going to nearly find the Lion, but only deal damage to Woods. But do they know about Feltwinter? No, they don't. Oh, no, they do! Okay, wow, just in time. Holy crap, I thought he was going to get that kill, but Woods is able to whip around and save Og. Now we're back to equal. 3 versus 3. 3 anchors remaining, though. It's the Smoke, the Maestro, and the Jaeger. If there's anyone you want left up for this, it's definitely going to be them. Arial Arise have to figure out a way to push through. Spiker probably still has his Gone 6, and he's got plenty of burn available, so if he wants to take away the shield of Rexavy, he can do just that, but he might not need to, as this is mainly shaping up to be an Aqua push, where Argus cams come out. Always kind of confused as to why it shakes your screen when it does, but I guess that's just how powerful it is punching through any wall in its way. And Arial Arise are very tentative about pushing through Aqua, scared of maybe one of those gas canisters dealing damage to Woods, who is already hurt. Rexavy has not actually thrown one out just yet, but he's more than prepared to stall out the default plant spot. We also got Xeno hugging that reinforcement, ready to swing the rotate, with Whitlock on Cool Vibe stairs to make sure no one can pressure out VIP Hall. The gas canister will come through as the Yin Candela goes out, smoke canister to cut off the rotate, and Og will get the first pick, but Woods has been down, meaning it's 2 versus 2. Whitlock finds his pick as well as Woods has been recovered, but he's very lit up, but he doesn't know! Whitlock didn't know he was pushing around Vase, but Xeno gets a pick of his own, but Spiker goes huge! He gets both of them whipping around and finding Xeno, not losing out to the 81. Whitlock, after getting the pick, hiding behind Vase, cuts off his own sight line, allowing Spiker to push through, and Arial Arise stave off match point.
Now, this is where the game becomes the most interesting. As we're going to see the tertiary bomb site come up, and this is essentially to the point where if Arial Arise win this, then it's a tie ball game. That's where... Actually, never mind. I can't do math. Math is hard for me, even though I'm a mechanical engineer. But 5-4 is significantly worse or better deficit to be in than 6-3, where overtime is kind of the best case scenario for you in regulation. Keeping yourself alive for as long as possible in the game like this, a war of attrition, a best of 5 on Mystic, on arguably their best map. It's still going to be difficult for Arial Arise. Sure, they finally found success on their attacks. That execute looked good, Og. He made it a Travi, as Easily says. It's where you make it a Travis Scott concert with the candelas, all the flashing lights, making it look like a rave. Just sprinted through, was able to get a free kill onto Woods, continue pushing onto Vase as Spiker got his refrag. Killed the player on base and used the pre-made holes to find the final kill onto the lone poor Maestro.
Discovered the location of a bomb. Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Apparently, according to our observer, Max, who is British, he said, Rexavy triple wall-banged Adapt. And Gunner
headshot at Spiker
is going to spawn peek Spiker, the savior of the previous round, already off the board thanks to Gunner, who on this map is currently 5-2 on entry. Yeah, that's pretty nuts. Down goes your 0 before he had any chance to do anything. You'll lose out on flank watch, you lose out on a fantastic player, and now you've lost out on Adapt. Gunner with 2 massive picks. And Arial Arise now trailed by 3 bodies as Feltwinter plays White Stairs. It's Og and Woods, the Twitch and the Lion in a 2 versus 5. Arial Arise looking like they're going to be put in yet another 3-round deficit.
Yep, there's castle barricades. There's one less Twitch drone, or mirror window, thanks to the Twitch drone. But overall, there's still a lot of stuff that Arial Arise are going to have to deal with. Mainly the massive roam presence that Mystic has sprawled across the entirety of the map. You got people in lobby. That's the Mozzie of Feltwinter. Upstairs, you still got Gunner.
Ooh.
And you don't have Woods outside Lambo anymore because Feltwinter is just better, and Gunner's even more so. A 3K, a massive one at that, to achieve the flawless round for Team Mystic. And they're not just on map point. They're on series point. They're on SCS Season 5 Grand Finals point.
Indeed, they are. Mystic just showing their incredible prowess on Coastline have not been shaken just yet. Not even stirred.
Not even stirred.
I hope we're not too old to get that.
Yeah,
Jacob would probably. I feel
will
like
get
Jacob, Carter will probably get that.
Yeah,
too.
Carter would definitely get
Hopefully people in chat get that. It's going to come down to Kitchen, a site that Arial Arise did not win.
Defenders, protect your
In
bomb
fact, it was
from
pretty
being
goddamn
attacked.
dominant for Mystic the last time they defended this. Thanks to again.
They weren't even able to
their
clear
realm.
theater.
Bomb located
Yup.
by attackers.
And it made me very angry.
Made me very sad.
That was an abysmal clear. Like, awful.
The only reason it was so bad is
Atrocious.
because they did everything right until it mattered. Then they did everything wrong. They had every tool at their disposal, and they decided to just shut the toolbox and throw it off the side of the boat.
Deplorable.
Abysmal.
Seconds left.
Disgusting.
Despicable.
Attackers are moving to the
Dreadful.
Faulty. Erroneous.
Ooh, erroneous. That's a good one.
Erroneous is a good one.
And Mystic's operator lineup is
Woeful.
erroneous. Because Zeno is bringing the surrogates.
Shut up.
I don't know if that was a sarcastic laugh or not, but I think it was.
Go figure. Well, it could all come down to this. The next 2.5 minutes could seal Arial Arise's fate if they don't step up their freaking game. Again, you're going to have Spike around the white rappel, and Arial Arise starting to clear over from Penthouse, or at least Woods over from Penthouse. Adapt down below, and likely someone coming in from luggage. But look at this. Who is that? Is that Gunner? Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
Gunner.
it is.
He's sitting in the corner as the Vigil. He'll likely remain undroned. And it looks like Dami might be his first victim. Oh! Never mind.
Well, Dami
I
gets him.
lied.
He's able to fell Gunner, one less roamer to worry about. But they still have a whole roam setup to try to clear, but they're doing it correctly this time! Let's go, Arial Arise!
Let's
Og picks up
go.
Whitlock, uses the soft wall to his advantage, knowing exactly where Whitlock is going to stand, cuts him down, and so does Adapt onto Rexavy, leaving just Zeno and Feltwinter against everyone.
Like a caged animal, Arial Arise with their backs up against the wall. They've now woken up. This is a arms up, Kami, let's go moment. Some of you will understand that.
I do understand that.
And that leaves the dual Ronies on the Aruni and the Mozzie to try and clutch up. No C4 from Feltwinter, so no free picks for him. In fact, no plant denial as a whole. As Zeno tries to make his take upstairs, trying to retake this top floor. Woods trying to make his way through the service entrance carrying the diffusers. There's no one actually in the bomb site. I'm not quite sure they know. Zeno's going to get one of those picks upstairs. He'll be able to find Og. Down goes your Ash, and he'll try and run away towards Cool Vibes. Adept. Just a little bit too late to the party there. Another line scan goes out. That's going to facilitate the plant attempt from Woods. Hiding behind the reinforcement. Cannot be killed by Feltwinter. And there's people supporting him right on top. There's the kill from inside of Courtyard. Spiker with a very good cutoff, and Zeno dies from inside the site. Arial Arise with round number 10. They keep themselves alive, but they've still got 2 rounds to go.
And they've got to do it on bomb sites that they haven't looked as good on. It's looked a little bit rough. Look at Dami. He's happy. More so than that, he's motivated. They're hungry. Arial Arise want this. Luke. Mr. Woods warming up his hands. And Dami just furiously taking a swig of Pepsi like it's a cold brewski after a long day at work.
Dude, it's so funny. It's like he's taking shots. He just had a gin
my
and
favorite.
tonic right
So
there.
you know, like in cartoons, it's like they would like go to a saloon. It's like, I need a warm glass of milk. And that's Dami with Pepsi. It's just, it intoxicates him.
Wow, ain't this a close map?
Defenders
6-4 now.
6-4. I mean, Hookah once went into the way of Mystic, but once went into the way of Arial Arise with that good execute, facilitated by Og on the Ying. But unfortunately for him, he's on the Hibana this time, prioritizing a hard breach as opposed to the Candelas. And that could work into their favor. It's still in a similar principle of denying the couch play, the pink bar play, right over towards the wall, the very famous smoke clipping wall. You can breach quad from the roof safely and make sure that somebody like Mr. Oh, there's no smoke. Well, my entire point is now mute.
No, moot.
Moot, my bad.
Moot is in fact the word.
It is, I know.
M-O-O-T.
Yep.
If they had a mute, that would have been funny. But they don't.
It's a moot point. And there's
Indeed.
a mirror
There is a mirror.
on said quad wall.
That would be a really weird place to put a mirror window.
It is.
And there is a Hibana, and there's nothing to stop them from breaching that.
Yeah.
Unless
Except
someone
somebody
just
down
straight up
shooting
yeah.
it.
Well, we'll have to see. We'll have to see if swapping off the Ying does Arial Arise favors, or if that operator that really helped them mount their push is going to be sorely missed. Again, we will start off with the penthouse and theater clear. They've got the Hibana. They will do away with the mirror window, so that player will be forced to fall back soon. He's not inside of VIP, I don't believe, and I think he's actually just already booked it out of theater. Where the hell did he go? Oh, I think he went... Did he go right under Spiker's nose?
I think he did.
Well,
He
unfortunate for
escapes.
Arial Arise.
Gunner
Oh,
now
Houdini.
peeking the drone hole. And Rexavy, actually, this is a really nice
Okay, that's a
angle.
cool angle.
Yeah, that's a cool angle. All the way through VIP, and if the wall is opened, could go all the way into master bedroom. And considering how Arial Arise's attack is setting up, it's a horizontal push that might just go through VIP, trying to push long haul over towards Vase. And that would not be ideal for Arial Arise, because you would have to fight a mirror window. And mirror windows are not fun to fight, but considering you can just breach it away and have your entire team rotate into Aqua, it seems like they have the right plan on how to counter this. But how are they going to counter Feltwinter down below with Cam Intel and a Nitro Cell?
That's going to be a big point of this defense, but there's Og with a good first pick. Rexavy on the Mira, one of those C4 operators now done and adapt a very long angle through what used to be the Mira window. Is able to find Gunner. Two good picks here for Arial Arise, though they're not early. We're now sub 1 minute in this 5 versus 3. Spiker now on Hookah Balk. Dami on the rappel. And a lot of this pressure also coming from Aqua. But there's a flank coming, but Feltwinter will be denied. Zeno will get the first refrag for his team, but it's a 4 versus 2. Another Lion scan going out. Woods has one more as he waits for it to recharge. Flashes coming in. It will almost full blind Zeno, but no, it won't. He'll just continue to hold on to these holes. Continuing to not be blinded as Woods will start for the plant, but again, there's no smoke. Can he deny with the impacts? It doesn't do enough damage. They'll forfeit the plant. It's a 1v4 for Zeno. He's not going to be able to win this unless he pulls out a miracle. He'll get the planter. Woods going down, but there's still a player on the rappel. There's a player in Aqua, and I don't even know where Og is. Oh, he's on the Aqua rappel, and Spiker is all the way outside of Hookah, so he can make for a late play. It's going to be tough for Zeno. He's only got 20 seconds to kill all 3 of these players now. It's becoming nigh undoable and unwinnable. The seconds ticking away, and Zeno, he can't find anything. Arial are not giving him a single inch of ground. He'll peek through the double window, be able to light Spiker's backup, but nothing more than that, and he'll get killed by the same player he just shot moving into Hookah. Arial Arise, a very well-played round number 11, using those long angles opened up by Og to a T. They will bring us to a 6-5 scoreline. This will either be the very last round of the entire match, or we'll be headed to overtime.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm starting to get scared, because there's something about Coastline and Infinite OT that has me having...
No, I don't want to think about that.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, but Arial Arise, ever since the timeout, they've looked a lot better. They've looked so much better. And the way that they're setting up right now is to take the tertiary bomb site.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many
Mystic
bombs
has got to be worried. Okay, so for the castle of Rexavy, I would assume that this is going to supplement a vertical hold upstairs in billiards. Lots of vertical pressure, lots of floor holes opened up, as well as a slight horizontal extension into kitchen. That's why you see Feltwinter putting up some of those reinforcements so he just can't get blasted all the way through. But as soon as the second castle barricade of Rexavy goes out, it makes me wrong, and I'm a good man. I know how to admit when I'm wrong. It's just going to be a full horizontal take with maybe a couple of players on Mystic roaming up in an unstructured way. They don't need the utility. When your name's Gunner or your name's Whitlock, you can get frags even without sitting behind a shield. And on a map such as Coastline, typically when a player like Gunner can breathe a bit more freely, he's able to prosper, as evident by his 11-9 scoreline. And last time we were on this bomb site, he kind of went crazy.
He did. He went kind of nuky. We will see if he can repeat that success and lock out this map for his teams. They've now lost 2 in a row. Arial Arise are looking for that hat trick. They're looking for the triple threat. Oh, the angle through the floor. Dami knew it was opened. And still he peeks it. You never want to peek that. That is almost never going to go your way as an attacker. And because of that, Arial Arise will lose the influential first pick. We've seen so many of these rounds go the way of the opening kill. And Arial Arise will drop not only the first pick, but also Dami on Zoph. A massive amount of utility now gone.
Yampa Spiker on the flank watch knows that there's somebody inside of Aqua. He's kind of trapped in a corner. Boxed like a fish, if you will, in the aquarium. As Gunner knows that there's somebody on the roof and he shouldn't peek it. But he can just sit here wasting time and trying to direct the attention of the Arial Arise attackers onto him, as opposed to people like Feltwinter. But as soon as I say that, Gunner does manage to get away, drops the hatch, and now covering up his tracks with a track stinger. Or no, it's not track stinger, it's just a goo mine. That is, yes. I was trying to go for the wordplay. They do sting. I really wanted the wordplay to work, but it didn't. I was fundamentally wrong.
Leaving a trail of goo like a slug.
Yes.
Haha. I'm a genius. But anyway, Arial Arise, we are now reaching the minute mark, and they have not found a response to that opening pick just yet. They're able to light Gunner up, but unfortunately not capitalize on the kill. It's not enough, and thus they will still be in a disadvantage. The castle barricade on the blue bar is now be opened by Og, Adapt sledging downstairs, but he's got to be wary of the 2 C4s in the hands of Xeno, as well as Feltwinter. 1 C4 goes up. I don't believe Xeno has ripped it just yet, as I didn't hear an explosion. So it could just be pre-placed, as now he'll hug the wall. There's the C4 going off, and it will not hit anything, not a single point of HP being ripped off. Another barricade will be torn down, this time I believe by a defender, if I'm not mistaken, but there's only 25 seconds left. This is going to be hell in a cell very soon for Arial Arise if they can't find this opening pick into the site that they need. Feltwinter, again, very lit up, but not finished off, so he's still a body Arial Arise have to worry about. And in fact, Spiker's been downed. This is a 3 versus 5. I don't know if they know Xeno's hugging this corner. Gunner's distracting the Lion, and Woods goes down. That's the game-winning kill. Adapt is alone in a 1 versus 4, and he's only got 3 seconds. He knows the game is lost, and Mystic take Coastline 7-5, only dropping 1 map in the series. They are your SCS Season 5 champions. Gunner and Whitlock continue to reign supreme in T3.
And what a victory lap for Team Mystic. Wow. Just incredible. What a bit by Rexavy.
And how poetic that Gunner and Whitlock are the only 2 players on double digits.
Yep.
On the final map.
In the revenge tour against Dami, their old org Arial Arise, they're able to rise above and take Season 5, first place, championship, $2,000, whatever you want to say. Team Mystic are the best team here at SCS, and arguably in all of T3. And it's well-deserved. They're a hell of a roster, they have a hell of a lot of potential, and a hell of a lot of T2 teams are going to start getting scared when these guys turn 18.
Oh, dude, I cannot wait to see these guys in T2, or even T1, honestly.
Dude,
Gunner's just gonna see Whitlock and Gunner in
go
T1.
straight through.
I can see both of them going straight through. They are both incredibly consistent players. Gunner, able to find the holes wherever they may be. Normally, you look at the way Gunner plays, and you're like, wow, this guy's an idiot. But it always works. Gunner's not stupid. Well, okay. He is.
Wait a second.
But not in game. Gunner's actually a pretty intelligent player. He knows what's going on. He just makes those gambit plays because he can. Sure, maybe that would change in T2 where people tend to have more skill and more cohesiveness in the team, but I mean, Gunner is just incredible. In Whitlock, I don't think I can count on one hand the number of times Whitlock has made an objectively incorrect play.
Yeah.
That's
He
how
has
incredibly consistent Whitlock
insane
is.
game sense, and like you said, he's incredibly consistent, and his stats have always shown that. He's always been a top performer, and whenever he joins a roster, he's an absolute game changer. He can transform the lowest of T4 teams into a solid T3 roster just by himself.
It's like, if you take the two and you compare them, Gunner's an incredible player.
And Whitlock is the brain.
Gunner's an incredible player because of his raw mechanical skill and being able to really punch through those tiny holes that he sees. And Whitlock is an incredible player because not only does he have that mechanical skill, but his positioning and his game knowledge is up there with the best of them. These guys can easily make it to T2, and Rexavy, Xeno, and Feltwinter, we cannot forget about them. They have been performing admirably as well throughout the entire season. I mean, you can just take a look at the stats. Everybody on this squad is a 1.0 rating or above. And Gunner and Whitlock now, they won SCS Season 5, they win RSA Season 2, and they win SCS Season 5, as well as and the NSG Monthly.
So many NSG
These guys are
they won a
racking
couple
up
of
the
games
bones.
in the Pro-Am too.
That's true. So those two have been doing incredibly well. The entire team has been doing incredibly well, but you can't discredit the efforts of Arial Arise. Those guys, they got knocked down to the losers bracket. They stopped scrimming. They're like, we'll just go out, just kind of pug stacking it, just having fun. And they make a legendary run going undefeated through the lower bracket up until they meet Mystic. The Cinderella story, unfortunately for them, will strike midnight, and they will not move beyond map 4. Excellent work from Mystic, as now we can take a look at the stats, see how this map in particular shaped up. It'll be Gunner and Whitlock at the top. Actually, no, it's Xeno at the top. 9 and 5, not quite to the level of Gunner and Whitlock in terms of kills, but that 83% cost and that one objective really putting him up there. But oh wow, Gunner 6 and 1 on the entry.
He himself had more entries than all of Arial Arise combined.
And that is what we expect from Gunner.
He tied the entire lobby combined.
Yep, that is what we expect from Gunner.
That's just how he goes.
Oh, I would love to see the total
Xeno
season
is
stats.
just one of those players that
very quiet.
Always flies under the radar.
Very
but
quiet.
It's because he doesn't have triple kills or quad kills. He just gets like 1 or 2 every round.
Yep.
And the thing about it is that nearly all of his kills are impactful. And for him to be at the top of the score line, like shout out to the people that don't get love. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I always root for the support players that just are always in the shadows. And man, did he step into the light on this map in particular.
Especially too, right? Xeno, he's always a very quiet player. But God, does he make it work when he needs to?
I mean, that clutch on Consulate on the 0.
Exactly. That clutch on Consulate is 0, quietly racking up the scoreboard. And, we saw, incredible plays from Whitlock, flashy plays from Gunner. That's always what we see. But Xeno definitely flew under the radar. It reminds me kind of like whenever we cast Michael, whenever we cast Exile,
yep,
he's never having like triple kills, quad. I mean, he does sometimes, as does Xeno. It's very quiet, very consistently moving up the scoreboard. So again, shout out to people like Xeno. On the side of Arial Arise, I mean, no one above a 1.0, despite it being 7-5.
Guess what, Crow?
What?
We talked about the unsung hero, Mr. Xeno, but you also said that we got a flashy player. He goes by Gunner. He's joining us for the interview.
Sean Gunner Potteroff. You are now,
hello.
Let's see, CCS Season 5 champions, RSA Season 2 champions, and SCS Season 5 champions. Every single top T3 league that you've competed in the past year, you have won. And it seems like wherever you and Whitlock go, victory follows. So, I mean, at least for now, what's next for you guys?
Well, Xeno and Whitlock are turning 18. Rexity's 18. It seems as if people have gotten their offers, so I don't know.
This might be the end of Team Mystic.
This might be the end.
That's a little bit sad because I know you're a year under them, right? You're still 16. Oh man,
Yeah.
I gotta wait another year to maybe even not cast you and challenge you, maybe even see you in T1. I mean, the sentiment I think is shared by most people who watch T3 that you and Whitlock could make a stake easily in T2, easily,
Yeah.
maybe even T1. But we gotta wait for you. So going into the maps, first of all, big shout out to you guys for banning Villa. Big shout out to Arial Rise for banning Oregon. So first of all, I mean, we've seen Team Mystic, even back when they were known as gatekeepers, being like Villa terrorizers. I mean, do you guys just not favor Villa anymore, or do you think Arial Rise are a strong Villa team?
I don't know. We struggled on Villa. We tried to fix stuff. We're just gonna ban it. I mean, like, going into this, we knew there was a pug stack with nothing to lose. So, like, I'm not gonna take them to maps that everybody knows, or like like with Oregon and Villa. Like, everybody knows how to play Oregon and Villa. So it's like,
yeah,
I just try to take them to maps that like the better team will win.
Okay. And then on Consulate is
That's our
pretty
map.
standard fare, but you went 15-6. Can't forget that. Then we
love
move on to
Consulate.
Chalet. What do you think the big problem for you guys was on Chalet? Because you just talked about taking people to maps or trying to take them or avoid maps that everyone knows, but then you go onto the new map and they seem pretty comfortable.
I mean, they just played really well. Like, not gonna lie, like, mentally we were just kind of like on each other's like bad, and it kind of affected everyone's place out. But I mean, lack of scrims recently, like we haven't freaking touched Chalet and God knows how long. Like, we were kind of being lazy these past couple of weeks, but the amount of games we've played, but yeah, I mean, we just haven't played it enough, to be honest. Like, we probably should have won it, but like they played it very well, so good on them.
Yeah. Because it was double 7-3s, and then we were expecting Kafe to be pretty dominant for you guys, but then they come back and win 3 in a row and take you guys into OT. Do you think that was more of like, Kafe kind of falling into the same category as Oregon and Villa, where everyone kind of knows how to play that?
Yeah, I mean, like, they do like these magical timeouts, take like 2 minutes, and then they become like Jesus. So it happens every time. Like, if we go up 6-3, we're bound to either throw. I mean, we're bound to throw. It's happened since the start of SCS. It's a curse.
Really?
Yeah.
I see. And talking about how they're just kind of pug stacking with nothing to lose. I mean, I know they stopped scrimming period once they went down to the lower bracket. Is that definitely why you guys banned Valkyrie on every single map?
Yeah, I'm not playing those freaks with Valkyrie.
That definitely makes a lot of sense.
They banned Nomad every map, so like we already knew exactly how the game was gonna go. So
yeah, we were talking about they were banning Nomad to free up their rotates, and they were banning Malusi so they could walk into site pretty much for free every single round. But that was actually something that you guys were doing pretty effectively. I think we saw on every map at least 2 or 3 times where it was like you, like, just in sight killing people, or like Whitlock, like in around the outskirts, or even a couple rounds where Rexavy was just in planting. I mean, it seems you guys being a pretty aggressive team that we've seen kind of just ride high off your guns a lot of times. Do you guys notice yourselves maybe playing a little bit more objective focused in this series?
Objective focus? I mean, we kind of just went in with the notion that we're better than them and to just kill them. Pretty much happened.
Man,
like, we like. I mean, I mean, you have to go into games like that. But like, I don't know. We kind of dropped like the coordination type, like, cool execute stuff, and just kind of like a couple weeks ago, we just, like, before NSG, we just decided like we're just gonna play ranked and have everyone call out, everyone make their own plays. It's worked out pretty good. So
It's just like fight fire with fire.
Yeah, like we just, all we do now is just like, there's no like main IGL. Like, I don't mainly IGL anymore. Like, if someone sees something, someone calls it like that Coastline rush to service, it's all Rexavy. So like,
okay.
It works a lot better for us.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. But I think
we got the overall stats to look at. Do you want to look at how you did over all 4 maps?
Yeah, dude. I've been playing
let's look at
dog meat
Let's
recently,
look at
dude.
Let's look at them.
Let's see. Are you still at the top?
Hey,
Whitlock's
1.1.
above you. You're still 1.12.
That's not bad.
Bro, like, why am I in every opening engagement? 12-7. It's like a curse,
That's how
really.
you play. That's how you play.
Like, yeah, I guess so. I gotta fix that though. I've been playing so bad recently, it's annoying. But like, Whitlock, he got over his little flu game and started smoking fools. So yeah.
Yeah,
Love
Willock
it.
was doing incredibly well. Again, you two, the duo, both above 40 kills. How poetic. We definitely noticed too. I don't know if you're aware of this. Do you know that you were at the top of KD rating, I think entry differential and cost? You led in all 4 of those categories. And if I'm not mistaken, I think you remain at the top of those 4 categories.
Let's go.
Maybe dipped in cost because you're at 54%. But probably still up there. Oh, it wasn't entry, it was KPR. You were the only person in the league with above a 1.0 KPR. But you're now, what is it? You're second in cost, I think. You dropped probably. Oh, so you're second in rating? Who did he drop below for me?
Oh no.
Splash beat you out.
Splash? Okay, that's not fair because Flash played like 4 games.
Dude, he
That's
splashed
true.
on your B, bro.
That's funny. But Gunnar, as always, it's always a pleasure casting. I mean, even if you do well or do poorly, even when you do poorly, the rounds that you do affect are always flashy and ridiculous. So I certainly hope that we see you back on some team, even if it's not Team Mystic. Hopefully you'll remain
reunion.
A reunion. Like a high school reunion tour. But Gunnar,
me and Jonathan are gonna run up the scene.
that would be cool.
We are.
Reuniting. That would be great. I would love to see that. But until then, Gunnar, congratulations. Of course.
Thank you.
SCS Season 5 champs. I believe the prize pool, your share is what?
2,000.
2K?
2,000.
You guys get 2K. So not too shabby for a T3 league. And Gunnar, as
Thank
always,
you.
it's a pleasure. And we will
Pleasure.
see you wherever you turn up next. Have a good night.
You too.
And that's it.
And that's it.
That's the end of Season 5.
We're
right
done.
There. Right there.
Ladies and gentlemen.
I think we made history.
That was our last map. I think it's safe to say SCS will go down in history as probably one of the best run T3 leagues in terms of production, teams, adminship, all that stuff. Season 5 right up there with CCS, right up there probably in the hearts of the players with EPS Season 4 that Swanky and Demps ran and all that good stuff. Hopefully SCS Season 5, helped usher in a new era of amateur Siege. Say what you will about it. It is a new era, and hopefully we were at the forefront of it. We have Connor and I, Challenger League talent, along with Carter, along with Jonah, T3 budding talent. I know Season 6 is going to have a lot more focus on building new casters and new observers and stuff, so you might not
probably it for us.
Yeah, you might not see as much of me, Connor, Carter, Jonah. Probably not as much anymore. We will sorely miss SCS, certainly. Dude, I love T3. I love T3 so much. But, of course, we have to make way for the new kids. We got to make way for upcoming talent. So we'll probably...
I've been at SCS for like 8 months.
Yeah,
It's
something
been a
like
long
that.
time.
I started
time.
like maybe tail end of Season 4? I know you were definitely there first.
You started like right before Season 5 started.
I know, I definitely had some Season 4 casts in. I don't quite remember, but...
Week 6.
Yeah, week
Season
6.
4.
I came in week 6. So yeah,
that's
that's
right.
about...
I did full Season 4.
Yeah.
I came in Season 3,
You were in pretty
man.
early.
I'm old.
Yeah, so...
This is going to be hard to say goodbye.
Of course, Connor, Carter, Jonah, and I we'll probably like fill in here and there, maybe to help train new casters, but otherwise you're certainly not going to see as much of us. So, again, that's it. That's
We're
it for
done.
Season 5. We're done. That's the last map. That's the last game. I hope you all enjoyed the season. We certainly had, record-breaking numbers for T3. It's been fun. The teams, of course, always a pleasure. The players, love you all. The viewers, you've been great. There's a few bad apples, but, for the most part,
Like
we
Sticks.
appreciate you.
Screw Sticks.
Yeah, Sticks. Ian. I'll never forget what you did to
Happy
me.
birthday to Exile and Lava.
Happy birthday to Exile and Lava. And if there's anyone else's birthdays that we missed, Exile and Lava now 18. Wichita Wolves are going to try and qualify for CL. But I guess that's it. Until next time, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Crow. This is CDAPS. You can tune in if you want to see more of us on
Saturday.
Tomorrow. Yeah. Tomorrow.
North American Challenge
I won't be
League.
here. I won't be there.
Twitch.tv/R6 Esports and A.
You'll be
4
there.
p.m. Eastern. I'll be on the desk.
Links
See
in local
less of
casting.
me. More of my face. Less of my voice.
Lynx and Loaf will be casting. I'll be on
Lynx-
Sunday. Connor will be on the desk. I'll be casting. But until then, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. Love you all. Have a very good night.
A triple kill, but Son of Finn, he'll deny the plant. Easy super kill. Oh my god! Son of Finn will find more!
7 seconds left. They gotta pick up the diffuser, but Dami lines up both. Dami with the 1v3.
Device, misses shots. He's gonna have to go for the front.
Oh,
He pushes
Dylan!
on through. Dylan is better.
Round 2, and there's another as Tyrant is finished off, and they all line up for Bone.
watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like.